Hello, everyone, and welcome to day two, just past midnight here for me right now, but bright and early over in France. How are things going to you, my co-caster, Chile? Day two in a row.
I know, this is great. We're the midnight buddies right here, right now. So I'm doing well. Like I had a good rest last night. I was keeping up. I thought I'd get more sleep. Thought I'd need more
Me
sleep,
too.
but
Me too.
I
Me
did
too.
well. I did well. Just we got 2 hours of sleep last night, so that's not too bad. Both nights.
Oh,
Work is going to
nice.
be a little bit tough in the morning, but who cares?
Right? Yeah.
We get
No.
to see the best of the best.
Yeah, what can you do other than hope for the best, in general?
Exactly.
Because, I mean, work is one thing, but altered is another.
That
So
is so true.
you have to prioritize sometimes. You got work, kids, altered, and just gotta balance them somewhere in there. But, we should have a nice little fun-filled day here because it is night at the moment, but day for everyone that's actually playing at the moment. Top 32, best of 3 for everyone. I'm not sure quite how they're gonna break it down. I think we were talking a little bit about this prior. What I'd like to see is maybe just a feature match on top 32, the same thing on top 16,
Hmm.
and then I'd like to see them potentially in the top 8 show all the matchups because whoever wins that top 8 matchup will qualify for the world championship. Not sure how they'll actually have that turn out. Their original schedule is showing that they'll have another full day today, so I imagine they'll have something break down a little bit,
Yeah.
or maybe these best of threes are going to take a long time. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd love to be able to highlight every player that is in the top 8. Good, because then we'll be able to see every final, what I would call a final, to get into the world championship. Um, I'm interested to see how this ends up going. There is a lot of players. I believe. Let me just do my quick count. We had 8 players that qualified with an 8-3-3 record, or
Right.
8-3. So that's pretty strong. It's also quite a deep cut. No one qualified as undefeated as well. That's another thing from yesterday that was surprising. I thought we'd have one,
Yeah.
but it shows the quality of game state, and it means that it's pretty open for today as well. It is very open.
Yeah, I think there is only one person by the end of round 10 that was
Hmm.
undefeated.
Correct.
And I didn't know this for sure. I was sleeping, but my understanding is they may have just gave up that final round because they were already going to qualify. I'm not sure entirely, but if that is the case, no big deal. If it isn't, then I don't know. I'm making shit up. But either way, a lot of folks did really well here, and like you mentioned, the cutoff was around that 8-3 mark, and there is a lot of 8-3 people to go through. Last I checked, it almost went down to like the top 64-ish, almost 70 that were 8-3, right?
Yeah, it went a fair bit. Let's
Yeah,
have a look to see. 8-3 went at least. It went to 73. Sorry,
73,
74. 74
74.
players.
Yeah,
So it really then depended on who you fought, or what your opponent's win rate was, that mattered.
yeah, and we can take a look at that real quick. I'll switch us over
Mhm.
here, and we can look at the top overall. I think I'm already on like page 5. I'll switch back to page 1. Um, but yeah, for the 10 and 1 folks within that last round, it looks like we have Emmerich, Ozymandias, Gab with a lot of A's, and
Mhm.
Sandodo,
Yeah, and
all at the
and
10 and 1.
and the one you were referencing earlier was Gab. And
Yeah.
they were undefeated at the end of round 10, and then in
Yeah.
round 11, they played Emerick Locatelli.
Okay.
Sounds very Italian, so it might be one of our Italian counterparts there. That's where they lost, but they were
Okay.
the sole undefeated player,
At the end of round
coming
10.
into. Mhm.
Yeah, gotcha. But yeah, other than that, a lot of other recognizable names I think going all the way down here, and even going into the second page. It's interesting when we're talking about that top 32 and the people that did get 8-3, and just looking at the people that just missed the cut. We did watch Leith Fei at some point during the
Mhm.
stream, was
We
a
did.
Kojo player that did really well, but just missed the cut overall. Insane 94, another player that I've definitely seen in the A.W.O.L events. who has done quite well. Rocco, same thing. Nico, Martin Pashur, Martin Pashur, however you wanna pronounce it correctly with
Mhm.
French.
Mhm.
Wesh is another Altered Aces player that has done really
Yeah.
well. So, a lot of players here that I could have definitely seen make the top cut, just missing it.
Yeah, that's surprising. So many strong players that have had a presence online, not do as well. But I'll also say the record is nothing to laugh about. They did
Yeah.
really well. 8 and 3 is still fantastic. Just did not make it to day two.
Yeah, definitely. And then as we go here to the third page, again, just continuing on players that we've definitely seen before with Tackfire,
Mm.
Acraft, Cledeus, who ended up getting second place in the Netherlands event, known for that unique Koba that everyone doesn't want to run into. Um, Exalts Aaron, the creator of the Exalts team, or one of the creators there. And yeah, all the way down to what you mentioned here on 74 total, getting that 8-3 record and just missing it, I guess, overall for the top 32 and having a chance to qualify over to the World Championship. Still be a few other EU events for a lot of them, I'm sure, to travel over to and take a look at. We've gone over this several times. The entirety of EU is within walking distance, so I
That's what it
can
feels like, right?
yeah, so they can make it just fine, whereas we have to get in an airplane jet or ride our bald eagles
Mhm.
to a bunch of other places within the US, and it takes a couple hours to get there, unfortunately, but, a lot of players that still have the opportunity, and at the end of the day, uh, right before the World Championship event could, get that last chance qualifier. There's 8 spots open there.
There is. That's gonna be so exciting. But I actually think what this allows us is to see some of these great players start playing in other tournaments.
Yeah,
The question that I have is, will any of these players that qualify today or that have qualified already, so we're looking at the qualifications from last week, will they go and try to play another tournament to see if they can qualify twice?
yeah.
I don't, and that then lets us know, well, what do they do? I believe second place in the second tournament is the one that qualifies if you do win 2 tournaments. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I put myself through the ardua once you've got the pass.
Yeah.
What would you do?
I'm not sure. I actually, after you said that, I wanted to look to see if our Netherlands champ participated in this tournament. I assume that they did. So I searched, and I think this is the same person. I don't know many other people named Popeye. So I think they were there, and they ended up just I don't know if they were using the same deck or if they were just playing to play because obviously they didn't need to win, but they ended up dropping after going 3-4 within this event. So
Wow,
they've yeah, they only made it through round 7.
what a huge difference! Like I'll
Yeah,
say that from that's crazy. I did not expect that. I
yeah,
thought it shows there's a lot of variance in this game.
yeah, definitely.
Potentially, assuming they use the same deck and played against the same quality of opponent, a lot of variance.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of surprising. I mean, I know they weren't undefeated through the Swiss in the Netherlands event, and I think they had at least 1 or 2 losses maybe, but at the same time, a bit surprising as far as that's concerned because I think they definitely had the possibility of being around that 8-3 record, but they
Mhm.
also could have done the math on it, and everyone kinda realized as soon as you hit that 4th loss, you're probably not gonna have a chance to
That's
make the
true.
top cut. But, yeah, should be interesting to see how it works out. Like I mentioned, there are a lot of players that just missed the top cut, and quite a few here that honestly I am not familiar with, or I am at least not familiar with them as it pertains to what I've seen online and other in-person events. So excited to potentially see them play here today, um, throughout this tournament and just see what the possibilities are. Think we've had a lot of discussion on the Discord of, and I know Simon in particular is pretty hyped that every single Bravos hero, all three are in the top cut here between Kojo, Basira, and Atsadi. So yeah, I don't think that's happened before, but I also don't think we've had a top 32 cut in a major tournament. So that may be a little bit skewed, but I'll take it because I like Bravos.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's great. We also had some pretty strong representation from Axiom of all factions as well in the
Yeah,
top table. So that's really, really cool, really, really wild. I do believe that there's representation from every faction in the top 32, which is what I was hoping for and looking forward to yesterday. That it wasn't a repeat of the Netherlands, in that we had much greater spread, which means there's potential for any hero to really come up on top today.
yeah, and it does
Or any
look
faction.
like yeah, any faction. I gotcha. I knew what you meant. But any hero too, realistically. I mean, obviously, not every single hero is in the top cut, but any hero that's already in the top cut. And the French stream has gone live at this point, and still looks like there's a fair amount of people still there. Obviously, not as full as it was in day one, but I'm sure there's still some folks that even if they didn't make the top cut, want to go out there, maybe play some games, check out the event, have some other stuff going on there. So still cool, and it does look like people are still actively playing just to play. Always a good time when you're going to an event, even if you go. I mean, it, if you, the term that I'm used to as far as like double elimination bracket is O2 and a barbecue. Um, and even if you do that, there's still plenty of open space and you can still play, meet some people, talk to some folks. We talked a little bit about that as far as just going to it for a community event. So definitely cool to still see some folks there, even if they didn't make the top cut and be able to play a little bit. I'll definitely be curious to see, especially if they're able to pull up some type of bracket here shortly. If they do have it, hopefully we can take a look.
Yeah, hopefully. Do you stay around in tournaments when you get, if as
Depends
if
on how
it doesn't
mad
happen
I'm
very often? Okay,
mad I am.
okay,
Like, I mean, most of the time when I go to any of these types of events, I I wanna hang around, like, I'm there for the entire time anyway, right? Especially if
yeah,
I'm traveling. I'm never I've never been the type of person that changed my flight basically
okay.
to leave early, right? But I've definitely been the person that I don't necessarily go to the event a specific day and I decide to travel around whatever city it is and check it out kind of thing. I've definitely done that before. And it's most of the time it's because I haven't been to the city if I've traveled to it already kind of thing. But other times I just like going to check things out. I've been fortunate into a lot of events that I've been to. I've at least made it if it's a multiple day event, I've at least made it to
Into day
that
2?
day. Yeah.
Nice.
So I haven't had a lot of reasons not to go, but it's happened. I'm not perfect. I am most of the time, but I have to admit I'm not that perfect, right? I'm not that good at everything I do. But
Then
yeah,
it's okay. It's alright. It's alright to not be the best at everything, but,
I
see, I've never.
okay.
So this is what's the best part of it is this has never happened to me in terms of making it to day 2.
Yeah,
Um, but I always stick around. Now, I don't know what Altered has done in terms of creating an environment where there's side events as well.
right,
So that really makes people wanna stick around, and then the best part of it all is when you gather around the final tables, everyone's watching, it becomes a spectacle like it would a sporting event.
right.
Um, so I hope there is that level of camaraderie when it does happen here. I'm sticking around for all of Dallas, so be able to see that. I won't storm off after I lose on round 1 or round 2. I'm
Yeah.
hoping that doesn't happen, but, you never know. We might even get paired up against each other if,
We
that might be
could.
interesting.
Yeah. I don't wanna have to reach across the table and choke you if you beat me, but, I mean, we'll have to see how that works. I have pulled up the French stream, looks like they're just walking around doing some interviews.
Mhm.
We need to get some, blurring going on here, because they're interviewing with the Levi's logo, and I don't know if we're allowed to do that. Let me see real quick here and set up the blur. Um, but, either way, reaching out and talking to everyone within the community that is currently there. But like I mentioned, you can kind of see that there are other folks actively playing. I'll be
Mhm.
curious to see if they circle back around here and go to that Equinox table in the back. If we do have Loki or Moon doing some boss battles still here on day two without having as many people, he's running some folks down here for interviews.
That's
Looks
right.
like
Member
yeah.
of Exalts.
Yep. and Loki's got another outfit on today.
So
Uh,
what's Loki dressed up as today, you think?
I think it's potentially something from the new set, maybe. I couldn't really tell. He
Yeah.
was kind of close up there, but yeah, talking to
He's a cosplayer for sure.
yeah, no, he ended up doing the Silas yesterday, right? But
Mhm.
my understanding is didn't keep it on the entire time because people weren't appreciating it enough. So if you do see Loki at any of these events, be sure to appreciate the cosplay that was able to put together there. So compliment is always nice. Everyone likes to be complimented on what they have going overall. So
Absolutely.
but yeah, we got someone here from the Exalts being talked to. Maybe one of the top 32 folks. I honestly don't recognize him. It's not someone that I've spoken to directly. Talking to other people within the Exalts, but not necessarily this particular individual. So,
Mm.
um, if we get a turnaround here, we might be able to see who they are based off of the jersey name in the back. No, 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 not quite.
Nothing yet. No.
Okay, this slightly turning around on occasion, but we
Yeah.
might get there.
The
But
other thing I'm interested in is as well as they go through all the interviews is who else, who came from outside of France for this tournament?
mm,
From a perspective of, "Hey, there's many more seats on the table.
yeah.
I just wanna get my win now before it comes to becoming my local championship." So do we have any of the Italians, any of the Spaniards,
Oh,
or from anywhere else in the European Union?
yeah, I definitely think that there's gonna be some folks from Italy. I feel like anytime I look at a French event, there's always at least a few folks that from
Mm,
Italy that show up kinda thing. I feel like that's probably the 2nd biggest community within Europe. Not entirely sure, but I feel like it is. I also think they have 2 qualification spots, so I that would definitely lend to that
mhm.
possibility of them being the next biggest, but not entirely sure. We'd have to verify that with,
With
Equinox
Equinox.
folks, but yeah, see. Yeah, pink, Rolik,
Mhm.
yeah, Order spoiler confirmed. I mean, I think if you look at the graphic that they have for the, new set, Skybound Odyssey, you can kinda see most of the new heroes. I could probably pull that up, because I did save that graphic. Let's add it to the stream real quick, and we can do a quick analysis of it while they're messing around.
Yeah, that's
Skybound,
great if you can. There is I think you can see 3 or maybe 4 of the heroes. So only 1 has been, revealed so far, and that's
yeah,
the Bravos one. And you can see that they're, what's the Bravos' new hero called? You can see their Eidolon on screen. It's the biggest of all the characters that's
yeah.
on the pamphlet.
Soul and Halua, I think it is. Whoa,
Yeah.
that's really zoomed in. Sorry about that, everybody. Let me let me put that back here. I'll put it under everything so we don't have to not see a lot of stuff until I'm ready here. But yeah, Soul and Halua. I'm curious if that is soul as in reference to mythological or if it is actual a altered specific soul because there is a soul within actual mythology. So
Mhm.
I'm not sure if that is the case or not, but I think it is separate.
Yeah, I do believe so because he has to be a humanoid of some kind, not
Right.
the Eidolon. The Eidolon, it would make sense if it was Soul from mythological, but not the hero.
Right. Let's
So,
see here. So we can put this over the stream source. So we got it pulled up here, so we can see definitively. Put us away. We can see Soul hanging up there. We can see, um,
have
assuming Axiom on top of the golem, Lyra with the paintbrush. I'm saying Ysmir, with the
yeah.
little worm thing. uh, Muna with the sheep slash ram, and Ortis with their own little griffin wings, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's Griffin Wings. So there's 1, 2, 4 heroes that we could see, sorry, on here potentially, right?
I think it's
That's what you
6. It's all
or
6.
6?
I think
What
so.
am I missing? What am I
So we
missing?
got
Oh, okay. Okay.
Lyra with
You
the
know what?
paintbrush,
Yep.
So
On the picture you're showing now, I can. I
yeah,
was looking at what had been published with
okay,
writing that said Lille, France
uh,
on it, so I couldn't
okay,
see one of the heroes.
okay.
Is that the sheep?
Yeah, I think that's like a
Okay.
ram, like it has horns on it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we do get to see all 6. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I've got no idea. The golem looks really cool though.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what it ends up working with that, and I think the the bird that we see flying there is associated with the Ortis. That makes sense since
Mhm.
all the other, Chimera setups have their writing, their own individual folks. Other than Soul, I guess it's a little bit
Yeah.
harder to ride Halua there, who is ginormous,
It is
um,
huge.
over there, but, either way, we can see all 6 here. I assume we'll probably get to see some type of more spoilers here in day 2, but
Potentially.
not entirely guaranteed. Oh, and they do have a hero breakdown here, on stream. So,
Fantastic.
yeah, here we go. 112 Kojo, 100 Aphonis, 87 Sigismar, 63 Tasia, 63 Finn, 40 Trace, 31 Goldring, 29 at Sadi, 28 Sierra, 26 Basira, 23 Lindaway, 19 Navenka, 16
Mm.
Akesha, 11 Rin, 8 Orak actually, and 6 Subash.
I know that's not bad. I was surprised Aurak has lower than Rin. Um, but that's not too bad at all.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good spread where you've got 50% in 4 to 5 heroes. So,
Yeah, I'm honestly
mm,
surprised that we saw not I mean, we didn't see Aphonis or Sigismar on the top of that list. Everyone really prioritizing the Kojo these days.
yeah, I'm just
Let's see.
gonna quickly okay, I took a snippet of it so that way in
Nice.
case we get some questions.
Yeah, no, definitely. You can even send that over to me, and I can have it ready on stream too at some point if we need.
Yep.
Let's see here.
I've just put that on our chat as well on the Lille
Cool.
English stream chat that we've got going.
Sweet. Save image. But
Not
yeah,
the best, but it's at least shows the coverage there for you.
yeah, no, it, definitely helps. Yeah, interesting to see that. I'm not surprised to see, obviously, the Aphonis and the Sigismar
Mhm.
up there. I think the other thing I'm most surprised is how many goal ring that we had. We had 31 goal ring, probably
Mhm.
the highest of quote unquote the lower tier heroes as a whole.
Yeah, that's correct. I would also go it's half or less than half of what we saw in terms of percent representation from last week
Yeah.
because we had equal representation between Gulrang and Sigismar,
Mhm.
87 and 31. It was 10 and 10 at last week's tournament. So very, very different. Kojo just coming up in terms of its representation. It's so strong. There,
Yeah.
I would Stravos is the strongest of all the common and rare cards available from a faction.
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense if you think about it in the
Hmm.
sense of it was the one that got hit the least as far as everything is concerned.
Hmm.
Uh, Obviously, we did have the um, Aphonis hit, the Sigismar hit, and everything along those times as far as like meta is concerned. So, not entirely surprising that we would see Kojo kind of flourish a little bit. The question is can Kojo be the one to take the entire event for this? I'm not entirely sure, but you may be able to see that happen.
I would say the hero in my mind that has the best odds against every other hero would be Aphanis.
Yeah.
Aphanis just struggles a little bit on Sigismar depending on the build.
And
Now,
apparently Tasia with Hydrocina too.
apparently Tasia with triple Hydrocina.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got the top 32 cut as well as you can see here. Aphanis taking the massive cut of it, almost 50% by themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, pull that up there. Yeah, top cut 14, 8, 4. Traced at the 4 is definitely a surprising one. Are you gonna get a snippet of this as well, just in
Yes, I
case?
am.
Alright,
Got it
cool.
already.
And then obviously a bunch of ones. So the conversion rate on the Kojo, not great. Um, I mean, at this point, though, the conversion rate on the Trace is the best at this point, right? Trace had 40, so 10% conversion. Um,
Yeah.
Aphonis had a little bit better with 14 out of 100, and Siggy at 8 of 87, so not quite.
There we go.
Um,
We get to Rune Folk. One of our friends at AQZ has put a little note together. 43% of Farnus breakdown, Sigismund 25%. So,
okay.
but what you were talking about in terms of conversion,
Yeah,
yeah, you could see it really goes to show those character. I believe the heroes that are best represented on that are those that a player has played them for a long time. I do
yeah.
believe people have come back to Kojo rather than stayed with Kojo over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that, or it could just be showing the level of actual consistency still, and
Mm,
maybe Kojo was a little bit overhyped. I don't know. But I do think that that is somewhat of a
mm.
possibility. But either way, nothing too crazy there. Doesn't look great, but it's good enough. Trying to remove the background on this stuff here. Do that. Current page, transparent background.
Look at
Done.
you making it nice and clean for me, so appreciate it.
Yeah, as clean as I can get it at the moment without opening up too many programs that are gonna blow up my computer. Um, Not running my current best computer setup, but yeah, glad that they were able to get these breakdowns for us. Obviously, it makes
Mm.
things a little bit easier as it pertains to the top cut. Traced. We did get to watch at least one Traced win during the broadcast yesterday. What are you thinking of Traced as a whole? Honestly, I'm I'm surprised that there were more Trace than there were Sierra, but not surprised to see Trace do better than Sierra.
Yeah, I think I'm actually surprised. I thought Sierra would be the biggest of all the heroes, given
Yeah,
the ability of just getting a brass bar gug really quick, but traceability of being able to resupply. So maybe you have some very strong uniques that allow you to resupply constantly. Is huge. The main surprise for me is there's no Fen, no Fen whatsoever in top 32.
yeah,
Nevenka is the sole representative for the Lyra faction,
yeah.
and only one of them, and one Tasia player,
And bonus to the
Luna.
yeah, the Navinka player, to be honest, I do not consider that a higher end type of deck at the moment. You can definitely surprise people, but across 11 rounds, that is I mean, bravo to them in making that happen, right? Because I would have not expected that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see their deck list afterwards. Is how do they remove variance? Because so much of their gameplay is rolling a die,
Yeah.
right? And you cannot just get lucky for 11 rounds. You just can't. Like the odds are never. I'll say the odds are never in your favor over 11
Yeah.
rounds. Um, but I think that would be a hero. I think a lot of people will look into. Is that
Yeah.
build something that they'd like to replicate? We may see a few of those replications in the coming days at our locals.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind taking a look at it myself. I think I prefer Navenka when it comes to Lyra-based heroes as a whole. So, would be interested to see how they're able to put that one together and just mostly not necessarily the uniques, but more so how they play the rest of their deck and prioritize the different rares and get those together because when you're doing rares in a Navinka deck, it feels like you're just so it's hard to get everything that you want in there because there's so many good out of faction rares, whether it's magical training or off you goes, a lot of them in the Beyond the Gate set. So it would definitely be interesting to see how that one would pan out for everything. But either way, should be fun to maybe get to see the Navenka play. I or we may end up just seeing a lot of Aphonis and Sigismar. It definitely occupies a large amount of the top
Oh,
cut, so, we may not get lucky when it comes to that.
you never know. If they make it further, we might get a chance to see them.
Yeah.
So let's see what ends up happening, right?
we can just hope and dream, right? But for the time being, we don't know for sure. But I
Yeah.
think I have the other stuff here. Let's see if I could pull these in. If we want to take a look at them a little bit longer, we could probably just ask the people that are doing the stream, but they're really busy, so it's just good to fake it. Um, let's see their breakdown. Okay, and then pull that.
Oh, I'm surprised, like, out of all the Kojo players, the conversion was just 1%.
Yeah.
1 out of 112
Yeah,
made it through.
that's quite unfortunate, but
That is
oof,
crazy.
yeah.
Um,
I break 2. Could pull them both in here. I think I got them both ready. That. Well, all right, both of them ready to go. But yeah, like you mentioned, 112 Kojo players. Only one of them made it all the way through. Other than that, just like looking at everything across, like you mentioned, the biggest disparity I think is definitely your fins for sure. Um, Tasia got one in there,
yeah,
but
Tasia and Fen, both 63 players, represented them, only converting for 1. It's kinda crazy, so that's a 1.6% conversion.
yeah,
Um, but the lowest conversion rate from the big tables is Kojo. Like, that is the crazy one for me.
yeah, that's a bit odd. And honestly, I kind of thought Basira would do a little bit better as
Mhm,
well. Um, Although we did get all 3 Bravos heroes in there,
mhm.
we didn't get a lot of them. We got a total of just 4 of the how many did we have total? With 29 Itzadi, 26
Yeah.
Basira, so that's 55 there, and then 112 Kojo, so 167?
Yeah, that's crazy, and, no Gulrang either out of that was, the other one that had a stronger representation and 0 conversion.
Yeah.
Um, at Saudi 1, man.
Yeah, I mean, and then I think the biggest point that we're really not focusing on as a whole, the exclusions from these heroes,
Mhm.
one of which, RIP, is Waru, um,
Not a
and
single Waru. Yeah, that's
not a
correct.
single Waru. And I thought we did have an Arjun, but I'm not seeing Arjun. Maybe it's that small little sliver on the top there next to the sub ash, but I
It
thought there
it
was an Arjun.
it might be, but there's no number on it, so I would
Yeah,
expect it to be 0 if there's no number.
I don't know.
Um,
Maybe we need to add all these numbers together, and we're missing something here. I would do them all in my head, but
yeah.
I have sunglasses on. Um,
I'm a little sad Rin didn't make it though, based on how well they performed in the game that was shown with the
yeah.
3 Hydrocanes. I was a little sad that they didn't make it through. Um,
Let's see. 19, 16, 11,
and we had all
8,
three
6.
Axiom heroes represented. That's pretty strong though.
Yeah. So that's a total of 662 players if we put them all together. So that may just be everybody
Okay.
if we take a look at just what we see on Melee, but maybe it's not. Who knows? But for the time being, I'm gonna assume it's everyone, but I could have sworn we saw that paper with Argent on it. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just making stuff up.
Mhm.
But yeah. All 6 heroes are there. Sheep, bird, golem, worm, fish, mantle. Yeah, all of them are there. Definitely. As far as that little graphic that we're looking at. Yeah, sad that no Finn made it in the top 32. Um,
I still think they are one of the strongest hero they have got the strongest character ability
yeah.
and still always it tends to struggle to convert.
Yeah, I think we may have a better chance of seeing Finn do well later on, especially since we're not too far removed from the 3rd set, so maybe we just haven't quite figured out what cards are good or what would work best with Finn or from this 3rd set, so we may see after people have time to experiment a little bit more with Finn. Finn is definitely one of the higher end as far
Mhm.
as like big brain type of heroes, and maybe there's just a little bit too much variability in decks at the moment for it to be effective in such a large event, and we may see it do a little bit better. But I wouldn't be surprised to see some Finns come out do quite well for future qualifier events in general. But for the time being, no Finns to take a look at, and that has to be the biggest upset overall. And other than that, it would have been cool to see a gold ring make it, but not too surprised that they didn't. And same thing for Lindaway. It would have been cool to see one make it, but again, not too surprised that they didn't. Let's see there, that and
Mhm.
there. But yeah, other than that, doing a little bit of talking. I'm not sure how much setup we're gonna do as far as this French setup as we see the Exalts flag waving over the top there. Probably Aaron trying to hype up the crowd. I'm not sure how many actually Exalts players made it to the top 32. I imagine that there are some, and they weren't just wearing their jerseys just because. Um, but I mean, so just looking at this, and as you mentioned, Aphonis doing really well. Trying to see if there's anything else that makes sense here. It would be also cool to see if they're able to provide each individual player and what hero they are playing.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the one I've been trying to figure out, but, I'm unsure.
yeah, I mean, I think we know some of them. Like we know who the Itzadi is. We know who the Kojo is.
Oh, who are
I
they?
think we know who the Navenka is. So my understanding is, let me pull up my list here. There. Pulling this up. I believe it was in the general discussion.
Mhm.
Um, so Pavania was seventh on a Kojo, so I think that's the lone Kojo. Erlea was the Tasia, ninth on Tasia. Um, who else was the other one that I saw?
So, Alea was on Tasia?
Yes, that was the Tasia. And I think if I'm correct, if I remember the talk, Soulard was the Itzadi.
Okay.
And then I know someone mentioned that they know who the Navenka is. I think Keelan guy was the one who was pointing that out to Cole at some point. Let me pull that up here. Do.
Either way, as you're going through this, I was just
Yeah,
trying to get some stats together.
yeah,
You know, anyone that made top 32 is among the top 5 players of this tournament,
yeah.
so which is pretty strong. That's really, really strong showing regardless of how far they make it. Of course, everyone wants to get that free trip just down the road for these some of these players. Free accommodation, as well as, free flights if you're traveling from somewhere. I wonder if you, I wonder if they would say, "You know what? Can you just assume I come from the United States and give me a trip to the States for free? At least
Mhm.
the flights?"
Yeah, just give
Give
them
them some
give them
give
an
them the equivalent,
address. Yeah, give them an address outside of the US to get the flight.
get
'Cause
the
I'm
flight.
that's what I'd be curious on how they're gonna do it. Because I imagine they don't want to actually physically book the flight for the individual, right? Or are they just gonna reimburse them?
I got no idea.
Yeah.
Um, I have no idea how they're gonna do it, but,
Mm,
we're gonna find out.
mhm.
So,
We'll just have to talk to the individuals that actually qualify and be like, "Hey, so how did they get you over here?" But see.
so funny.
Yeah, I'm looking. I could have sworn I saw who the Navenka was, but maybe I'm missing it. Um,
If you
can't
can, that'd
see
be
it.
great.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Don't remember where they posted it. Someone used my janky pie charts and took a screenshot of our stream
Oh,
with
really?
this
That's awesome.
with their side by side. Oh,
Hey, anything and look at this, providing a service while still on the job.
yeah,
Fantastic.
right. Oh, yeah,
So,
here it is, here it is, here it is. Sparky 3867 is the Navenka.
the Sparky is Navenka.
Yeah.
Alright. Just filling in my bracket as we go. So, as we know, I've only got 3 that I know you've said a few, but I only managed to get 3 done, which is Erlea on Tasia,
Mhm.
Sparky on Navenka, and Solyard on Achadi.
Yeah.
If you
Uh,
we know as we know of more, we'll fill it out and I'll make this available for our whole team for the broadcast as well.
yeah, and we do know the Kojo as well. Let me pull that up here.
Okay.
Kojo. Where did they post it? That is uh Pavena, the 7th spot.
Number 7, Pavena was Kojo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sole Kojo player making it through. So we're getting all the smaller ones, and it's just basically everyone else is going to fill it out with
Yeah.
Aphonis and Sigismar from the looks of it. Although traced,
Yeah.
who were the trace players? I know that they were on the top table. Some of those trace players. I just got to remember which ones.
Yeah, I know Pompote was one of them. I'm not sure the entirety of the other ones, but let me see here. I don't think
I don't have a Pompo. You mean have we got Podot? Oh, Pompote. There it is.
yeah,
So
6.
that was he
I think
was
that was a trace.
traced.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, other than that, I don't remember off the top of my head, but you could probably pick one at random and say if honest and probably be right. Um,
We definitely will. Once we get everyone else, the finalists will make up 50% of it almost. 14 out of 32 contestants.
yeah, it does look like they are setting up the feature table here. I'll take away the pie charts. If anyone wants to see the pie charts later, just let me know. We have them available. But looks like we are getting the final setup for everyone looking
Mhm.
at this championship. When's the first game start? I don't know, but we saw the feature table get set up here. So in a matter of minutes, I'd have to imagine. Maybe we're at um, 15 past the hour, so they may start in 15 minutes or less. I'd have to imagine. Let's see here. That and everyone just getting set up. A lot of folks still in the background. It looks like we had a lot of people just show up in the background there. I don't imagine all of those are in part of the top 32, are they? All right. No, no way.
No, there's a lot of people showing. This is what I would do. Why would you not stick around and
Yeah.
watch this? Crazy, crazy. This
Yeah,
is all the
definitely.
fun.
Definitely just to hang around, check things out. I'll be curious to see how much they allow people to just hang out near the featured table
Mm,
or if they're just going to watch things. I'll
yeah,
be it'll be fun to see how many of these top 32s we actually get to see. And it does look like we are starting here with a Tigma and Soulard. A Tigma, definitely a player to watch that I've seen play before.
and Enigma, of course, he's going. So we've got Enigma and Solyard. So we're looking at which of the matchups here. We're looking at 12. So Enigma came in with a 9-2-0 record. Solyard also with a 9-2-0 record. So Aphonis against Atsadi. So the Soul Atsadi, let's see how they do on this as well. To break up this wall that becomes an Aphonis wall.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how this turns out. Doing a quick zoom in of both of the players, getting their up and close and personal. Currently, my
Mhm.
face is in front of Solyard's. Hi, everybody. Solyard
Mm.
has a great head of hair on him, though. But switching on over back and forth through a bunch of these scenes, it is a best of three. That's why you do see those 0 versus 0 between Antigma and Solyard. I imagine, I'm sure they'll populate the game wins as we move forward here and see how things are going to turn out, doing a lot of shuffling between each other and their decks. And yeah, when I'm looking at this matchup, I'm definitely thinking that Aphonis is more likely to win, especially in a best of
Mm.
three. but there's a reason why Soulard's done well this far, and I'm sure has run into his fair share of Aphonis players.
Absolutely. And the other good thing is, or at least in discussion here, they how would I put it? They're both equal record. So they're coming in, and I'll say this is a complete balancing. We are starting completely new tournament, just 32 players.
Mhm.
I look with the ability of a Chadi to ramp, there may they may not be at such a bad disadvantage because most of the cards cannot be off you goad.
Yeah.
So there is that potential for removal not being a big impact. I don't know what kind of build we've got here from a Tigma, but if there's no avalanche, he's safe on that front as well.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how it ends up setting up because there's definitely aspects when you hit that Exotti setup that
Mhm,
it makes it really difficult for an Aphonis to be able to catch up for it. But it's definitely something that isn't quite as consistent as Aphonis getting that same runaway and getting the exact cards that they need. They also have the players set up here with mics, so I'll be curious to see if there's some type of audio that they're doing as far as like talking to each other. But at the moment, we do have the overhead view ready to go. I imagine we'll switch here to the hand at some point to be able to see the cards that they're taking a look at or choosing from. We do see a amazing start here for the Soul Yard in the Tiny Gen and actually getting rid of the the Haven Seringer, or maybe he has a second one.
mhm.
Yeah, I think it looks like he has a second one. So he drew two Haven Seringers,
And it looks
and
like is it a unique behind
yeah,
that, that we
yeah,
couldn't, and
yeah,
then on the
that's
other side, it looks like this might be, let's see, a Nylon build. Fantastic. This is the
yeah.
kind of a Afanis deck I like.
Yeah, interesting that he's made it this far. I've never really put a lot of stock into Withered Tree Nylon build as a whole, but looks like he's keeping that Beauty Sleep and a Sneezer Shroom.
Yeah. And got rid of probably the most, amazing of all the cards Afanis has access to in, what's the one that gets boosts? Constant boosts for every
Yeah,
spell.
the Katagirian
Yeah.
Alchemist or
Got rid of your
The
potential for
Dancer,
draw. Yeah.
yeah,
Get
Dancer. My bad. Yeah. So doing a lot of close up views here. We already saw a Tiny Gin play on the companion side, and we will see a also a Haven Seringer play on the opposite side, and
Mhm,
it looks like we do see one of those enhanced prototypes that I think we saw previously that allows counter removal and ramp
mhm.
for the Itzadi.
A fantastic, specimen of a card.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we get to see that played. I imagine. Oh, it looks like it is up on the screen, so I can put that over if you want to go ahead and read that one off.
Yeah, so I guess if you so played from anywhere, you may spend 1 counter from a card you control or in your reserve if you do ready 2 mana orbs. Of course, with a Chardy, it means that you're reducing his cost, so you can get more draw available, and you may pay 1 when played from hand if you do Sabotage. Otherwise, you may exhaust target card in reserve.
Yeah. So after that play, actually, we did see a 2-0 for Itzadi, something you don't see that often
Mhm.
as a whole. We do have another unique popping up here. I don't think they're meaning to show that Kakoba because I don't see that in hand
No.
unless he's deciding to mana it. But yeah, we did see a 2-0. So entirely just that Sneezer Shroom play that
Mm.
got anchored previously for the Aphonis, and then everything else just getting outstatted.
Yeah. I do like what they're using as the first player token, that's really nice.
Yeah, I believe that's one of that I think that's one of the first player tokens that Loki has had made because it has a little hole on it that you can
As
use
the
as
necklace.
a necklace that he's talked about before.
Mm.
So that's pretty cool. It's a nice little metal one. But that is the end of day 2, and it looks like it was a 2 for 1.
2 for 1.
Oh,
Oh,
nope, they're
or 2 would
adjusting.
let's see what happens.
Another 2, so it was a 2-0 this time for the Aphonis, or no, it is a 2 for 1. Okay.
Yeah, 2 for 1, and the Nihilum is out now, so now, to stop a Achati from using his reserve as much may become a huge central part of this game, as we see Sakarabu being brought into hand by Solyard, so we'll see whether or not that gets used and how it gets used, if they fall behind.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Well, welcome to the land of the living, where you're right into it for the first game of
Yeah.
the stream here, and definitely interesting the cards that we've seen at Saudi be able to pick up. And
Mhm.
I don't think Aphonis is doing horrible, but should be interesting how if they can pull this one out, as we do see a foiled version of Moth to a Flame in their hand at the moment. I'm sure we may be able to see that this turn, as it
Mhm.
will exhaust that card, so they will be able to activate the Nilum on their own.
Mhm.
Um, but we do see that enhanced prototype that you mentioned before coming out and being played. I'll switch it over so everyone can still read it. But as Chile mentioned, it allows a counter removal to ready 2 mana orbs, and if you pay one extra, you can sabotage. Otherwise, you just exhaust a card in reserve. So
Yeah, very strong card. Um, yeah, look, Achadi's got so much in their arsenal to play now,
yeah,
where they were very difficult to play around with last time. At least to get lots of counters and get that access to that card draw. Fantastic play right now.
yeah, and
Oof.
we do see that Moth to a Flame to exhaust the Nilum to put a double Moth out, and it looks like the Atsadi's fine, potentially just giving that side up,
Mhm.
making the Faunus player play on that side to go over the enhanced prototype, and then try to play their little tiny Jin on the opposite side, and it looks like that will be the scenario.
And
And
then they're
interestingly,
rolling the die to see which side to put the tumults on.
yeah, exactly. So if no one is aware, you all the tumults are marked in some capacity. So what we've been seeing a lot from these players is the cards would be vertical and then they'll roll to decide which way they get rotated basically.
That's right.
Um,
It's a big whoopsie though, like, where we didn't know that beforehand. I had no idea until it was advertised a few weeks ago that that was the case. I don't know if you knew beforehand, because I've been doing that at a local without any concern or any question, so
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people focus on it in general, especially since there hasn't been anything highly competitive at
mm,
this moment. But we do see two uniques in the Aphonis's hand at this point between a Sneezer Shroom and a Ordish Trooper. So I'll be curious to see how he's able to utilize those as we see some other cards for the Itzadi, including a common Duel of Grit. And we'll have to
yeah.
see if that becomes a big factor in the game or not.
It's a tough one. I It's like the question of, do you play it as soon as you get something, or do you just wait? Because the Jewel of Grit, because it is the common, it's just going to make, the other card go into reserve rather than get completely banished from the game.
Right.
So, Achadi's way well ahead, well in control right now.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things where not far ahead enough to not be worried about the Aphonis, right?
You're
Because
all worried about Aphonis, right?
yeah,
You never.
because it's just one double advance away from getting ahead of the
Mhm.
Asadi. The main thing that Saudi can do is try to ramp as much as you can, take effect of those counters, and just utilize mana advantage against your opponent. They will go ahead and use that unique enhanced prototype. As soon as they show some of the other uniques for the Aphonis, we'll go ahead and switch over to those and take a look at those. And it looks like we will be able to see
So
that
it's a 1-1
Sneasel Shrimp.
0. Yeah,
Yeah.
1-1-0 Sneezer Shroom. At dusk, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand, and when played from reserve, you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, I gain Anchored.
Hmm.
So not the strongest that we've seen compared to others, but the returning a spell from hand is fantastic because it does happen twice, both when played from hand and when played from reserve.
Yeah. So I think that was the idea behind that one, like you mentioned, not the highest end one that we've seen before, but the idea of having a 1/1 cost that can
Hmm.
do the card return is, I'm sure, beneficial and similar to a Sneezer Shroom. I mean, a Sneezer Shroom, a Spindle Harvester esque type of thing. And we do have that Beauty Sleep coming out. Go ahead
Mm,
and hit the enhanced prototype to reduce stats.
that's right. And looking for that 2-0 advance themselves from the Tigma over here, and just delaying the potential benefit of that enhanced prototype till next turn.
And it does look like they passed, so they're not going to be able to hit anything, and they're
Mm.
gonna get 2 0'd here as the Ordish Trooper pops out. that has the ability when I leave the expedition zone, you may return a card other than me from your reserve to your hand.
Looks like he's gonna loop both of them into hand. Both those 2 uniques are gonna come back into hand.
Uh,
Oh, no, sorry, one of them does because the other one was return a spell. So return
Yeah,
to spell and return to character.
yeah,
That's not bad at all.
yeah. No, definitely not been able to utilize both of those uniques here at this point.
Mm,
And gets the one of those 2-0s that I was mentioning. And despite having the early lead, the Itzadi has gone down here in game one of the best of three here in the top 32 for the French World Championship qualifier for the altered TCG, and then just a whole bunch of other low cost cards here for the Aphonis to be able to
mhm,
work around, which they definitely will need in order to handle any potential mana advantage and now board advantage with that asleep enhanced prototype coming from the Itzadi and seeing how they can make this game work.
mhm. The hard part they have is based on what we saw in hand, there was very little in terms of spells.
Yeah,
So the boosting capability, given their characters are cheap, they're also very low to the ground in terms of what they give you. And without the spells to boost them up, it will be a little bit tough. Though, and at least you have the ability of anchoring something out there, though,
yeah.
and potentially re-sleeping that enhanced prototype.
Yeah. Tough in the sense of it actually being tough, not the mechanic for everyone
Hmm.
that's listening. So not no toughness going around here. But and another interesting thing that I'm looking at is that the Itzadi doesn't really have too big of a mana advantage. It looks like they currently are only at 8 mana
Hmm.
and the Aphonis is only at 7, so has only ramped once over the setup here, but is gonna start slow with an Arcolano milk and potentially setting up something that we have here on the companion side, and we will get that one cosplay of the unique Ordis Trooper being played on the hero side for the Aphonis. And if you weren't aware, that Orders Trooper basically just once it leaves, it can return a card from the reserve other than itself.
Ooh, and it gets taken away straight away through Duel of Grit.
Yeah. So he doesn't want to have to deal with any card return at all at this point and wait
Hmm.
till the end of the time, or even play a spell like the Beauty Sleep and then have the ability to hit the trooper afterwards and him be able to return the Beauty Sleep to play it again for one
Hmm.
cost. But
But he does still have the Snoozer Shroom, but which will return the Beauty Sleep if both of those cards are played.
correct. So the unique Sneezer Shroom could definitely return it, and it will not be
Mm.
anchored as when it's played from hand. It only has the anchoring ability from reserve if he decides to play it. But it looks like we will get the 2 cost play of the Katagir and Mage Dancer, one of those cards that you mentioned that he did decide
Mhm.
to mana on his opening hand.
Mhm.
So we know that is the second Mage Dancer, and we will see a scout play, looks like, of a Swift Gen, potentially. Yeah, it is gonna be a scouted Swift Jin, and it will go straight to mana because of the fleeting due to the Arcolano milk, I
Mhm.
believe.
Yes, that is correct.
And it will be the rare Swift Jin, so it should be untapped, I believe.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm just trying to find out if they've got enough mana for the hunger. Not yet.
Yeah,
That's the what I worry about. Once they have Arcolano milk, will they get that out? Will they also get um, the and eat me energy bars out?
yeah. We do get a counter increase there from the Itzadi due to the Swift Jin play, and I think they drew into an Amarok. We're getting a judge check on how we get the ruling of the Swift Jin. Um, Maverick, in case anyone doesn't know, great person to talk to if you're not sure about any particular ruling within the game. Judge Discord has plenty of answers as a
Yeah.
whole.
Hey, I'm just trying to think whether he played it wrong because you have to have a card in reserve to get the benefit of Swift Gin. Um, and because it gains fleeting, right? That's what it get. Alkaline milk gives you fleeting. It doesn't go into reserve.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
because
Or is it missing the interaction of the fleeting because you're activating the hand effect of the Swift Gen before it gains fleeting when it's played in limbo?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So when you scout it, it still gets the benefit. So the scout doesn't allow it to go to reserve. I would have thought. I think that's part of the discussion they're having with the judge right now.
Yeah. Trying to get the correct play here. I imagine Soulard has done this before to the point of knows how it would be played, and it does look like it is resolved to the point of the Swiftgen being able to be played to mana here.
Okay.
Um,
So he
as
chose the triggers to occur
Yeah.
differently.
Yeah, so he picked the how everything occurred in Limbo as far as the triggers in order to
Mhm.
allow him to set up the mana and have 3 mana to play here, which should allow him to play that Amarok on the side of the milk or something else. I don't know if he has another 3 cost play.
Yeah, Amarok would probably be the best one to
Oh,
play at that.
he has another 3 cost, I think.
Yep, and
Yeah, he
he's
does.
playing. Okay, let's
Mm,
have a look.
yeah, I think it's a 3 cost. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, it is.
And
So
that's
this is
even.
Yeah, this is even more stats than the Amarok. I believe it's a 2/5/5. You have to have over 7 mana for the common version.
Mhm. And he's able to win that side. Once again, gets potential 2-0, but then we're seeing the sleep come out again.
Yeah. Well, the thing is he knew that was there, right? So he
Mhm.
definitely knew it was a potential that he'd have to deal with that, kind of forcing the play from the Aphonis. He knew he probably wasn't gonna get to 2-0, and he may just be happy with the 1 for 1 here.
Now, back in the good old days, Aphonis could easily win the next day by playing Small Step Giant Leap, but not so the case anymore.
Yeah.
Allow that I do believe that it was a good errata to make the game much more functional and interactive, but I'm sure there's a lot of Aphanis players out there that are still upset about that ruling.
Yeah, I mean, the thing my opinion on it is that I think it affected Afanis a lot less than it affected cards like or heroes like Akesha. I think Akesha's main win
Mhm.
condition revolved around small step giant leap kind of thing, but I don't know either way. But it's is what it is. It's probably good for the overall health of the game. I enjoyed playing it on occasion. I didn't like getting it played against me, obviously, but what can you do? Sometimes it happens to you. Sometimes it happens against you. I've never been a big Afonis player in general. I've much preferred Akesha.
See, I prefer Lindaway.
Okay,
Um, if I was just because it's such a fun character, so different, such a different design, but it hurts my brain to play it
yeah.
because I'm not as smart as some other players in this game. At least not with Izmir.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So
why I play Ordis.
Yeah, so we are going into the next day here. We're going to see an immediate play of another Nilum Withered tree and get a double moth set up here for the Aphonis player. On the previous day, we had a 1 for 1 where a Tomo Gozen that was played on top of an Arcolano milk won the companion side for the Itzadi after using a Swift Gin to get enough mana for it, and a Beauty Seat play for the Aphonis was able to take the hero side in order to prevent a double advance by the Itzadi and making this game a little bit closer, but still doable by both players. A lot of pressure on the Itzadi at this point to try to prevent the Aphanas from taking this game on.
Yeah, and the hard part is Beauty Sleep is still in hand. Such a cheap way of just absolutely killing Soul Yard's game for whatever is up there. So he has to look to bring two new cards in play that are going to be higher than anything else that gets played by the Aphanis player. Um, but they do have lots of mana available to them. So it's how do they choose to do this play? Play low to the ground to begin with, make sure that Aphanis runs out of their resources first, and then potentially play the Sakurabu in hand. Looks like that's what they're trying to do is slow play right now.
Yeah, we do see that mana channeling's not a card that I would have expected to play, but they did check the mana that they have available, so they do have a curve that they're looking at and that they feel
Hmm.
comfortable with. They have a total of 7 mana to be played, so we may even just see the Sakurabru come out right away. Um, or not, but, they have the Tolarian Skater they can definitely play, and they will play the Tolarian Skater for a scout to play another low cost. I'm sure they would have liked to be able to play the Arcolano Milk, but it did get exhausted by that
Mhm.
Nidolam tree, like you mentioned, just playing low to the ground and try to be the last person to play here, but, we'll see. I have to see how this turns out with only 6 mana left? No, they do have 7.
7.
Yeah,
7 enough to play Sakurabru, so even if, it's a 1 and 1, it becomes a 1 and 0, and then they're starting from scratch again,
yeah,
um, because I do believe that, yeah, I'm just trying to think. If you play Sakurabru, you wanna play it on the right-hand side, on the companion side if you can, to either stop their advance. Um, no, I'm not sure. You're gonna have to double up on your hero side
yeah.
just to force the hand.
Yeah, because if he tries to go, too much and split, he has to be aware of that beauty sleep.
Yes.
The big thing that you'll have to note it here is that Tigma originally only had 3 mana, so we can't be able to double beauty sleep between a 1 and a 3 cost play, so we will see the Katagiri Mage Dancer come
Mhm.
out here, and he will play to that hero side to force a Tigma to potentially play the beauty sleep, and he will definitively get a 1 for 1 based off of that. Unless he has another beauty sleep in hand, I don't remember seeing that in his hand, but it's just the one card I think he has left in hand. So depends on what card he wants to hit here.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Does the Sneezer Shroom, should that also have a, anchor?
I don't believe he paid the extra mana for
Yeah,
it.
he didn't pay the extra mana. And he's using the Beauty Sleep to actually sleep his own character, which makes the most sense. I wouldn't do it on your opponents when you don't need to.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we will see the Mage Dancer out for another turn. This also forces Soulard to make a decision on on their reserve. I believe they were able to draw based off of the Sakuraru play, increase a
Mhm.
counter on Itsadi. So they should have hand advantage at this point, I'd imagine. The Beauty Sleep does get returned again for a Tigma. And I believe they also ran into another, yeah, another Moth to a Flame, so we'll be able to activate both Withered Trees, have 3 Moth
Mm,
out on the board,
very
and
strong.
have some availability to play, but the question is do they wanna mana here?
Let's have a look at the cost on hand. So 2, 3, so they just need 6 resources. No need to banner for themselves right now.
Yeah,
Um, and Valamon is maybe a very, very strong card there for them, uh, especially as we saw that there's no removal in hand at the moment um, for a Tigma and a Aphonis.
yeah,
I think but Beauty Sleep is still available. No, it's not. It's gone as well.
yeah, did he mana it? No, he returned it.
He returned it to hand because of
Yeah.
the shroom. Okay.
Yeah, the only other card he had in hand was the Sap Infusion,
Mhm.
but I don't know how valuable that's gonna be for him as far as, like, an in-hand play. It does look like he decided not to mana because we do just straight up see that Arcolano Milk play, um,
Yep.
and, yeah, he's gonna play the Sap Infusion, and he's gonna save, it looks like, that Moth to a Flame to as late as possible to try to prevent a win here from Soulard, and Soulard's
Mhm.
gonna try to play as slow as they possibly can as well. So we're more than likely gonna see both cards played here from a Tigma,
Mhm.
and we'll have to see if Soulyard has a counter to that. I'm trying to do some maths here. What is the stat line on a Veilmon? Do you know?
I think it's 444,
Okay.
gigantic when they have 10 or more.
Okay. So it will be a 5/5/5 if he decides to throw it on the Arcolano Milk side. Um,
Gonna have a look at that for right now. So 1 second. And it's a Valamon, rare.
yeah.
So it is sorry, it's 4/4 for 5/5/5, gaining gigantic.
Okay, so it'll be 666 if that's the case. And he knows for a fact that there is a beauty sleep in hand.
Mhm.
Interestingly enough, we do see a sap infusion played again. So it's either just the Moth to a Flame or a Beauty Sleep here. He can't play both
So Beauty Sleep is 1 from hand, and how much and it's 3 for,
from
Moth to a
hand.
Flame.
Yeah.
Oof.
So we will have the potential for a double gigantic play here for Soulard. They did throw that Eat Me Energy bar for the Tolarian Skater, who's now a 4/4/4, and will make things on both sides. And we could also have another Veilmon for gigantic.
Mhm.
Interesting that they're going all in for the win here, opposed to saving those gigantics for a victory in a tiebreaker that are usually pretty beneficial. And we will see that 3 cost play here, and we know based off of that that the Beauty Sleep can't be played, so the selection of where these go is gonna be pretty vital. But even with that, I believe that'll be 4/4/4. I don't know how many counters are on the
Oof,
Dancer,
he
though.
split it though.
How many co do we know how many counters are on the Dancer?
I can't tell, but it was I think it's just 3 counters. This will make it 4, but it's 15, 15, 15 on one
Yeah,
side
yeah.
and 2, 2, 2 on the other. Um, it looks like the stream is gone, at least for me.
That's still working for me at the moment. So I think now Tigma's trying to do some math to decide where that boost he's going to play for the Moth to a Flame needs to go. Technically, he should put it on that side to force a tie
Mhm.
uh, from the Tolarian Skater. Um, why is it only showing? Is the Tolarian Skater only 3/3/3? I thought it was a 4/4/4.
It's only 3, 3, 3.
Okay.
It's I believe it's 2, 2, 2 plus he gets to
Okay.
choose with a
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Um,
So this matters here for the Veilmon, because if he plays it on the companion side, the skater loses its gigantic.
mhm.
Um, but the Veilmon will be gigantic in and of itself, so he could still play it, and he should technically be able to be big enough to go over the top of that moth on the hero side and go to a tiebreaker. I don't think he wants to play it on the hero side and lose the Veilmon for next turn because of the
Mhm.
fleeting due to the Arcolano milk, but we'll have to see.
He's gonna lose it anyway, right? Wouldn't he? Because the Arcolano milk doesn't matter because it's gigantic, it's considered played there. He does get the +1 though. Doesn't matter which side he plays it.
Yeah, I it just depends. Oh, they're checking the ruling on the Eat Me Energy Bar and the Tolarian Skater now?
Mhm. Let's have a quick look on that as well.
Yeah. Gotta love interactions when
Yeah.
it comes to Gigantic, and a lot of these questions here are first we've had multiple judge interactions, the first involving a Swift Gin, and now we're doing a check as it pertains to Gigantic, the Eat Me Energy Bar, and
Yeah.
how it's applied.
It's just not just that, I think it's also the interaction with Arcolano milk. Does it
Mhm,
get the extra boost? Because it's now gigantic, but when a character joins my expedition, it gains 1 boost in fleeting.
mhm.
So it should get a second boost the moment Eat Me Energy Bar was played on the right-hand side, so it should be +2 boosts.
Is that well, then they would have to revert game state,
Mm,
and that would potentially change what Atigma had played, so I don't know
yeah.
how they're gonna be able to do that.
I believe that's where the question lies now, because the
So
moment that Eat Me Energy Bar was played,
So they
um
yeah, they are reverting game state here. So they're allowing
yeah, there
Atigma
you go.
to assign the the moths differently at this
Yes.
point.
Okay. It's a hard one. Look, anything gigantic. These expedition permanents are difficult to work with.
Yeah.
So it looks like that was the case. That's good that they were allowed it to play backs, and then he chose to put it elsewhere and putting them all on the hero side.
It's a weird game state too, because at this point he also knows what Soulard has to play and can adjust accordingly. So I don't know. I mean, obviously both players are okay with this ruling from the judges, but I don't
Mm.
know how how that is. I guess it's fair, but it's also not necessarily as fair because Atigma knows what is in hand for
Yes,
Soul at the moment.
but
Um,
it's a question. But the thing is, it was Soul Yard's
yeah.
I guess the problem was raised because of Soulard, not because of Tigma,
Yeah.
in not providing the full game state. Though I don't know how it works here in Equinox with Equinox and Altered, whether or not you have to choose um, your how it all kind of balances out.
Yeah.
Um, in other games, it used to be it's either the owner of the card has to be responsible for their game state, or it is a combined. I like it when it's the owner of the card that's responsible because sometimes you don't know your opponent's deck well enough to know all these interactions.
Mhm.
Um, but Equinox, I don't believe, has made that decision yet.
And yeah, Dax, that's the situation that Solyard's trying to argue here at the moment. I think he's because of the stats, he's only going to get the 10-10-10 on the companion side here, and he's going to
Mhm.
lose the gigantic over on the other side. And it's not going to matter stats wise, even if he had it. Um, so it's a bit funky, but we will see Aphonis take the victory here. I understand why they reverted the game state. I
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that Atigma knew what Solyard had to play based off of that, but like you mentioned, it is kind of on Solyard for not,
It's a tough one because it was a good
yeah,
game.
boosting
Like,
off originally, yeah.
the good thing is right now, we're going down to the second game.
Yeah,
So this is the difference between a game best of 1 to best of 3. Now they're starting to see each other's interactions, what are going to be the counterplays, and then the counterplay to the counterplay if we get to a third game.
right. We do have the timer up there as well for the top 32 best of threes. I don't know what it started with. I think when we were in the game, I saw it on 50-ish minutes, so it could definitely be just a 60-minute best of three,
Mhm.
or maybe a little bit over. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 60-minute best of three.
Yeah, I'm hoping someone in our chat will be able to just confirm that for us as well. That'd be great. Um, so
Yeah. So other than that, like you mentioned, really good game. We saw Etigma take the victory there on the very first game of this best of three in the
Mhm,
top 32. Aphonis will get the victory. This needs one more to advance to the top 16 at this point. Playing up against Soliard on the Itzadi. Really close game. Saudi had the earlier lead, and Aphonis does Aphonis things and is able to take the lead and eventually the win here after a few checks as it pertains to the judges and interactions with Gigantic and
mhm.
even the Swiftgen.
As you said, no lead is safe when you're playing against Aphanis. I think it came to pass quite vividly, but also I think this whole element of the unfortunate luck by Solyard having to present his whole hand or present the card he was going to play when they had to backtrack it. But
Yeah.
let's see what happens in round two. In this best of three.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it turns out. We are getting some card draw here. Round two is underway. Pretty good start, it looks like, by a Faunus. I'm taking a look to see what the Atsadi has. I see a Tiny Gen, a Mighty Gen, a Unique, a Swift Gen. So not that bad either, but I'm definitely preferring what I'm seeing from the Faunus' side of things at the moment as far as initial setup.
Such a beautiful magical training. For those that didn't get in on the Adventure Pass, that is the Adventure Pass reward for the Izmir player.
We do
Um,
have two. Yeah, we also have two uniques in the Atsadi's initial hand here. Decided to put one down for mana, and what we have, and then we also have an Eros available to them. Looks like they're gonna decide to mana that as well. So
yeah,
two uniques gone right away.
yeah, the Kaibara is gone.
Yeah, there. But
9/9's a lot to keep in hand when you may not get up to that very quickly.
yeah, both the Eros and the Kaibara are gone. We will see a immediate Moth to a Flame play here for the Aphonis player, opting to hold off on the magical training, and then we will see the Swift Jin go straight in and get some mana ramp and a draw going.
Mhm. So
And
while he played it directly the way he did, what he's meant to do is put it into reserve as a scout, then trigger the ability of saying, "I've got to discard something from reserve," to
yeah,
get just from an interaction perspective, and this is what actually cost him the game last time, is he's not following all the little steps,
yeah.
um, and sometimes it can get complicated.
Yeah, we did have a situation there where it's a one for one by using that Swift Gen for the extra mana, able to play a tiny Gen
Mhm.
for the Saudi player, and then obviously we had Moth to a Flame for a Tigma on the Aphonis, just getting one big Moth out there for the advance on the hero side.
That's a really smart play.
Yeah,
That is really smart, knowing that if you play the Swift Gen that way, it comes in as an untapped mana,
yeah,
unexhausted mana,
yeah.
and be able to use it straight away.
Yeah, getting that in there and then obviously making the room on a rare slot to make that work. Uh, I I was trying to battle with myself when I'm making an Saudi deck list if it's worth it to have the common or the rare, and I think Soulard has definitely proven a point that the rare version has been quite beneficial for them at
Mhm.
this point.
I know we're taking notes here, taking notes from both players on the game state.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, interestingly enough, with the flop of the Tumult cards, we do have a mountain only for Soul Yard on the hero side, so a good spot to put that Tiny Gin, and a Haven Seringer, not a bad spot to put on the forest and mountain terrain that we see on the opposite side on the companion.
well, here we go. It's a +1. So, what are we looking at here? 4/4/4 against a 3/1/1. Will he
Yeah.
play something else and get a 2-0 win for Soul Yard if he can play something on the right-hand side? He's not.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to be able to go over the top of that at this point,
Mhm.
but happy with getting the ramp of the Tiny Gin and then setting up the secondary Tiny Gin as well as the Haven Seringer for future turns.
That's
So
right,
unless he
ramp and draw.
yeah, unless he gets hit with any type of sabotage, looking pretty good as far as setting up resources here potentially. He'll draw into an Arcolano Milk and a mana channeling, so a lot more setup. Will
Mhm.
have to keep what he can. Interestingly enough, we do see a Rhyme Frost draw from the Aphonis player, so he
Oh.
can hurt Solyard a lot here if he decides to play this Rhyme Frost right away and prevent. I mean, realistically, half of the characters he's able to play, but
Mhm.
we do see the manaing of one of the magical
Magical
training.
trainings.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Yes, it's a question of whether or not you want to, yeah, play the character out first so you can get
Yeah,
the double ramp potential, sorry, double, boost potential.
yeah. So,
Hey.
yeah, Solyard doesn't know that the Rhyme Frost is potentially coming here. Once he plays one character, the other may be exhausted immediately.
Mhm.
But could also be a play here where he feels like they could be safe, and so but he does decide to go straight away with the Haven Sarengar, and is going to throw it down on the hero side. That's very interesting. We will see
Okay.
the Rhyme Frost hit that tiny gem though.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know what he's gonna be able to do there. He could get rid of he's gotta get rid of the yeah. Oh, no, he's not. I guess he can do that next. Wait until they boost it up a little bit more.
Yeah, he's just going to play the Rhyme Frost as well here for the boost. Not going to hit anything with the exhaust,
Mhm.
um, and give that ramp up the boost a little bit more, and then it's gonna get him hit
Yep.
immediately with the Duel of Grit, and it
Nice.
looks like we will be going into another one for one.
1 for 1. This is a very balanced game. Both players are very strong on their heroes. It really goes to show, what at least what I'm feeling is that these players have used these heroes for a while to really know the game state. From a charty perspective, though, I think they're using a lot more of the new cards as we see a new card come into play. I believe is that this what's the card?
Sustenance.
Sustenance.
Yeah,
So draw a card as well as ramp and give your opponent a ramp as well.
yeah. So, we've already seen a good amount of ramp here for Solyard, for what they had with the Swift Gen, and they've already
Mhm,
gotten one other Tiny Gen in for ramp. They have a second Tiny Gen in the reserve that will also help for ramp. So, they definitely have at least a 2 mana advantage at this point.
mhm.
But still some card advantage available for Tigma. Has not played any magical trainings yet, which is not something I'm entirely used to, especially after having it in their opening
I
hand.
know. Holding it off for the right moment.
Yeah, yeah. We do see that sustenance come out, and we'll get a card draw into a ramp. Both players ramp up a little bit, take a look at the cards that they're ramping, and now up to even more for the Itzade. So the question is, can they take that advantage for them and take the victory here in game two? They will need to win this game two in order to go to the third game of this best of three and
Mhm.
prevent a Tigma from making it to the top 16.
It's a tough one. I Valmon, do they have 10? Do
I
they
think
have
they
10
do.
resources?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think they do.
Gigantic already.
Yeah. So we will finally see that magical training come out here for a Tigma.
Mhm.
One of those promo arts that you mentioned before, really cool looking one. And it looks like they have the full set because I think the other one they decided to mana is one that we had the same type of art. So with that, it looks like we are setting up another one for one.
At
Uh,
the moment, it is 2-0 for
okay.
Echadi. Let's see
Uh,
what gets put through. I don't think the scoreboard shows reflects the right state right now.
Yeah, I think he got enough, boosts on the dancer in order to go
Mhm.
over the Itzadi on the, companion side, and it
Yep.
was a 1 for 1, the Veilmon taking the hero side.
Thank you.
So, yeah, no, I saw him use a bunch of spells and ramp up that, the dancer, so I assumed that was the case. Um, we do have a point now that we do have a lot of cards available to the Aphonis player,
These
as far as getting
fantastic
things.
card too.
Yeah, and they also have the option to ramp up some more with that Conjuring Seal. Beauty Sleep gonna be a help as far as any bigger cards, but we do see the card of the set for a lot of people in the hand of Soulard, the
Mhm.
Hunger is a card that could be potentially played here if there's enough setup for him, especially if Atigma throws out enough cards. I think there's still going to be some setup before we potentially see a Hunger. Try to see if he can get some more cards in reserve for Atigma in order to hit those as well. Maybe some anchored cards that he could hit with it, but we'll have to see how he sets this one up.
Yeah, very interesting. My question with the way this will play out is like, sorry, not the way it plays out. When I think of the hunger and how much flack it got as potentially being a really awful card, and to see it become shine so much is fantastic. It really comes to show is until you start playing with the cards, you don't know how good something could be.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how this ends up turning out. A lot of initial discussion here, decisions on mana and how things are going to turn out for both players. Six heroism counters on the Itzadi. So any big play will get another card draw for them. And I think they're pretty even as far as in hand cards, 5 cards for a Tigma, 4 cards for the Itzadi. And I think the Itzadi can still decide to mana here,
Hmm.
but it does not look like that's gonna happen, maybe. And so we'll just go ahead and start immediately with a Rhyme Frost play.
Okay.
Probably the safe decision for Atigma. Just remove one more character resource for Soulard that cannot be played, and we will see them slow things down
Okay.
themselves with a little bit of milk.
There's going to be Arcolana milk.
Then we'll see a response there with the Conjuring Seal. More resources
Yep.
available to Tigma at this point. They are showing that Sneaser Shroom that we have seen before on the board, the one that just lets you return a spell from your reserve to your hand and get an anchored. And we will see the Hunger played right away. Not
Hmm.
something that I was expecting, but with the Veilmon hit, it it could just be a situation where it doesn't matter. They think that they don't have anything to play past that, and it does get the benefit of getting that milk and get the fleeting, so it is gigantic at this
Gigantic
point.
with 6 counters.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So that will put them up to 999, I believe,
Hmm.
and I'm not talking about No, 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 if you guys watch the movie.
Oh,
Um,
good. Your
but
German is doing well, by the way.
yeah, it's crazy. But 3 mana left here for Tigma. Gonna throw down the Spindle Harvester, and we may just see a slept Hunger here potentially,
Mhm.
if they so choose. Going to do Sap Infusion first. 1 mana left, so I'm guessing we're more than likely gonna be seeing a slept Hunger. Not
Mhm.
gonna allow that double advance.
It's a tough one.
Close out there. You have seen enough of that sneezer shroom, you can look at our faces now.
I know.
I'm not sure why they were showing the sneeze. Oh, it was there. No, that was just a regular rare sneezer shroom. I didn't
It
even
was
see the
just a regular one. I think they put the wrong card up
yeah.
on screen. Um,
Also, he doesn't play the beauty sleep. He's gonna give
oh,
up the double advance. Okay,
wow.
interesting.
Surprising.
Yeah, I think he's just playing for the idea that he can get his own 2-0 here. He did boost up that Spindle Harvester a good amount to where it is a 4-3-3 currently, and Soulard is playing low as far as what they have in hand. I think they only have 4 cards if they decide not to mana. So, it looks like Atigma's feeling pretty confident on the fact that they can respond potentially despite being down on as far as mana resources.
Yeah, and they don't this time there's no, permanence in play to help them boost some characters up. So let's see what ends up happening here. They once again, we Solyard has no idea that the sleep's in hand,
Yeah, but I
although
think I feel like you have to expect it to some aspect,
Mhm,
right? It's the main way to counter your big boys is that sleep, right? So, we'll have to see how that works. Oh, and
oh,
we get the rare Moth to a Flame play on
on the
yourself, like,
opponent.
yeah, I don't want you to have, a big gigantic character, so you can go ahead and have a gigantic
That
Moth at this
is
point.
hilarious. That is hilarious. That's fantastic.
So, we'll see have to see how Soulard responds to this. They can choose to they it looks like they have a bouncer. They can definitely play some sabotage going on here. They do have that Tomogozen that we've seen played before that has a good amount of stats, but it looks like we will see the Sakurabu play that unfortunately will not get the double hit, and I think that's what Atigma was trying to avoid by throwing down the Moth, and will only
Mhm,
get the 1 sent back at this point, and only has 1 mana because otherwise that rare Duel of Grit would have actually been pretty sweet for him.
mhm. That's fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of options here though for Tigma. Has it looks like 6 mana and a lot of low cost cards in hand to be played, including that Beauty Sleep that can hit either of the characters on the board. I imagine he's probably going to want to avoid that and see what he can do for the next turn. Because even with the double advance, he's still 2 advances away from winning this game
Mhm.
too and taking the best of 3. Atigma does have the 1 game lead, winning game 1. Soul is currently at 0 games won. We'll need to win this one to send this best of 3 to the 3rd game itself.
Gives it 2 boosts.
Yeah, did it have the 2 counters on it already?
Think
I
it trying to find out,
think it had more than
that
that,
looks
yeah?
like a 5 for me, but
Yeah, so it had multiple
yes,
counters on it already, and then plus the Aphonis plus the Mage Dancer
managed to
play.
answer himself, so 666, so stopping him from moving. No one's progressing at the moment.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we would
this
still have the advance on the companion side.
sorry,
Yeah.
um,
Yep, so it looks like it's just a 1 for O.
that's not bad. What they did, it was you don't see every day when, a player puts a counter against them or a character on the other side of the field,
Yeah.
but it is allowed, based on the
Oof,
moth
another
itself.
hunger.
Oh my word. And Eat Me Energy Bar with plenty of resources to play it out.
Yeah.
This may look like Solyard's got it, but, we said that. I said that, not you. I said that they had it at the first round, and they haven't. They didn't, so
Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah, it'll be a big play here based off of that beauty sleep, I think, depending on how they wanna play that, and it looks like we will see the mana of the Eat Me Energy bar, so we won't
Mhm,
see the immediate gigantic from the hunger. Um, I don't believe there's any Arcolano milks to be able to do that fun little fleeting play that we saw earlier. So they may decide to try to slow it down as much as possible. They still have the Sakurabu from reserve that they can play for 4 mana, and I'm not sure how many counters they are at. They may be at 7 at this point, but, another point is that we haven't really seen a lot of uniques from Soul for at
well,
least
he
this game too.
he managed the 2 of them at the
Yeah,
beginning of
that's
the game.
right. That's
So,
right.
well, the one that's still missing is the enhanced prototype.
Right.
So if that does come out, you never know. Um, that would help a ton right now.
Yeah,
That
we'll
the
have to see.
Sakurabaru gets played, so it pushes them back again.
Yeah, doing a little quick up and close view, but yeah, you
Mhm.
mentioned Sakurabru being played. Looks like we'll see a Tomo Gozen play here potentially. Um, it's gonna go with the Sakurabru, so we won't have a gigantic Sakurabru.
Hmm.
Tigma is cocking his head to the side here, kind of curious on why he'd play it that way. So confusing your opponent. Just a soul yard, just trying to set things up here, seeing what they can do. Has 5 mana left to their name. Could definitely play. I think they still have a Duel of Grit in hand, and also has a Haven Bouncer.
Hmm.
It looks like we're gonna see a Haven Bouncer come out here. Just gonna stack up on one side and see if a
All he
Tigma can
has to
block
do.
him. Yeah.
Mm.
There is 5 mana left, so they can do a double Beauty Sleep play if they so choose.
And if you do that, you should be able to win because you can get not to win, it gets you 2 extra, counters on your, oh, what are those little creatures called?
Spindle
The
Harvesters, the
spindle
anchor.
harvesters,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So
Man,
we do see 2 uniques in hand as well, the ones that we've seen before as far as
mhm.
the, Trooper and is it one of the Sneezer Shrooms as well? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
but none of those give you the benefit right now, so he has to still survive the day.
Yeah. So he's gonna sleep the Tomo Gozen, not a bad one to sleep,
Mhm.
especially since he has a lot of water stat, and he's gonna hit him quick here with the Duel of Grit, and
Ooh.
based off of that, I don't think there's much else a Tigma can do. He'd have to throw at least 1 character down for a 1 cost, and then he could throw another Beauty Sleep down, but I don't think that'll be enough to prevent either the Sakurabru or the Haven Bouncer.
The potentially you could get the Haven Bouncer.
Yeah.
If he plays a character that's a 1/1/1, he would at least block out on that side with this beauty sleep.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if that's why he decides to do it. He also has a sap infusion as well that will give 2 boosts, I believe, maybe more, but that shouldn't be enough. So I think the only other play that he has is that Sneezer Shroom for 1 cost, yeah?
Yep. Sneeze Shroom for 1,
But
3
it but
for
it
the
has it has 0 water.
oh,
Yeah, that's the
that's
problem. That's what
game.
I was thinking, yeah, so
Yeah.
it's not gonna be
Sorry,
enough.
yeah, I thought it was a traditional 1/1/1, so
Yeah,
wow, okay, we are going into round 3. Solyard's feeling good about himself this time round. It was very, very well done. The double sleep did not come into effect because no characters could actually come out to help him. Very well use of Duel of Grit. Very
yeah.
good use of Duel of Grit for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, like Dex mentioned in the chat, despite the loss, it was a great moth play by
Mm,
Tigma there, preventing that double sin back by the Sakurabru. Understanding your opponent, what
mhm,
they could do with their deck, and giving yourself at least a better chance, even though he ended up losing that game too. Giving yourself a better chance to stay in the game as a whole was a good setup here. And with that, we will be going to the ever-present game 3. Only 18 minutes left on the board for both of these players to finish this game 3.
mhm.
We may come into a situation where time could be a factor. They have been using these have been going to fairly late games, I think, between game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, and I guess the question I have here is, given we are on, um, I guess in the finals, what do you do? What is the timer? Does it mean anything? You still have to have a winner. So I don't know whether the clock even matters per se.
Yeah, I mean, it still matters. It would just go based off of like tiebreaker rules, right?
Mm,
So, we could go to a situation where they have to play one final day, or they if that is still tied, then we go to the arena tiebreaker rules to decide who goes to that. And if that's still tied, then they would still have to play another day. And there could definitely be situations where they have to keep on playing more and more individual days. But I think more than likely, we'd just based off of these decks and the amount of boosts that we can see and the variation in stats, we could definitely see one player taking advantage over the other based off of that. and any potential gigantic setups that you weren't preparing going into an arena rule, but end up being a factor that when you thought you were just checking one terrain, but guess what? You have to check all three, and your opponent just got a double arena rule gigantic or something like that. So
Yeah. It's yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here. I think they both know each other's game state pretty well. As I said, the counter to the counter. So what do we do now? What does a Tigma do to try to stop the craziness of the strength of their heroes that Soulard is playing?
yeah.
Um, I haven't seen a single off you go either from a Tigma. I know he hasn't really played it, but I have not seen it even be drawn. So maybe that's not part of his deck either.
Yeah, I also haven't seen a lot of sabotage with that Tooth Fairy, and we
Hmm.
also just saw that show up here. So interesting that he's getting rid of the Nilum Withered Tree that he had in his opening hand as well, opting to keep the sabotage, and also getting rid of the Rhyme Frost. I think he's figured out that he's tried to play the exhaust game plan and it hasn't worked out
Hmm.
every single time, so he's gonna opt to try to play a little bit more of a aggro setup play between its unique Sneasel Shroom that's gonna return cards or return spells, and then hopefully he'll run into some spells here for his Mage Dancer, and, as well as what he has here for the, Tooth Fairy. But we do see the same immediate play here for the Itzadi player in that Swift Jin, and it's gonna get a card draw to 1 mana, and we'll likely see a
Hmm.
Tiny Jin play.
That's right. Man, it's a duplicate of round 2, right? The second game.
Yeah. And it will be another one for one in this scenario. And Saudi starts off pretty strong here with a ramp. The question is can a Tigma run into the spells that they need here in the draw? Conjuring Seal, not a bad card to run into. Can play the Mage Dancer into a Conjuring Seal potentially if they so choose, or they can prevent the ramp here with a Tooth Fairy play.
Yeah, I see what they can do.
They do decide to keep that second Nilum Withered Tree though.
Okay.
Potentially. Oh, they haven't decided on mana yet, so they're still at 3. So they may decide to get rid of honestly, all 4 of those cards look good, and I think that's a big reason why we have them stopped here to as far as his decision is concerned.
I think the Nylam would have helped them last turn as well,
Yeah.
but they didn't either draw into anything or they managed it very early in the day. Um,
Oh,
it's
he's gonna get rid of the Tooth
ooh,
Fairy. Interesting.
tough one. I
'Cause
I I w I would get rid of I'd get oh, geez, I don't know what I'd get rid of.
yeah, 'cause, like,
Um,
I don't want my opponent, especially in Saudi, to ramp more, but,
mhm, looks like
he
that's what he's doing.
yeah, but it looks like he's just gonna do the 4 tap and prevent the ramp from happening now at the very least.
Yeah.
Um, and, just hope it doesn't come down to a big decision later on. But, that will be not enough.
Potentially 2-0.
Yeah, so they we do have a situation where Solyard can play that Bravos Tracer and also has that unique available to him, so it looks like it's just gonna be the unique play here, and gonna go over the top of the Moth, counter reduction, get 2 for the Tracer, and be able to get a 2-0 here, I think.
Yep.
So a good
Man,
little play, a good
yeah,
draw for this for Solyard here, and puts him up ahead here early.
3 tracks ahead. No, 2
Yeah,
tracks ahead, sorry.
2 tracks ahead. Tigma gets a little bit of setup with the Nilum Withered Tree, but you don't wanna fall too far behind against Itzadi, especially when they have things going, but that magical training should help them out here a little bit in addition to
Mhm,
that Conjuring Seal. We may see another setup turn here for a Tigma. The question will be is, can he prevent any more advances from the Itzadi in the meantime?
mhm. Oh, and that hunger is lurching as well. As soon as we get to 8, that Nilam tree may not get much benefit, and that's probably why he's, was reluctant to bring it out, is if the hunger gets played, you've just wasted so much resources, um, for, I guess, late game potential that may never come to pass.
Yeah, I'm taking, like, quick looks at the melee, kohlrabi.
Mhm.
Um, so we do see some seems like there's a good amount of 2 O's as a whole. Not a lot of full 3 game things, and that's something we talked about to see in this top 32 if we were gonna see a lot of full 3 gamers or just, 2-1, but I was just gonna go over that more so after this game because this is a tight one. I'm glad this was the featured, uh, match that we had here in the top 32. So we do again get to see that immediate play from the unique and as well as a tiny gen being played down. 4 mana left here for the Aphonis. Um, and it looks like they're gonna try to contest here a little bit. Should be able to play that and
That's
a
a strong play.
yeah, they'll be also be able to play both cards that they have in hand, so they'll be
Mhm.
able to return that magical training back to hand and keep on recycling that.
Yeah, it's pretty that's we saw that play last turn as well. Oh, but they've chosen okay, to draw that first.
Yeah, they're gonna draw, and then they're gonna play the shroom, and then the shroom at the end of the turn will allow the return for the magical training, it looks like. And that will be enough for them to get a double advance here.
And the card draw.
Yeah.
And it's recycling. Man, these boomerangs. It, makes me feel I'm missing home, missing Australia.
But yeah, so we do have the play there from Aphonis able to catch up a little bit after that specific day, but
I
still a good
wish.
amount of resources for the Adsadi player. The question is, can they make that work for them as the Tigma starts building their resources in hand for them as well? No player.
Man, and Soulard is just getting more and more ramp potential. There's just ridiculous amount of ramp potential that they've had in hand, so
Yeah. We do interestingly enough, it does look like the Aphonis did at some point mana that Conjuring Seal that we
mm,
saw in hand and opting to try to keep on recycling that magical training instead. So that was that tough mana decision that they made earlier, I think.
mhm.
We will see an immediate hunger play. Soulard just throwing it all out there and making Tigma make a decision here. Not going to allow that unique to keep on recycling things, getting rid of the Nilum Withered tree, and we know that is the second tree. So I don't know if Tigma is running 3 or not, but we may be in this scenario where it's not going to matter and is going to respond with a Moth to a Flame and has the Beauty Sleep available. So I'll be curious if they do decide to hit the hunger or not here. I don't think they will. I'm just gonna be happy with a one for one potentially.
Mhm. One for one, so we're still balanced regardless of that, like, the hunger took out so much, but yet it still wasn't able to win both sides, so
Yeah,
it was not fleeting, so but it will be fleeting now, when it comes out for much less resources, and it will be gigantic.
yeah,
And they draw another one in hand, my word.
yeah, and
Oh.
they will be going first this time, so if they could slow play potentially into the hunger, that would be pretty huge, and allow and force Tigma to play at least one more card here.
Mhm. Well, they
Um,
do have a tiny gin. The only thing is it won't be boosted to gain any benefit from, additional resources.
yeah, and honestly, I'm not upset with that, even if that is the case, and getting to remove more resources from Atigma and not allowing them to keep on recycling stuff, especially if we see even just a magical training play from Atigma. So I'll be
Mhm.
curious to see if that's what we see happen, and it's gonna just go ahead and mana channel instead.
Okay.
So has 7 mana to play with here.
So not enough for the hunger this time round, but keeping that for next round if possible.
Which is not a bad idea, especially when your opponent is playing first and lets you respond immediately after that
Mhm.
play. And in this case, is also allowing you to play the Tiny Gin if you want to on the following day as well. So a lot of quick plays back and forth here in the game 3.
Yeah, this is going well, they do understand. They don't there's only 7 minutes left on the clock,
Mhm.
before the potential now. I I'm interested to see, like, I'm always used to playing my cards from reserve first, but he's using this almost as an intimidation tactic where he's keeping it out there to say, "I've got the potential of playing this. It will be going everywhere. Where do you play your stuff first?"
Right. So there is 3 mana left here for Tegma after playing that Moth to a Flame.
Mm.
We know they have the response of being able to play a beauty sleep, but anytime you do those beauty sleeps, you have to deal with the card the following turn. I'm not sure if they
Mhm.
want to deal with it. Also has a magical training to potentially draw more. And we do see the Eat Me Energy bar come out here.
Nice.
And we will see a magical training in response. Just a little bit of an after you get to draw another card.
Yeah, so in doing this, like, he can't play the hunger out because the hunger will make the eat me energy bar leave play.
Hmm.
So, or if he wins that side, if he wins that side, so
And he's going to throw that Toma Gozan out, which is enough for what he needs to advance
mhm,
on the water side, unless something gets slept here, which he can decide to sleep the Toma Gozan.
mhm. Let's have a look. What's happening here? So Tomo goes, yeah, there we go. Double advance right now. He has to use this beauty sleep
Yeah. And this will allow to
one for
them to,
one.
no, it
No,
should be
it
a
should be
double.
double advance for
Yeah.
Aphonis.
Yeah. He should get enough boosts based off of that. So that will put Aphonis adjacent at this point.
Hmm.
Um, we'll have to deal with that Toma Gozan in the following turn that is gigantic. And had to use a lot of resources to get there, which is probably what Soulard did want to see, especially holding that hunger in hand. Now the
Hmm.
question is do we see the hunger in response here, or do we see them kind of hold off and use that as like a finisher on a following day where they can try to win off of it, kind of thing? But not sure how they wanna play this, and they also have another Eat Me energy bars. Should be interesting to see how they can try to get themselves out of this hole and prevent Tigma from taking this game 3.
Yeah, what would you do? Like looking at Solyard's hand,
Yeah.
which one would you mana?
Has he managed already? I
I
thought he
don't.
did.
He should be manning after. He must have. Normally, he
Yeah,
should have been manning after Etigma,
yeah,
given he's not first player.
yeah.
Um,
I
when it,
mean,
so
yeah,
Studious Disciple Unique just been played. Sorry. When I leave the expedition zone, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. Um, so this may actually be the play where he just does the. You won't be able to make it gigantic.
Rhyme Frost does hit that
Hmm.
hunger. Um, yeah, it's gonna be important here for he's counting, yeah, he's thinking about a hunger play. 3, 6, he can only play the
Hmm.
hunger here if he decides to play it.
That's all he has. He has
Yeah.
to.
And the question will be at this point, does is there another character for Atigma on top of what they see out there that's gonna be able to stop it or at least go to the other side?
Hmm.
And he does have that Studious Disciple, which
It's a
should be
one
it.
for one, and that's
Yep.
it. Good job.
Yeah. So he was betting on the idea that hopefully Atigma didn't have a character to play, knowing that Aphonis's definitely have a lot of spells in
Yeah.
their decks, and lost that bet, but that was probably his best play.
Well, there we go. That was a strong showing from both. I feel bad that the sole Achati player in top 32 is now gone. We continue to see a lot more of Farnas's very strong play by both players here today. But um, well done for winning, Farnas.
Yeah, and we can take a look real quick as far as the other stuff within the top 32, see who lost, who won. I'll switch on over to that screen. We do have some stuff going on. I think are they going to interview at Tigma maybe? I don't know. Either way, we'll take a look at the melee real quick. Um, we have Kinton winning against Emmerich Locatelli. We have uh,
Oh, hold
Flo.
on. So therefore, number 32, but Kenton won, beat number one.
Okay, yeah, Kenton did beat number 1 there.
Wow.
Okay, and then we have Flo beating Linkson, Mello beating Erlea, so there goes our last Tasia player. Sandodo beating Pow, KKTZH beating Matt,
Wow.
Heaven winning against Kaisuke, Um, Funky Flex beating Ozymandias. Tempted Elinage beating Luigi. Dandy beating Favania. So there goes our last Kojo as well. Sparky does beat Arc Totoro, so we do have a Navenka still in the mix. Gab wins against Big Sill, which was the Gab that we had known got undefeated through at least 10 rounds.
Yeah, so
And yeah,
nice.
yeah. So, and other than that, Pompote and IKL Moosh taking those last two games.
Nice. Pompote winning with their traced, I would assume. And who was the last one?
IKL Moosh winning 2-0 against 21CH 205. I don't know what
Nice.
Moosh is playing.
We're going to find out, I think, over the next few hours. Well, it's been a pleasure for me to have been on cast with you. Kohlrabi is lying, waiting at the bit to join you for round two. Enjoy the rest of the cast. You are there for the next few hours, and then Kohlrabi will take us to the end, I believe. After that,
Yep.
you will see me on chat as I get a little bit of sleep. Hopefully, the girls don't wake me up too much today.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure as always, Blue. Looking
Yeah.
forward to doing this again.
Yeah. Great having you, and I'll catch you later.
See you, mate. Bye. Bye,
Bye.
everybody.
All right, everyone, stick around. We will be getting into the next round here shortly and check out the top 16 featured match and see everyone that they have. We'll have to see the rest of the games finish up. Let me switch over the caster name once Cole decides to join us. And yeah, like I mentioned, I believe we're still waiting on three more games here in the top three or the top 32 to decide who's going to make it. Cole has joined us at this point in the darkest room of all. Cannot hear him, so there he goes. Now I can hear him. Like,
I'll give you some light. Don't you worry.
all right, sounds good. All right, thank you everyone that has joined us thus far. We've had quite a feature match here in the top 32. Thought that Saudi could take it, but at the end of the day, Tigma on the Aphonis was able to beat him out close all three games realistically, and I'm glad that we were able to see the full games opposed to having to go down to time at the end there. But any other results that you're surprised by there, Kohlrabi?
I kind of just want to go back to bed because I saw that Relaya lost and Pavania lost. I guess my only hope now for not a Siggy or a Faunus finish is in the Traced or the one Navenka player.
Yeah, we still have the
Um,
Navenka around.
yeah. Did you guys see the Navenka player on stream yesterday?
I don't believe we saw them play on stream. I know we saw a Navenka, but I don't know if it was the Navenka.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very, very interested in what that Navenka list is and what it's themed around. I'm hoping that it's Wayfarer because I've been singing the praises of Common Wayfarer for weeks, and Elio has been giving me flack for saying that the common is better than the rare. But I played it on Thursday, and I think I made him realize that the common is better than the rare. So
I don't like Wayfarer at all, to be honest. I mean, I like it in like one-offs just to play kind of thing, the same way I like some other cards in Lyra, but in in an 11 round Swiss, there's no way that this person is playing Wayfarer. I refuse to believe it.
I can hope. I can hope.
Yeah.
I mean, I the only time that I have got into top 4 in Ace was with my Wayfarer Navenka. I usually just play wild stuff in Ace because I don't want to win. I want to lose round 1 and then cast the rest. I only joined to fill out the ranks, but I just kept winning. So, as people know, card draw is very important, and if you optimize towards the Wayfarer, you get a lot of card draw. But you are probably correct. It's probably more of like a Gamma Knight or something similar type Navenka list.
Yeah, and I believe we're getting a quick shot here of one of the games that's left over, that kinda went to time, to see who is gonna take this one. Looks like it is an Aphonis versus Sigismar, and I looks like the Sigismar is currently ahead, so if we do go to time, they should win a tiebreaker here. I'm not sure if they are specifically at time at this point or if they reach time and this is that additional day that, we're gonna be dealing with here. I assume this is a game 3 between the 2 players, so we'll have to see how this one turns out, and
Yeah. Hopefully it's game 3. And yeah, it does look like Siggy is pretty far ahead.
yeah,
The Apho
even with a double advance, they can't win, right?
No. Well, shoot, let's see. Yeah, no, I think there would still be at least one or two more advances from the Siggy. The Aphonis player, I believe, has only moved once. I can see the little yellow
Yeah,
Lego guy,
yeah. The
and
other one's
then
on the start.
yeah. Also, that playmat though, it looks like a altered Italia playmat. Don't think I've ever seen that art. It's like a yassified anime Siggy.
Yeah, looks like
Uh
it.
I thought it was a recruit at first, but then
And Wingspan too.
there's Wingspan there, so it's gotta be Siggy.
Yeah, so both of them. Um, it looks they haven't stopped playing, so it makes me think that they're not at time yet. Maybe that I can't see the close up on the phone there if there's still a clock running. Our top right clock says they should be done and that this should have been the extra day, but they're not stopping play, so I assume we should still be going. It would mean, though, that the Aphonis player who is currently down 3 expeditions would need to at least advance 1 and prevent the Sigismar from advancing at all. So, we'll see how that one has to turn out just from looking over the shoulder of the Aphonis player at this point.
Yeah, so maybe we came in and they were on the day they needed to finish up, and then this is the one extra day. But even then, if Afonis double moves and Siggy doesn't move, the Siggy
Th
just wins.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so this must not be the extra day. They must have had time when they went into this day.
Yeah, or they're just playing it out. But
Yeah.
I
Yeah, yeah, the time I just saw the phone. They have 4 minutes on the timer.
okay, so yeah, there could have been a game extension. They could have started late for some reason. Not out of the ordinary if there was some type of rules question or anything happened. Games can get a time extension. In a lot of TCGs, you get a penalty and then a game time extension. But Altered is a lot more new player friendly, so they're not as strict or harsh with things like that. So
Yeah, and we have definitely seen some, judge interactions here in that very first top 32 featuring match. 2 of them one of them having the head judge come over as it pertained to a Swift Gen play and seeing Maverick do his thing over there. Um, and one that I thought was a bit odd, that I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it was probably the correct call, but it's definitely one that was a little bit, I guess, could be contested when they had to revert the game state a little bit, and it allowed the Tigma on the Aphonis to know what was in hand for the Itzadi player and what they were going to play when they were setting when they reverted that game state, but I think it was probably the only decision that they had available to them based off of what had happened, so
yeah,
either
was
way.
that the Eat Me Energy bar being played into the skater or something like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 It was the play where he had the Arcolano Milk on hero side, Eat Me Energy Bar on companion side, played Tolarian Skater into the Eat Me Energy Bar, did not give it the Arcolano Milk boost,
Hmm.
in addition to itself, and so uh, Atigma played based off of that game state with a moth to a flame and created 3 moths because he had a null and withered tree and played to that game state. And then after that, the uh, Itzadi player played another card from hand and then realized that his game state was wrong, so they reverted it, allowed a Tigma to play the moths in different spots, and at that point, he had already knew what was in hand for the Itzadi player. I don't think it would have mattered, but at the same time, it's one of those situations where it doesn't feel good, but the Itzadi player took it in stride and ended up losing that game. I believe that was game 1, actually.
Yeah, seemed to like game one was not in Outside's favor, but then game two was just incredibly in their favor. And then game three, I was preparing a little more, so I didn't fully grasp how the advancements went and
Yeah.
everything. But
We are in a situation now where I think the time is almost up. The Aphonis player is currently 4 spots down on this vault, so uh, even if they 2-0 here and we go into an additional day, they'd have to 2-0 again, but it doesn't even look like they're gonna be able to 2-0 here potentially. And they're currently down on the companion side, it looks like, after getting hit with a Sandman, maybe? They're doing some math here to verify that. He may be ahead, it's hard to tell.
yeah, I think there's one moth that's not slept. So the moth is 2-2-2, right? And the recruit is only 1-1-1.
Yeah, it looks like it was a 2-1 state, so Afonis did get 2 advances, but the Sigismar did get, advance on the companion side and is 1 advance away from taking this, and at the moment the Aphonis is needs 2 more 2-0s to take this, and, there is actually 17 seconds or 10 seconds left on the board going into this next day. So they will be able to play 2 more days.
There's still a chance for a Faunus, I guess. So,
Yeah.
oh, how have you been this morning? How's chat? Let me know who's here, who's listening. Say what's up.
Yeah.
I'll be here for. We have a little bit of a weird schedule. I'm just jumping in.
Yeah.
Um, so we'll kind of play it by ear when the next person is available. But how's everyone doing?
Seems like chat's been doing fine. We're getting some stragglers in there. We had some people take my makeshift pie charts that I stole from on stream and post them on to the Discord. But other than that, it's been a fun time. I enjoyed that first game. Did everyone in chat enjoy that first game? The Saudi versus Aphonis? I was happy to at least see that we got to see a split and we didn't guarantee see an Aphonis versus Sigismar.
Yeah, that is exciting. I hope they pick the Navenka for next game, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is the scenario here. Oh yeah, this is definitely an Italian player. They have the ant team
Yeah.
on the shirt. I didn't see that before. That was something that Chile was mentioning. How many players that traveled from outside of France to come over here, and I thought, well, definitively, definitely has Italian players because when you see Italian players, we see them the most often in French events. I think, comparatively to any other country, it has to be like the second biggest like community base within Europe at this point, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Italy and Spain are, from what I've been told, very big
Hmm.
TCG countries. I think Spain, we see a good amount online, but I don't know if we've seen any representation in person as much, but it might just be harder to tell.
Hmm.
I know there's a really big community growing in Chile, but I don't know if a lot of them make it to in-person events yet. But I was talking with one of the teams out there that does some streams in Spanish, I believe, and they were saying how they have a really nice community over there.
Hmm. We do have a board state here that is heavily favoring the Aphonis. I wouldn't have been surprised if the Sigismar player just decided to let it go, but they did have a Sandman available to just sleep the Mage Dancer, and now there's only 3/3/3 in stats available to them on that companion side. And with having 4/4 available, or 5/5 between the Sandman and the Trooper, we'll get the GG, and Sigismar takes that game. We don't have to go to that final day. Sigismar just takes it on the tumult.
Yeah, usually I would be rooting for Aphonis in this situation, but after seeing the graphs, there's actually way more Aphonis in the top 32. So,
Yeah,
unfortunate to that player, but I more diverse top 16 sounds better to me. So
yeah.
makes
With
it
those
exciting.
yeah, with those graphs, we'll just throw them up here real quick. Faunus did have the best conversion rate, it looks like, of all the heroes as a whole. Um, 14 out of 100 players getting over to the top cut. The next best is the Traced, actually, at 10%, 440, I think.
Yeah, from when I was looking at the melee, I believe there's at least two traced that made it into top 16. So that'll also be very interesting. I think you went over it a little bit with Chile already. I'm not sure. I might have some more information. Let me see who's told me what. Um, Very, very nice of Insane 94 to kind of feed me some information.
Yeah.
Um, let's see here. So Gab is on Traced, which is one we didn't know yesterday.
Mhm.
Um, Pompote or Pompote is on Traced. And then let's see here. That might be about what I know for top 32. I don't think the other players he told me made it in. Or let's see. Oh yeah, so Luigi was on Trace as well. But Tempenet Dinej, I said that terribly this time, took it over them.
Yeah, and we've seen him a lot online as well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Tempet is
yeah,
very well known.
yeah.
I believe Matu was on Aphonis, but was did not win in this round. Um, Dandy is on Sigismar, which I believe Dandy took down Erlea or
Vanya,
Pavania took down Pavania.
yeah,
And then Sparky, from what I've been told, is the Navenka who actually won. So that's
yeah,
dope.
that's correct. So, yeah, should be interesting to see how this one turns out. Like you mentioned, it looks like Gab was one of the ones to take the victories here. We're still waiting on the reports for everything. I think the only other one that we were waiting on was Fab versus Smazzle, because we know the report for a Tigma versus Soulard. And oh no, I guess we had another on table two with Omega versus Gimkill. So let's see how all this pans out here. As we'll showing all the melee stats for everyone.
Yeah, so Tempet is on Aphonis as well. And then the other Aphonis, Atigma, is the one that we saw just win against Atsadi. I think Ozymandias is very frequent online, so I can kind of look up what they normally play. Uh,
Ozymandias posted the who they played on the A.W.O.L channel. I think it's a Segi.
okay, cool. Yeah, that lines up with what they've played before. So, uh, unfortunately, at least two Siggies in top 16. But we'll see. It's either way, this lineup is very exciting. I can't wait 4 when a Aphonis or Siggy takes first for people to start crying in the Discord and then not pay any attention to what heroes made it this far. I mean, even top 32ing out of 660 players is pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at
Eh,
this point, at this point, it was getting top 74, right? Because we had everyone up taking 3 at 74, and those are the people that missed the cut, as
yeah.
far as, like, tiebreakers are concerned. So,
Yep. And as you and I were talking about the other day, sharing screenshots of the meta before Robin Hood's errata,
mhm.
where top 4 to top 8 was just straight Waru down the line. Very, very much improved meta these days. So I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's, cool to see, I mean, just the variety as a whole. Happy hopefully, we can see that Nevenka that we mentioned before, um, in the top 16 here, be able to get played. And again, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, curious to see how they're going to stream the top 8, especially since those are qualifier spots, if they're gonna try to stream all of those, or if they're just going to keep the one feature match per round, or how they're planning on getting set up overall. Assume they're still going to do a top four and a finals just based off of results and get prizing, even though after semis in the top eight, we'll be able to find out who actually gets the qualifier spot. But would be cool to see if we get to see all of the top eight games. But I wouldn't blame them if they decide not to.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be interesting based on time. I'm not sure how long they have the venue for, and I know it started later today. I don't think we really knew ahead of time that it was gonna start that much later.
Hmm.
Because we in our stream planning, I think we planned to start like 15 to 30 minutes before, and you had to wait almost an hour until the first match, right?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't too far off. I mean, yeah, I guess it was around there. But I mean, they based off of what they showed on the Discord, I think they have till um 6 o'clock for French time is what they listed before, right?
Okay, so that should be at least like 7 to 8 more hours.
Where is it? Planning. Yeah, 6 o'clock French time. So plus 9 to where I'm at now. And so yeah, 6 hours
Okay.
ish.
Yeah, well, there might be time built in to show some of the final matches in sequence. I know I just joined, but I need some water because my voice
Yeah.
is going out. So I'm gonna grab a glass of water and be right back.
Yeah, no worries. We'll be around here. Top 16 is paired. Thank you in the chat to Seep TCG. We'll go ahead and take a look at that real quick. Scroll back to the melee and see what we got going here. We'll switch that over for everyone and we'll take a look what Melee has set for us on the pairings. We have Kinton versus Gimkill, uh, Flo versus Mellow, Sandodo versus KKTZH, Heaven versus a Tigma, Funky Flex versus Tempete de Lanage. I didn't say that right. Either way, Dandy versus Sparky, Gab versus Smaz, and Pompote versus Moosh. Excuse the sneeze. Didn't have time to mute myself. So should be interesting to see what we have here, especially who gets the featured table. I guess I'll be partial to be able to see Sparky be able to get on there as far as the featured table, but we'll see if that ends up being this scenario. Heaven versus a Tigma will be a pretty big matchup, I'd have to imagine. I believe that will be a Aphonis duo matchup because I know I've seen Heaven play Aphonis a lot, and Tigma said that we just saw play Aphonis, so that will be a mirror matchup to decide who's going to take that one. But past that, I'll be interested to see how things pan out. I know we mentioned a few different traits that we might run into for this game and see how either of those are played. I don't think we'll be getting immediately into the featured game quite yet. I think we have a little bit of analysis going on at the moment from the French folks, taking a look at the matchups. Um, for anyone in the chat, based off of what we see left here in the top 16, who do you think is going to take one of those four spots for the world championship? Once we get down to the top eight, I'll throw in a little survey, but in the meantime, I'm not going to throw all 16 of these players for people to vote. But you can just type it in the chat. That would be preferential if you want to. If not, that's fine. You can just hang out. Um,
Get yourself a cup of coffee, wake up because we're about to be in top 16.
Indeed. We do have Bucky's Cup helping out Cole this evening or morning.
Yeah.
Uh,
Color changing Bucky's cup, you know how it be.
yeah, I've as someone from the West Coast, I do not know how it be as far as it pertains to Bucky's. But
When you come to Dallas, maybe I'll have to take you.
yeah, we'll have to check out the Bucky's life. But I hear a lot of things, whether they be good or bad. I don't know, but I hear things from Bucky's.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you feel in general, I guess, about like convenience stores or gas stations. I'm a big fan. I like beverages and I like snacks. So it's like the holy land for me. But people that aren't too into those kind of things, when they go there, they are a bit of a fun killer and not as excited. So it depends who you are.
Indeed, and I mean, I've seen a lot of that type of stuff as far as like grocery stores too, and people liking certain things on the East Coast when it pertains to grocery stores, and it's specifically sandwiches that I've never been a really big fan of. But I don't know, people like their local stuffs. I'm also not a big fan of In and Out either, but everyone loves it out here, so good for them.
Yep. I'm a big fry guy, and
Mm.
In and Out has probably some of the worst fries of any fast food. So,
Agreed. I am not a big fan of their fries or anything realistically, but people love making that trip to In and Out whenever they come over to the West Coast. They are looking at some type of unique here on the stream. I'm curious to see what it is. I think it may be one of the foil no text uniques potentially.
I think it had text. It's a little mouse, but there was no way we could read what it was.
Mm,
Yeah, there's a stack of uniques here. I wonder what they're
but they're
looking at.
yeah, something special. Come on, show us, show the stream. We want to know. But either way, looks like we're doing some setup here going into the top 16. A lot of folks just playing a few side games potentially here. As far as there are rounded tables, so I assume there's some drafting going on. Ooh, here we go. Little mouse. Can't really
Let's
tell what it
see.
is. Super blurry. Come on, focus, focus.
Oh. All right. So sabotage. If you do, you can exhausted resupply. Uh, when something joins your expedition, uh,
Something happens in your reserve.
yeah, vous pouvez renvoyer. What is renvoyer? Let's see. Renvoyer. Send back. Oh, okay.
Okay, all right.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems like it could be a very good one.
We
From
have a
anywhere. Something about controller. Something about drawing a card.
Okay.
Uh,
That lines up with Firefox at least.
yeah, yeah. I know some of the words pretty well. I don't know
Okay,
all of them yet. When
okay.
it leaves the expedition, you can take a card from reserve.
Uh,
Thank you.
then we also have a hunger play here. It looks like it has 3 different effects.
I think from hand it was the normal hunger, and then I couldn't read the rest.
Then another one looks like it gained a boost, and I didn't see what the 3rd one was. Well, thanks chat for helping us out with those. Um, yeah, okay, back to your hand. Got it. But yeah, taking a look at some uniques that maybe people are trying to sell. I don't know. Either way. Having free advertising on the mainstream here for Caleb. But it looks like we do have the setup here ready for top 8. We will see a Basira player. Oh, so we did get the Basira making it to the top 16, rather. And we'll have to face off against a Sigismar player.
Yeah, I think there are 2 Basiras in top 32, but let me reference
Let's look at
my info.
pie chart. Yes, there were 2 Basiras. Did they both make it, though?
To top 16, I think I remember the other Basira's name. Uh, I don't think so.
Okay. Unfortunate. Well, at least one made it. Have a potential to make it into the top 8. We'll have to get through a Sigismar player here.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong. Was Fab for Basira or was that another Aphonis?
The Fab with a bunch of A's?
Uh, just no, that's Gab with a bunch of
Oh,
A's,
sorry, yeah.
and Gab is on Traced.
Yeah, I don't know what Fab 4 is.
Uh, yeah, because I know we saw the other Basira on stream.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, yesterday.
Must have been while I was asleep. I
Uh,
don't remember that.
Very cool that we're seeing 2 players that we haven't seen before, and seeing a Basira in top 16. Very interested in what this Basira list is.
Yeah,
I've tried to play Basira for a very long time. She's probably my second favorite hero, like art wise.
right.
But been in a really rough place for a while, so
Yeah, I think we saw the presence of Basira do quite well at the end of Trial by Frost. We did get to see a winner in the A.W.O.L Invitational
mm,
for piloting Basira. I think a Clute did really big things for Basira as a whole. We're also looking at they got printout deck lists for their opponents here. It looks
yep,
like.
yep. Open deck list in the top 32. What was really interesting about the other Basira we saw on stream was we did not see any Occlutes played. I'm not sure if it was the list had none or it just wasn't the right time to ever get any out or they didn't draw any. Um, let's see here. I can't read the top list like at all, so I can't tell you if it has a clue or not.
Yeah, all I see is the tiny gen at the very top.
Oh,
But
here
here
we
we
go.
go. Deck list. Let me remove our faces so we can take a look.
Oh, there's 2 unique occlutes and 1 rare.
Mhm.
Very interesting.
Talarian Skater ad from the new set, Hunger ad, 2 of,
Oh, there's 1
um,
grand endeavor in the Siggy list. Gross.
and 1 Mess for the Basira. So those are all the new cards that got added. I'll be curious to see what those unique occlutes are able to pull out. Um, Siggy wise, Ortis Crier ad from the new set, Aegis Templar, which I think is in all new Siggy ads.
Yeah.
And then license withdrawal. So it seems like it's a fairly common Sigismar list here as far as what we've seen thus far. It'll just be dependent on what uniques that we see. And I think it'll also be interesting to see what the Basira is going to come out with on those unique occlutes.
Yeah. The uniques are going to be really interesting in Basira and then how they work through the permanents. Not only was there the mess, there's also Havens and Kellen cylinders as well, which don't see as often in definitely not in Bravos. It's starting to gain a little popularity back in Axiom, but definitely an underrated permanent, I would say. Since it's underrated and not played as often, I have lost expeditions to it once or twice just by forgetting that it's going to add a boost at the end.
Yeah. So see how things turn out. Anytime people forget certain things, I know I've always been I forgot a lot of things when I play against Navenkas sometimes, and them using the hero ability. I mean, I've even won at one point when I was playing a code when I was playing as Kojo, forgot to put out my Buddha that actually lost me a game. Shout out
Oh
to
no.
shout out to all of the marbles for beating me at an event one time because I forgot to put out my Buddha. He tried to let me win even because we found out that I forgot to put out my Buddha, and I was like, "Nah, man, you beat me. It's fine." Um, but yeah, either way, we'll get to see these deck lists here some more, take a look at them. I'll be curious to see what the uniques do for the Sigismar. I imagine there's a lot of draw associated uniques for them. I feel like that's been the main type of unique that we've seen from Sigismar players after the Baba Yaga suspension. Um, you mentioned the one Grand Endeavor. I'll be curious to see if that comes into play. I didn't really think I'd see a lot of Grand Endeavors still maintained in Sigismar lists, but I mean, it's still a good card. It causes your opponent to have to remove it because it still has that tough two. Just doesn't give you the immediate ability to win the game at noon.
Yeah, I think the way that Siggies usually play it, it's a very sneaky kind of
Oh,
draw.
we do get to see the Occlut here.
Yeah.
From hand, you may pay one. If you do, I gain two boosts and fleeting. When I gain one or more boosts, draw a card. When my expedition moves forward, something with a boost. And then the other one is if your hand is empty, target character gains two boosts. When I gain one or more boosts, if you control one or more landmarks, draw a card. Okay, so these are draw occludes.
Yeah, they're both very expensive, and I'm wondering if against Sigismar that's going to be a problem. I mean, they've made it this far, so I assume they've had to go up against Siggy already. Wonder if we could kind of game the system here. And am I able to see if these two players specifically have art? Is it possible that they've matched up before, or with the amount of players and how it works, would it not be?
I guess it's technically possible. It's just probably unlikely. We do see a few of these Sigismar uniques that aren't super crazy. One of the Monolith Rune Scribes is a token generator, and that Haven Warrior just draws a card from anywhere if you have less than 8 mana orbs. So good cards, but not necessarily something that I would say is insane from a Sigismar. But yeah, I just saw it all around. Essentially, just replacing Baba Yaga when it comes to that Haven Warrior. Did you see the third unique for the Basira being Axiom Salvager? If you control two or more boosted characters, resupply when another character joins your expedition. If I have two or more boosts, target character gains two boosts. I've seen a lot of these Basir, not Basir, but Bravos uniques that have been focusing on when another character joins your expedition, have another character or target character gains boosts. These have been pretty popular as of late, so not really surprised to see that in a Basira deck list at all.
Yeah. It is not worth it for me to track down if for some reason they have matched up. There's not really a way to just see one player's like entire matchup schedule very
Mm.
easily. So we'll just forget about that and hope that we're going into the game here soon.
Um,
Hopefully, more people are waking up. I'm gonna share the stream in other discords.
yeah, go for it. I did it at the beginning of it, but you may as well do it some more now. Spam it. Yeah, I'm looking at Mellows right now, and it does not look like they've played Flow. Um, they've played against Captain Pio, Miyushi. They lost to Gab in round three. Mello did, um, but beated Tempeted Laneige in round 5, beat Halford in round 6. Um, Lost to Omega in round 9, and lost to Pompote in round 11. So pretty big separation there when it comes to that. Let's see. Pop our faces back up here before we go back in. And then for Flow, they lost to a player named Toyo in round 5, lost to Sandodo in round 7, and lost to Manaka in round 10. And
Nice. How did you get that so easily? What button did you click?
you just have to hover their usernames
Oh
on
yeah,
Melee. Yeah.
instead of clicking it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
But we are into the game here. We have mana being decided. We do have a lot of removal for the Sigismar player at the moment. We do see a Haven Seringer actually being maned for the uh, Asira player, opting to keep the Tiny Jin, the Chiron, and one of the unique occlutes that's going to help them draw. Makes sense why they might want to get rid of that Haven Seringer if they are planning to draw with that occlute.
Yeah, and they're gonna ramp towards it faster with this Kyran and this Tiny Jin. That's gonna be your day one. Get a boost on the Tiny Jin to make it immediately go into mana. One interesting thing that I can glean from looking at Flo's matches is they did win against Wesh, who
Yeah,
is a very well-known Siggy player.
yeah.
So
Flo had a they both of these players had a pretty impressive Swiss as far as players they both beat, and if they lost to some pretty good players as well. So not really surprised to see either of them here in the top 16. Um, Interesting that we have a stack of mana convergence here for the Sigismar player. I wonder what those are going to be used for. Oh, they're just using them for their actual mana.
yeah, so this was not something I noticed was a thing until I watched one of the other live events. I can't remember which one, but I
Yeah.
saw a player using those for mana, and then they had their cards that were actually in mana, like in a little box on the side, so they could look through them.
Mm.
Perfectly legal within the tournament rules. It's a very interesting gameplay style.
Yeah. We do see that Chiron come out and not decide to boost up the Tiny Gin. Wants to leave the availability to play that Tiny Gin here in following turns. So not necessarily going for that occlute play right away that you had mentioned before. I'm going to hide our faces so we can see that occlute that is in hand. That if your hand is empty, target character gains 2 boosts. And when I gain 1 or more boosts, if you control 1 or more landmarks, draw a card. So that may be why, because they don't have a landmark set up yet in order
Mm,
to get that boost or that
yeah.
draw card ability.
Yeah, that is a good point, but I would also I mean, disclaimer as usual, I am no way near as good of a player as these two, but I feel like against yeah, and you see it in Siggy's hand. That's an incredibly risky play against Siggy. That Tiny Jin has a very high chance of getting Ortis spied and then not being able to ramp at all when you could have put the boost to ramp. Was not able to count where the stats were at, so maybe that was the reasoning why all of the stats. I mean, it's still the same stats at the end, right? A 1-1-1 is a 1-1-1.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, very, very interesting play. I would be surprised if it does not get removed right away.
We do see one of the occlutes, he drew the second occlute, and now the other one just got maned. So I don't know which one ended up getting maned here. I assume it was the one that had to do with the landmarks, though. And he got the other one in hand at this point. We'll see if that gets shown on screen that we can take a look at it. But it does look like they're gonna get hit immediately with that spy play that you mentioned potentially here.
Yeah, and another reason it's even more risky is this is open deck list, so
Yeah.
Mello knows what their kind of strategy is. So yeah, yep, there goes the tiny Jin. See, I may not be as good of a player, but I did call it. I did see the writing on the wall. So
It is still a little bit of an awkward play here because Order Spy is 3 mana, and it leaves them with a limited amount of things to be able to play. They do have a 1 cost in hand, though, with the Ortis Crier. Um, so they still can play if they decide to. We will see the Heaven Seringer out here, and they will decide not to play the Crier, and we will see the Chiron played here equally to get those 3 boosts, tie things on that companion side, and allow them to advance on the hero side for a 1 for 0, it looks like.
I love how the icons for Siggy are currently Ysmir. So this is the out of faction Sigismar that we're seeing Mello play.
Yeah, we get they decided not to switch that over. I believe they're just using that app that you can use, right, for the track at this moment?
Yeah, I have no idea. I That's another thing that I guess a lot of players in Utah use. Like Chili and Nick mentioned it on
Mhm.
podcast, and I was like, I've literally never seen anyone use the app, but I guess there are a couple locals where that's mainly what they use. So I'm not sure if it's the same at all.
It looks similar from what I've seen. We do have the unique popping up here that I mentioned before. The one the clue he did decide to keep. You may pay 1. If you do, I gain 2 boosts and fleeting. When I gain 1 or more boosts, draw a card. And when my expedition moves forward, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, draw a card. So resource intensive clute of just drawing a bunch of cards if you can.
Yeah. And I would think that that is another really risky play, but where Siggy is technically behind, maybe it's not as risky to keep that a clue in hand. Also does seem like it's one of the main aspects of their deck to use those to keep drawing cards. And I think we're gonna see the was that the spy coming out of reserve for Siggy?
Yeah, that's what they're holding on to at the moment. Hasn't really decided on what they want to do here. Has actually
Mm.
gonna go with a 3 mana play of the Aegis Templar, um, instead of the Spy, so we could just see another Spy being played here. Um, Gonna try to prevent the Haven Seringer from advancing, it looks like. Still holding on to the cards, doing the good old-fashioned chess move of I haven't let go of it yet, or
Yeah.
checkers too, if you wanna get really into it, but, decides to go ahead and switch over, not wanting to contest with the possible advance of the Haven Seringer.
We're gonna see a full send skater come out, but the boost. How Siggy has 2 mana. I would assume you put it on the itself.
Yeah.
But then you have the Basira to decide where does the Basira go
Yeah. The
on the
benefit
skater.
of the Basira gets some more boosts, and it looks like it's gonna go full send on the Skater at this point. We'll put it at 444.
Yes. So 444 on that side versus 223 from Siggy, and then 311 for Basira on the hero side, and just a recruit token so far for Siggy at 111. Um, Pretty
Yeah.
easy for Siggy to get a move somewhere here.
Yep. Yeah. So we'll just throw out the spy blow on the Basira, basically just forcing the play of the spy. Happy with a 1-4 run. Already is up on the tumult with 1 spot advantage, so I'm sure they're fine with going a 1 for 1. And then hoping, I'm sure that they can get that Occlute play out and start building up resources. Maybe give up that advantage to just see what they can set up. But we'll have to see how that turns out as we draw into the next day here. Checking all their mana here before deciding on what they want to mana. Looks like they drew into a Fire Rabbit. I'm not sure what was already in hand, but I think it's Tiny Jin that they drew into, and they had the Fire Rabbit already potentially. But Tiny Jin, Arcolano Milk, Fire Rabbit, and that Occlute. So imagine one of those one costs are about to go down.
All right. Just got word that Harizin is awake and getting things ready. Normally, we wouldn't do a switch during a best of three, but we have a little weird section of the schedule today where I am the only one crazy enough to wake up to cover.
Mm,
So here after this round, I think Horizon will be joining, and then I will be back after the switch with a guy trying to finish the whole event out. So
sweet. Yep, no worries. We will see that Arcolano Milk getting maned. A lot of cards available in hand for the Sigismar, so despite being down, I feel like they're at least in a pretty decent spot, especially with having a spy play here, potentially hitting the skater and attorney in hand as well to maybe even get some more draw.
yeah, this whenever Siggy gets up to a certain amount of mana, I just become more and more scared. There are too many answers that Ortis has that are low cost. Your teamwork training is only two. You have a bunch of characters that are two or one that provide decent stats. And then, yeah, like you said, there's yeah, troopers in hand, a license withdrawal. The thing that I am worried about for Basira here is Siggy's doing a better job of keeping cards and drawing cards than the Basira, who seemingly planned around drawing a bunch of cards. So we'll see if the stats come out. Just taking a look at how they're lined up for this a clue, and
We'll be
the
able to
water
play.
stat is going to be good. Yeah.
We'll be able to play a fire rabbit off of this as well to be able to boost the occlute to get the draw that they want for it gaining a boost, and we'll be able to trigger Basira either to boost up the Fire Rabbit or boost up the Occlute. Either way, it'll kind of have the same effect because you'll be able to draw off the Occlute play immediately, or wait till the expedition moves forward and have two characters with a boost that they'll be able to draw a card off of. So essentially, it won't make that much of a difference, but we'll have to see if it matters as a whole here because I'm almost positive we're going to see a fire rabbit play here. Now the question is does he think he's going to advance or not? And it looks like Melo's happy with not advancing on that side, playing the attorney, and we will just see a fire rabbit come out here that's going to get fleeting, give a boost, and then may as well Basira for a second boost somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was a
Yeah.
really interesting play to not pay the one for the occlute. Then it does not gain fleeting. You don't need two boosts from itself. License withdrawal can't hit that because it costs too much, right? Let's see. Pretty sure
Yeah, should be fun.
the otherwise, if license withdrawal could have hit it, that would have also been a smart play, not boosting it from hand. Um,
I think it would just turn into more of a resource thing where they'd rather be able to play it from reserve here, um, potentially. So, especially knowing that they've already been hit by two Orta spies and they're going to be the first player this turn, that they can just play it immediately if they so choose.
yeah, it is a common license withdrawal, so it could have hit the a clue
Mm,
if it were boosted. I don't know if the mana was there for Siggy, but yeah, very very interesting. And there we see a hunger in hand. I don't think there's been any ramp, so we might be one off from the hunger after that mana was just put down.
yeah. We have not seen the ramp yet. They did get sabotaged on that tiny gen on day two that you were talking about that they did decide not to ramp towards. So it should be all even as far as mana here.
Yeah, looks
Um,
like we're at 7.
yeah, and we will see immediately that a Clute play doesn't even want to risk the sabotage if there is the third one available, and is just going to set up for possibly more resource play here with 2 mana left. Looks like they do have a Chiron as well as a Haven to be able to be played. Still has the advantage on the board state though, as far as the Basira is concerned. So has to feel good about that at the very least. And we will see the Chiron being played. Go ahead and boost that Occlute. Question is, will we see the Basira play into that as well? And they will throw it onto the Occlute instead of trying to boost more on that hero side and build up the advantage, and instead just happy with a block on that recruit at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if Siggy is going to clear out their reserve or just let the spy get eaten. They know that there's a hunger. They should know that next turn will be 8 mana. The spy from reserve isn't anything super important, and they already got the attorney out. So yeah, it looks like they are gonna play from hand. And
License withdrawal. Yeah.
oof, yeah, that is actually a very big hit.
Yeah. This will allow them to have 2 mana left to have a play here and be able to go on a 2-0 advance here. So Flow realistically understanding that that was a possibility and opting for the additional card draw instead of forcing his opponent to try to advance by giving the boost to the Chiron, which makes sense because he probably thought that he had it either way. So may as well get the card draw while you have it. And will now be down on the tumult after having the early lead by at least one setup here.
Yeah, the good news if the hunger comes out is there is now a um the heck trooper to eat unless Siggy just plays it out first to start the day here. Um but there's I mean, I feel like you have to play the hunger this turn or get rid of it because you don't want to put out a haven or some of that other stuff and then play the hunger.
Mhm.
Be interesting to see if that hunger goes into mana or if they who are they considering manaing the haven?
Yeah, I mean, they had 2 of them, so it definitely could be a thing, and they have a lot of resources, so they don't necessarily need it.
Yeah.
I imagine they wanna keep that removal if possible. They did show the Axiom Salvager unique here momentarily. If they end up playing it, we'll be able to show you guys that, but we did talk about that at the beginning of the game. Just another card where if a character joins the expeditions, be able to boost things up, and it also has a resupply effect from anywhere based off of boost. So we'll see how all of that lines up in general. It looks like we will have our first play from the Siggy, who's just going to go ahead and exhaust that Chiron right away.
All right. What are you gonna do, Basira? What you gonna do?
Looking like we'll probably have a little bit of a slow play with the Arcolano milk potentially.
Yeah, it is a very risky play to now play hunger. With the amount of mana Siggy has, you could end up losing to a double advance, but there's a license withdrawal and a trooper in hand, and I think that's it. So
I wouldn't be
we know that there couldn't be a double advance, but
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this Spacir player be able to do the play that we saw in the Atsadi matchup versus Aphonis, where throwing down the Arcolano milk and at some point playing a hunger on top of it in order to give it gigantic um, and remove everything. So he may be setting up for that on a following day, or he's just setting up for something else. But I wouldn't be surprised if that is end up what happens, and try to make a big play on the following day and get a 2-0 with his opponent adjacent and getting a one for one here potentially. But still a lot of cards to be played, a lot of mana, and it could go either way at this point.
Yeah, probably a very good call. It does not currently, at least the last I know of, work on BGA to do that play, but this is on paper, and that is how it works. You can go ahead and give the hunger fleeting and a boost before the hunger eats the milk. And then, as some of you may know, if the hunger is fleeting, it is gigantic. So I would bet you are correct, and I don't think Siggy has anything to get rid of that. Well, actually, what is the condition for license withdrawal? Ooh, it can get rid of the milk, can't it?
I don't know how often we'd actually see a license withdrawal hit milk though, but I
Yeah.
guess I guess we'll see. We do have that Axiom Salvager unique out on the board of from anywhere if you control two or more boosted characters, resupply, and when another character joins your expedition, if I have two or more boosts, target character gains two boosts. So, um, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, sorry, I bumped my mic. That it's one of those uniques that we've seen in Bravos where they're getting a lot of boosts out by characters joining. It's also seen a pretty big resurgence, not necessarily in this deck list, but I've seen it in some Kojo lists of the Ortis Spy in the out of faction because it produces a Ortis Recruit token from reserve. And if you have one of these uniques out, it'll be two characters that hit your expeditions and you can give out more boosts. So, fun little setup there.
Okay, uses it on that, so
Yep.
good choice there. We do have a tiny Jin that, yep, can go in there and ramp. That'll be good.
Still not enough to block that Jack Frost, so he'll have to play that second Tiny Jin as well if he wants. It will be a double ramp, so it means he doesn't have to do it, or he could throw out that mana eruption, but I don't know if he wants to mana erupt that Jack Frost quite yet. But there is still one cost play for Mellow here. I didn't see what was in hand in order to be able to play, or
I
it could
think it's a
just
trooper.
yeah, it could just be the trooper from reserve. But
I think he has one in hand too.
oh, does he?
Yeah. But I mean, if you have one in reserve, you probably just play it from reserve instead of taking the one from hand. Yeah.
And will opt to go ahead and just secure that side over there. Interesting. Afraid of the 4 mana that, Flow on the Basira has. Can decide to play a Tiny Jin and a Mana Eruption here, so I guess it could be something he'd have to figure out. He's trying to do some math in his head as far as possibilities of outs that the Flow would have to potentially take that hero side, but I don't think that's gonna be the scenario, and he's gonna be happy to 1 for 1 here, save that Tiny Jin. I don't think he's gonna play it here on the, Arcolano Milk and just happy with a 1 for 1.
Yeah. And then the Basira is gonna be first next turn. Probably like you said, get that milk out and then play the hunger after.
Yeah, could be a big play for him, especially being able to slow play with the milk right away.
Hmm.
And realistically, Mello only has one card in hand, right? With that trooper that you mentioned. So would have limited resources available to them with that hunger taking out the entire board. So I'll be interested to see if this is going to be that finisher that I was talking about, where they're happy with a 1 for 1, even with the Sigismar going adjacent, and is able to get a 2-0 here off of a gigantic hunger kind of set up. They do have 8 mana, so they have to mana here to be able to make that play. And the fact that he got rid of that cylinder makes me think it's definitely the play that we're about to see.
Does Mello? Oh yeah, Mello
Mello
Mello knows it's coming.
Yeah, Mello has a Sandman as well here. So
Oh no.
it won't matter, and we get switched off. We can't see the end. Switch us back. So if he decides to play it, that will be the end here. Um, Sandman will lock it down for him, but I think we're gonna see the play.
Oh man, Siggy pulled just the perfect card.
Yeah. I think he doesn't really have a choice either because if he doesn't make this play, I don't think he can stop Sigismar without it, and so he has
Yeah.
to make the play here. Um, he's gonna get the boost, he's gonna get the fleeting, he's gonna get an even bigger boost based off of Basira, and then we'll see the immediate Sandman, and we'll get the GGs.
RIP. Unfortunate, but
Yeah. Fun interaction regardless. I think the Sandman was the main thing that could have dealt with that play. Otherwise, we were going to see a Basira game one victory. But in this scenario, we will see the Sigismar take the game one here of the best of three in the round of 16. The winner of this will go to the top eight, and the winner of the top eight will get a qualifying spot into the World Championship because we have a total of four spots taking here in the French qualifier in order to get a World Championship spot. So after today, we will have a total of five players ready for the World Championship after the Netherlands last weekend.
yeah. Since they did not hit the 1,024 players, I think they should switch that to only three, and they should give the fourth spot to me so that I can
Mm,
come help out at Worlds.
yeah, you're not going to play. You're just going to help out.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely not play. I'll just help out.
Okay, so just get you over there, and then at some point you'll just let someone play for you, and you'll just take the free flight, right?
Yep, yep, exactly. Oh, there you go. I'll choose my fighter.
There you go.
I'll get to pick who I want to represent me.
You'll
What
pick
do
your
they
you'll pick your champion.
Yeah, what do they call that in a duel?
A champion, right? Isn't it?
There's another like more old school word for it,
Oh,
but
there's a what's the name of the your second?
yeah,
Yeah,
for
but
second.
that's usually
Um
the person that backs you up if you're incapable after taking one shot, but you're not dead,
yeah.
type of
I,
thing.
I'm going to hop out and let Horizon jump in.
Okay.
How I think it's gonna go is Horizon will finish out the top 16, and then we'll see from there. I would assume that I'll come back for the semifinals and finals, but we'll play it by how the rounds work out. So it'll
Are you gonna take a nap after this?
I don't know. My dog is asleep snoring next to me, so I might just have to chill. But
Okay.
I'll be around. But
Yeah.
Horizon's gonna jump in. I'll see you soon.
Alright. Sounds good, man.
Bye.
I So cool, I'll be heading out of here. I'll get Horizon's name switched out here. But for anyone that is watching, thank you for joining us for the English restream here on the A.W.O.L channel. We are in the round of 16, coming up on game two of Mello versus Flo on the Basira. Mello took the first game. Basira will need to win both of these games here in order to go into the round of eight where the qualifying will happen. Let me go and switch the name here for Horizon. Anyone in the chat, feel free to ask any questions. Coin Pusher, I see you there. Mellow, really friendly guy. Okay. I mean, not all um, Sigismar players are bad. Like you said, Mellow seems like a friendly guy. Sure, he tries his best and everyone's just happy. But we're getting into the mana here. Horizon has joined us officially on the stream. Gonna talk over the rest of this game two into game three potentially here in the round of 16. How are you doing this fine evening slash morning?
I'm doing good. It's 6:30, but I'm ready to watch them altered. The first round of the last game was very, very interesting. I'm glad I got to watch at least some of it.
Yeah. It was definitely a fun one to take a look at here. Both players are going into the game 2 here trying to decide on some mana. All Sigmars are bad, their pilots can be okay people, just misguided. Yeah, okay, yeah. Fair, 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 fair. Uh, can't, blame is that a situation of don't don't hate the player, hate the game kinda thing? I don't know. Either way, looks like we have a decent start here for the Basira player, having a Haven Sarengar, and it looks like a Bravos Blade Dancer to help trigger that Basira ability here in the first day. Not a bad start at all. And we have Mello deciding on the Sigmar side of what they want to keep. Looks like they have two tiny jails there available to them. I imagine they'll want to keep one of those, but no, they're going to keep
Oh,
both.
wow.
Get rid of both. I think it's a situation that they're assuming that the Basira is going to be able to get over that stat threshold with the amount of boost that they can put out. So that makes sense. Opting to keep the license withdrawal instead, probably better for this specific matchup. What do you think?
I'm surprised they didn't at least keep one in their hand, considering it's so early on. At being at day one, the Basira will be playing things that necessarily won't have that stat of three. So maybe the Sigismar player could have used it early on to try and get rid of something, just to stop an early advance, because Basir does really want those early advantages.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree, especially since the tiny jail can be played twice, especially on the rare version. But it seems like a lot of players have been prioritizing that license withdrawal instead, as far as mana is concerned. Um, I mean, as far as removal is
I can
concerned.
definitely see
So,
I can definitely see that. The
um,
license draw's a little more unconditional. It removes basically anything in Basira's deck because everything will be boosted. It also deals with havens. Maybe he was anticipating that there'd be a haven coming out sometime soon.
yeah, or something. I mean, Haven Saringer is another good one to where it has that high 3 stat threshold, so it's kinda hard to remove if it gets that additional boost when it comes to the tiny jail. But either way, we'll see the Haven Saringer come out. We'll see that Bravos Blade Dancer do the thing that we were talking about as far as triggering that Basira ability, setting itself up for future turns potentially, and, it looks like we will have a 1 for 1 to start us off on this first day. Do a little dice roll to a flippity floppity, and no sabotaging happening after the legat gets to advance over there on the companion expedition.
That's gonna be really, really nice because having the option to either play the Haven Sarengar or get a 4/4/4 for 3 in the Bravos Blade Dancer would be really, really nice for that Basir just to have that cheap spell that they can cast, either get some advantage, either in cards or just in the tumult. I'm not sure how many mana spells are in this deck, and that's not a fire rabbit. I'm not sure how many 1 mana spells are in the Basir deck. I do see that Elon, but
Yeah, and essentially that Tolarian Skater is too on the scout, right? Um, being able to trigger a boost by playing it from hand, if they so choose. But we'll have to see how things turn out here. We do see that another license withdrawal being drawn by the Sigismar player. Be curious to see if they want to keep both here or if they want to get rid of one of them, especially if they'll be low on characters otherwise, and they will get rid of one of them, it looks like, opting to keep the Frog Prince instead. And we also lose the Tolarian Skater here for the Basira, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, especially this earlier on in the game. The cylinder, I think, is a lot better for setup. So it looks like we will see that big boosty guy here of the Bravos Blade Dancer, which I wouldn't have expected initially, but with that one cosplay that they now have with the cylinder, seems like it is the right way to go.
And it looks like the Sigma did use a license withdraw on that Bravos Blade Dancer, but it still really hurts to draw almost half your removal in the early game in those two tiny GLs and then put down also a license withdraw. That could come up later in the game if Sigismar is trying to remove some key pieces for Basira, especially if there's a Hunger Out on the board that now only has one answer left in his deck, unless the Sigismar goes into a second cycle of his deck, which is not super likely to happen.
Yeah, and based off of that, we will see no more play here on that second day, and Sigismar's be able to get an advantage and get the boost based off of the hero ability and having that token out. Um, the Basir player just fine with it, being able to get some counters on that cylinder and be able to utilize that later on for their own Basir ability. And they do run into one of their unique occlutes. I'm not sure which one it is at the moment, but it may be either the one that requires a permanent or the one that does not. They will, however, get rid of the removal that they drew in the mana eruption, which is also an interesting play. Thought they might want to keep that one, but it looks like they're going to prioritize potentially cycling their deck a little bit more by being able to play that Haven Bravos Bastion as well.
I don't think it's the end of the world to put down the removal. I know it's very premium, especially in a deck that doesn't run a lot of it. But if they did just draw the Acolyte, hopefully they'll be drawing into more removal, I think is the thought they have.
Yeah, and it is this occlut here. Let me show it to everybody. It is the one that when I gain one or more boosts, if you control one or more landmarks, draw a card. And if your hand is empty, target character gains 2 boosts from hand. So we will see the trigger here on the cylinder. Go ahead and use the ability to boost up that occlut by a whole heck of a lot. They do have a card in hand though already, so they won't be able to get the benefit of the hand is empty. But at the very least, they'll be able to get the other boosts, and it will immediately get hit with another license withdrawal.
That's definitely rough to have it getting license withdrawn, to have it completely discarded altogether the first turn it's played. But it did get 3 cards out of it, which is almost like a Conjuring Seal from reserve, which isn't horrible. It's better than a Conjuring Seal from reserve. It's drawing 3 cards, but still to have one of your uniques taken out so early on, especially when you are playing an aggressive game plan, it can really hurt.
Yeah, and we do get to see that one lone rare occlut finally show up for the Basir player. A lot of resources available to them and causing Mello to use a lot, but they are now down 3 spots on the tumult, and are getting in a situation where they need to start making up some ground. They definitely can do it here, potentially, and they also have a Haven Sarengar in play that would be a good block here on the hero side for against Mello, but Mello also has a decent amount of cards in hand that should be playable, including that Ortis Attorney that it looks like they kept. That will also help keep them up for resources in this game, while essentially not even having to play very many characters at all.
Yeah, the Sigismar here is being much more aggressive than the Basira, which is definitely really hurting a Bravos deck that does want to play aggressive. But with the cards that the Basira did draw from the Acolyte, hopefully he'll get a little bit of an advantage from that and won't have his cards wasted too much, because this will be a bit of a longer game for the Basira if they want a chance of trying to come back and win. So they kind of have to pivot from that traditional aggressive play style and maybe try and stabilize a little bit like they tried to do with the Haven and try and progress from there.
We do see that Tolarian Skater come out here. I imagine it's actually going to hit itself with the boost, use the Basira ability on the Tiny Gen. So that will be enough to potentially allow for a double advance here at the moment. Um, and if they want to be able to ramp with that Tiny Gen after it leaves the expedition, but it'll also allow for Mello to be able to draw off of the Ortis Eternity that is currently not advancing, being on a lone terrain. I don't think it's the end of the world for Melo, obviously, being up 3 spots, but if they can help it at all, I'm sure they'd like to not give up a 2 for 0. But at this point, they only have 1 card left in hand, which I believe is the Aegis Templar, that they definitely can play. I just don't know if they're have 3 mana left, so they could only either scout or play the Templar by itself. And I think it'll be enough to block on one side. I don't remember the Aegis Templar stat line.
A
Uh,
Comus Agent Templar is 2/2/3, so it
okay.
would be able to block and advance on the side of that Orcs Attorney, and if he does play it just as a body, instead of using it to scout, it would make him advance, and it would also leave, Orcs Recruit in that expedition when it comes back, or when it leaves the expedition the next day. So that would set up for a really good turn to for that double advance this
Yeah.
turn, and then get that advantage into the next.
Yeah, I think he was kinda having a decision there if he wanted to maybe even play it on the hero side to at least block and give up the 1 for 0 while still being able to draw off the attorney by not advancing. Um, in the end, decides to go with the play that you mentioned here, getting the advance, maintaining the lead, and having a recruit come out here from the Aegis Templar, and having one on either side at this point. Now only 2 spots away from taking this game and the set in this best of 3, only needing 1 more game to win this round of 16 and go to the round of 8 where we'll have the deciding matches on who is going to get that qualifier spot.
Yeah, this looks like it'll be fairly open and shut unless this Basir can come out with something crazy. It looks like the Basir player did draw a rare Aklet, which a while ago, which will be nice. There is the Fire Rabbit if they want to try and sandbag the turn a little bit and see what the Sigismar player plays. There is a Jack Frost and what looks like a monolithic gate that he's putting down, I believe it was.
Mhm.
Um, I'm curious to see how the Pasir can come back from this because Sigismar has a very good chance right now of double advancing if there's no removal to be had. And the Sigismar does get to go first, so the Aklet will not be as optimal as a Basir player would like it to be.
And it looks like we will have 2 exhausted mana here, so we could either see the Attorney or that Jack Frost play, which looks like was going to happen, like you mentioned before. But we could also see a response with the Acklet to hit the reserve and kind of overload the Sigismar setup. And that is what we will see going over here. And it'll limit the resources for Mellow while putting them in a good spot to take uh, the hero side and having enough mana potentially to play on the companion side as well, because I don't think Mela really wants to play another card here because they'd be in a spot where they'd have a lot of cards to go in reserve, and that does end up being the scenario, and is going to have to take a 2-0 here from the Basira.
That was really, really well played by the Basir. I'm surprised that Melo didn't play anything from reserve first as some sort of. I understand that Jack Frost gets rid of the Haven Sarengar, but knowing this Basir does run Acklets, maybe he was banking on him drawing something else, but having that Acklet in your hand for so long and then being able to use it at a time like this was a huge, huge tempo swing. And I don't know if it gives Basira a chance, but it definitely puts them back in the game for the ability to try and come back.
Yeah, and it also feels really good when you're able to play it on a turn where you are the second player, because now the first player token gets switched over to you. You can hit both of the cards in reserve for the opposing player, and they essentially can only play cards from hand at this point. And at this point, I think that's also just going to be maybe 1 to 2 cards that Mello has, and it looked like they were attorneys. Um, if he decided to mana, and he does have 2 attorneys, so he'll be able to play both attorneys here, but that'll be about it. So, and he is going to play on the one side, so it'll be a scenario where he's trying to actually advance. And that Haven Seringer is going to be a pretty nice one as far as being able to block for the Basira, who definitely wants to be able to block and get as many advances of this as possible with the cards that they have available, and they have a 3 cost mana eruption that could help against one of these um, Ortis attorneys, so he won't be able to get a double draw if he's able to get blocked here as a whole. So, despite the early lead by Sigismar, it's definitely looking like the Basira could take this one back and potentially send us to a game 3, which would be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I would love to see game 3 of this. I am already completely hooked on it. I when I saw the Sigismar come so close, I thought Mel had it locked down, but this Vizier is really rushing both expeditions as fast as she can. Flo is really doing a great job of stabilizing with that Kellen cylinder and with the Haven Bravos Bastion. And the boost it's getting is a huge advantage here. I'm curious to see what Flo puts down this turn as far as mana goes. It looks like he did draw a rare Acolyte
It's one of
and
the
a
uniques.
Hunger.
It's one of the uniques,
Oh,
actually. He's only running 1 rare Accolade overall, and this is a unique one that allows him to draw. Both of his uniques are both draw associated ones that you can see up here on the board.
oh,
It allows them to gain a lot of boosts, and then when they get boosts, they're able to draw a card.
oh, okay. He only runs the one rare Acolyte.
Yeah, so that's probably what, Mello was thinking, that he probably didn't run into that one that, that he did end up having, so he was trying to take a calculated risk. It ended up not working for him there and let, Flo get back into this game. It definitely isn't over yet, though. Still just 1-2-0 away from taking this game, taking game 2, and taking the whole set, but we'll have to see if Flo has anything to say about that here, and, we may be going into a game 3.
That unique is really something else. Even if we do go into a game 3 here, that would put him at a huge advantage, especially right now. If he can give that Acolyte multiple boosts, he'll just be drawing card after card.
Yeah, we will see that unique glute come out here, and it does not look like they're using the play, and it doesn't look like the Sigismar player had any response, or did they? I didn't see
I
any.
didn't see a response.
So it looks like we'll be going into a game 3 here. And awesome feature match again, 2 times in a row having game threes. Both players will shuffle up. First game went to the Sigismar player. Second game went to the Basira player, who was down considerably the entire time and kind of just made it up and get 2 double advances and taking the end there to take the victory. So 1 for 1 at this point. Headed to game 3. Little over 20 minutes left to play, so we should have plenty of time to finish this game out.
I could not have been more wrong about that this year not being able to come back, but boy, am I glad he did. Flo really did such a great job with that redemption arc. I mean, hopefully he can pull out something in round 3 too. I would love to see this Basir take the win against the Sigismar. As much as I love Ortis, Basir is such a dark horse. I would really love to see her do well in this event. She already has good representation and is doing fairly well, as obviously if she's represented in top cuts. But I would
Yeah.
love to see her hopefully make it a little bit further, especially with the way Flo is piloting it.
Yeah, definitely. And then we'll do a quick check here on the results that we've seen on Melee thus far. Looks like in table 1, we have Kinton beating Gimkill 2-0. And we have KKTZH beating Sandodo 2-0 as well. And we have the Novinka player in Sparky3867 taking out Dandy 2-0 as well. So did not expect to see a Navinka into the top 8, but sure enough, we will get to see one in the top 8. Hopefully, we'll be able to get to see that on stream, but those are the results that we have thus far in the setup. 3 2-0s at the moment, which means either the other games are going a full 3 games or we're having the other 2-0s wrap up here shortly. And we'll switch on over back to the gameplay here, where we'll be getting into game 3 here in this round of 16. Melo taking game 1, as I mentioned before. Basira taking game 2. Horizon, who you got here? Game three. Chat. I'm gonna start a poll. You can let me know.
As much as I want to see Sigismund win because I love Ortis, again, I gotta go with Basira. After that crazy play, 2 double advances and that flush Acklet for the win, I think Flo has a really good shot here. I really wanna put my money down on Flo on this one. I think he's got it.
Yeah, I would love to see it, and we do see a interesting setup here of one of the out of faction Muna Bastions that they're going to keep up with. That seems like it's a good spot to keep if you can set it up. I'm not always a big fan of having 3 cost permanents, but if you can set something up, why not? Right? It makes it a lot things a lot harder to remove.
Yeah, I mean, it would require Flo taking that day 1 off if he does decide to play it on day 1, but it would set him up to make license withdrawals much harder, make teamwork trainings much harder, tiny jails much harder. So that would really put Melo at a disadvantage later in the game if he doesn't get rid of that Muna Bastion.
Yeah, it looks like Flo will be the turn 1 player, so they'll be giving up a 2-0 here immediately, and they're fine with that,
Mm.
and instead, they're just gonna get license withdrawaled, and Melo's like, "No, thanks, I'm good with it. I'll take the 1-0 over the 2-0 instead of giving you the opportunity to set up that permanent."
While the license withdrawal on that does really hurt because it required Flo to hold turn, it does mean there's one less license withdrawal in Melo's deck to get rid of the big bombs in Flo's deck, like the Hunger, like the Acklets. So
Yeah.
that could be interesting later on in the game with that one removal spell down.
I am seeing a card that I didn't really expect to see that just got maned. I think it's a Spirit Wielder. That I haven't
Oh,
really
wow.
seen a lot of in these deck lists, but seems like Flo's found a spot for it in their deck list. It's a card that I haven't really put a high tier on as far as the new cards within Whispers from the Maze, but Flo seems to like it, which a bit surprising there for me.
It's definitely a decent card, especially at common. It's low cost. It can potentially have a lot of boost, especially in a Basir deck that does care about having multiple characters with boost. And it's one extra character you don't need to worry about boosting because as long as you have other boosted characters, it'll boost itself.
Yeah, still, I mean, obviously, it's still is good enough to be involved in a deck list for someone who made it to the top 16 and potentially the top 8 here. So might be something that I'll have to take a look at for a future Basira list. But in the meantime, we'll start here on day 2. Melo's starting strong here with an Artist Trooper play. Hard to beat it as far as 1 cost plays are concerned. Tiny Jin is close, which we do see in the hand of Flow that will also be played, but I'm still giving the edge to the Trooper. It feels too nice to play on occasion, but still some pretty good cards that we see in Flo's hand between that unique Alcazim Salvenger that we can show on stream if you want to. Oh, never mind, it just disappeared. Well, we might get to see it once it's played. Either way, Axiom Salvenger or the Haven Sarengar. We've seen that Salvager before. If you are not aware, it is one where if a character joins your expeditions, it's able to deal out some boosts, and it also has a resupply ability associated with it.
I mean, it's a really great unique to play out for cheap and then just boost up all your other characters. It could be really great with the unique acklets that we saw in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and it does look like we'll go ahead and get a 1-for-1 here. The attorney being played by Mello and the Haven Sarengar getting the setup here for Basira player. And one thing I do want to point out is I think both of these players are using the hero signed versions that they get at these events for their hero at the moment. I'm seeing the signatures on both of them between the Sigismar and the Basira. So I don't know if they've done some trading or if they've already gotten the packs that they want with those heroes for their specific decks, but pretty cool. If you have the opportunity to go to one of the events, go ahead and check it out. And you might get the one of those heroes special to one of the qualifier events.
They do all look really, really nice. I believe you get just 1 random hero pack just for participating.
You
I
do.
think you use 1 for participating, and then, like, the top half of players get an additional pack, and from there, it's just additional bonuses. I think the top players get, like, 8 packs or something.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if they start handing them out as you advance type of thing, so you could try to
Mhm.
open up and see some more maybe. but at the very least, you may just get one for signing up and maybe get to open up some more later on, increase your collection a little bit. But we do see that one rare recruit show up for Basira player that helped them out tremendously in that game too. So we'll have to see if that is another situation that we see here. And we do see that Jack Frost again available to Mellow. So we'll see if the Jack Frost trips them up once again. We will see Jack Frost hitting one of the reserve cards. And we will see the immediate response into the Clute again. Or no, it's the Seringer being played from reserve. Okay, never mind. I thought they were gonna see it, but because they had a Clute, in hand, but they're gonna play the Seringer instead, um, and they can't play the one that they had set up from reserve, so it was a good play there. And only 1 card in hand for Mellow, though, and the Order Spy, which I don't think they wanna play at this moment.
Having the Haven Serengar advance on this hero expedition is advancing is always nice, but it'll put Flow in a position where now the Haven Serengar won't really be able to do too much, and he'll be up a mana next turn because of that boosted Tiny Jin. So I'm curious if he tries to put anything down next turn, or if he just goes with the ramp and tries to go with more card draw with multiple Haven Serengars and try and just draw as much as he can. Because he'll have to put most of it in his companion expedition, I'd imagine, with the 3 stat and forest, just to try and get the most out of those stats. Because it looks like after that Ordis Trooper, he probably won't be advancing
Yeah.
on the side of hero.
Yeah, so he's opting to throw the trooper on the side to be able to advance off of that individual green or the forest stat. Probably a safe bet, knowing that 2 Haven Serengars are in reserve, and he doesn't really want to keep on contesting that one terrain with the Basira player that's been keeping him stuck there instead of blocking on the companion side with the single mountain. So should be interesting to see how that one lines out or how that decision is set up for him. In the meantime, it looks like we will have Mello on the first player token, so we won't see an immediate Akalut player, but we may get to see the scenario that we saw in previously in game 2, where Flo was able to get a, uh turn 2, I guess, a Clute play, and then set himself up for a turn 1, a Clute play in the following day. But only the Jack Frost to be able to be hit now, which I imagine might hit one of the Serengers early. But it looks like we also see a Monolith Rune Scribe in hand that they're showing up on the board that we can take a look at if you want to read that one off.
Absolutely. So it looks like so 1 mana from hand, 1 mana from reserve, 1/1/1, and whenever another non-token character would join your expeditions, if you control a token, create an Ordis Recruit in your companion expedition. That's a really great unique, especially for the cost of 1 mana. It'll set up Mellow really nicely for a big turn, but it will give Flo the chance to play one of the Haven Serengar for free without having to worry about the Jack Frost. So it'll be a card this turn once it leaves the expedition, but it most likely means that Flo will have a much harder time advancing this turn.
Yeah, and it looks like we see the 4 exhausts here in the mana, which means we're going to see the rare Clute potentially. Changing his mind, maybe? There are 2 cards in hand for, Mello, that look to be the Spy and the Attorney, so he still has at least he could still play 2 other cards even if he hits the Jack Frost here, but it will overload the reserve if he so chooses, so now the question becomes for Mello is how many resources does he wanna spend in order to win out an expedition and essentially give up the resource advantage that he had earlier on by playing cards and overloading his reserve with the Jack Frost, his unique, and potentially the 2 other cards at hand. It's a
It
fine
depends.
balance. The attorney obviously would help if he doesn't advance and would be able to do it to draw, but it looks like we're gonna see the Ortis Spy here first hit one of those Sarengars. Nope, it is the attorney actually. So that will be able to start doing that token factory ability of the Monolith Rune Scribe, creating a token over on the companion side that you mentioned earlier. And we'll likely see some more cards being played. I go ahead and throw out that other card in hand of the Arcolano Milk that should help the Serenger throw some more card, get some the advantage. But it's curious if Melo actually wants to play the spy here, because it doesn't really matter as far as the state of being able to play both Saringers, but it does allow him to potentially double advance here if he so chooses. But it would give up a lot of resources to do so. And after that previous game on game two, and being so far ahead and using too many resources in the meantime, I don't know if he wants to do that.
Yeah, I definitely think it'd be risky to just go all in on this one turn. If it was a make or break, if it was a tipping point for Melo, I'd understand him maybe trying to give up a few cards here, there, and overloading his reserve. But this early on in the game, I don't think it'd be a great idea to do that. I probably would have tried to get rid of one of the Haven Sargar just to cut down some of Flo's card advantage, especially in a deck that doesn't get a lot of card advantage like Bravos. It's very, very premium. So getting rid of that for your opponent is always huge, huge for you.
Yeah, and it is one of those situations that we talked about before that Flo is able to get that a clue out on a turn two hero and is going to be able to hit two of the cards in the reserve for Mellow that will essentially not be able to be played, which is probably why the decision came down for Mello not to play that spy, because they'd be down to just the two cards in hand and maybe even one, if they had decided to mana in the following day, which I don't think they want to have to deal with. So instead, they're just going to take the 2-0 hit here and hope to have some more resources later on after getting hit by this Clute in the following day, which I have to assume is coming almost immediately.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy snap play. I mean, Melo overloaded a little bit with having that extra card. It looks like he decided to get rid of the Jack Frost. Now, I'm sure Melo knows that is obviously both going to get exhausted with that Acolyte, and Flo will hopefully have a powerful turn here with cutting off Melo from most of his cards, most of his powerful cards with that unique that spawns tokens.
Yeah, so it looks like they'll be down to 3 cards, opting to keep one of the spies that they had earlier on that they decided not to play. And we'll have, not sure which one. I think they're keeping one of the Ortis Criers and the other Jack Frost as well. Okay. So we will see the immediate Occlude play that we were both talking about hit both of those uniques. That unique, I mean, the unique and the attorney. So the unique will not be in play here. And now is a situation of, can Flow get another double advance here and put themselves adjacent and put them in a pretty good spot. The spy hits the Sarenger to reduce the resources, and a Chiron comes out here to match that spy at the moment. And 2 mana left, and that Spirit Wielder is coming out here. Maybe we'll have to see if that's enough boosts that it's able to set up with.
It should be 2 boosts on it. I believe it's a 1/1/1 base stats if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. So that puts them up to 555, which is enough at the moment. And does Mello have enough in hand to be able to contest that? It looks like it is going to be a double advance, actually. I
Wow.
think there's
That's
only
gonna
a
be huge.
yeah, I think there's only a Jack Frost in hand. Opting not to spend even any more because again, they're at a point of determining hand resources to reserve resources and what they wanted to keep. Um, and now we're at a situation that Melo has to come back from a deficit of their own, and Flo just needs one more to take this game three and head to the top eight and potentially a world championship qualifying setup, and represent for all of Bravos at this point, because the Kojos and the Atsadis are out of the game at this point.
And it looks like Flo did draw another one of their unique Acolytes, which will be drawing him multiple cards. And he's got a handful of mana. Once he plays the Acolyte, which, if I'm remembering correctly, costs 5, he'll still have 4 mana left for a Chiron or the Spirit, which will be really, really great for getting in that big advantage. Because it doesn't look like Mello drew any removal for Acolyte. No license withdraws, no tiny jails for the Chirons. So it'll be really interesting to see how he can do this. He'll most likely just be trying to play as many characters as he can to stop Flow from advancing on one side. But with how big one of his sides are going to be, with all the boosts he's going to be putting on it, it'll be very, very difficult.
Yeah, he still has to run into the Jack Frost potentially hitting one of the cards in reserve. I think if Flo knew that the Jack Frost was available, he may have paid the one extra for the Clute to give itself two boosts and fleeting and just try to win the game as soon as possible. But didn't know it was coming, so he's going to lose one card. He's going to only be able to play the Spirit Wielder there
Mm.
and see if there's enough based off of that to just take this game out here on that side of things. Um, Stat wise, what are we at here?
3-5-5 on the side of Flow, and it looks like 3-2-3 on the side of Mellow in the companion expedition, which is where they're fighting right now.
Yeah, and there should be plenty enough for Melo to be able to stop this at this point, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah. They still have a attorney in reserve, and they're also able to trigger the token generation of their unique. Um, would only be a 2-0 though, so we'd still have the lead on the Basira player, and they'd be able to set up their Occlute again for more draw potentially, but we'll have to see how this one lines up.
Mellow does also still have, it looks like, a rally call in hand
Yeah.
if you want to try and get a few boosts out of that as well.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he'll need it at this point. Um, has enough to block. The question is does he want to double advance or does he want to get another draw out of that attorney? What do you think you're doing in this situation? Do you want to go for the draw or do you want to put yourself within a 2-0 to take the game?
At this point of the game, draws are always great, especially in a game like Altered where it's so premium. But with you being so far behind and an aggressive deck like Basir going one-on-one, being right there, one advance away from winning, I'd probably try and take the advance just to try and get a little bit closer so I don't feel that pressure later in the game.
And they will play the rallying call here on the token, and they're putting themselves in a spot to play the rallying call one more time, and they'll be able to advance. Otherwise, we are looking at just the 1-0 and getting to draw off the attorney, and that's where the decision is coming for right here. Checking some maths. And he is gonna play it. Okay, he wants the
All right.
2-0. And I'd have to agree here. You have to put yourself in a spot on this following day to win the game, because if you don't and you put yourself that even if you get a 2-0 on the following day, it doesn't let you win and your opponent just needs one advance, it's just putting yourself in too bad of a spot, especially when your opponent could just get any type of removal, any kind of setup, especially with all the draw happening with that occlude that could put you in a really tough spot. I mean, especially with something like a hunger with all the mana that's on the board, right? So you got to take your chances, hope you can get the 2-0. And they do hit two uniques here in hand. So we'll have to see how that one turns out.
Mello will have the mana to play. It looks like the Haven Warrior is that another Monolith Rune Scribe unique, I believe, and then the Jack Frost in reserve. The only concern is what's his sequence of operations here because the Haven Warrior looks like it reads if it enters from anywhere, if you have less than 8 mana orbs, you draw a card, which could be interesting here because Mello does only have
He has
7
eight.
mana.
He
8
has eight.
mana?
Yeah, he has eight exactly. So it's not going to matter.
I see. I missed one right under there.
Yeah.
That's rough for Mello. It's still a 3 mana 3/3/3, but not having that ability to draw a card could be very, very detrimental if he can't pull out a win right here.
Yeah, we do still have a Tolarian Skater in hand here for flow as well. And after the Clute being the card that got exhausted by the Jack Frost, that will be the final play here that he can do, and he'll trigger the Basira side. So now Melo has to plan on what is possibly in hand here with 6 mana left for flow and try to prevent any advance happening whatsoever. And with the unique cards in hand, I'm not sure what the other Monolith Rune Scribe does, but I think it is a draw associated one, similar
Oh.
to the Haven Warrior. And yeah, there it is right there. Um, at dusk, if you control a token, draw a card. So this will just be purely statted uniques to hopefully stop flow here and try to get the advances that he needs himself. Which
Flo can still scout the skater too to get an additional play out of it to give something a boost, and then play the skater to get that additional stat line. If he did want to try and do something like that, if he doesn't want to play around maybe another Jack Frost or an Order Spy from Mellow.
I don't even think he's going to take the risk. He's going to think that he has the stats
Yeah.
regardless, and it looks like he's just going to full send the skater. And it should be enough, I believe, but with the Basira boost, regardless. I'd have to check here. The Haven Warrior is at 333. Yeah, we have it up on the board there. That'll be able to get them to 444 on the hero side with the token, and with the skater would be a 444. So yeah, it should be enough. But he is going to scout it. Okay.
I mean, we know Mellow doesn't have any more sabotage or exhausting in his hand, but for Flo to do that is definitely risky, but it could end up winning him the game, which
Yeah,
it
I mean,
obviously will pay off. Yeah.
yeah, he has the game regardless. It's just he doesn't know what it is. He's gonna throw it down, and that'll be the game.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the
Wow.
lone Basira player making it to the top 8. Wow, the only Bravos hero left, I think, at this point. I don't think the other Basira made it through. If
Oh,
someone in the chat wants to correct me, let me know. But I think with the Itzadi and the Kojo player out, we have our lone Basira player having an opportunity to make it to the world championship, and just needs one more win to do it, because after top 8, those top 4 get that qualifying spot. A bummer for Mello, I'm sure, because after taking that game 1 and losing game 2 and 3, not going to be able to continue on to that top 8, but what a game by the Basira player.
yeah, it was really, really something to watch. In game 2, it looked like it was completely over for Flo, but he really rushed forward with Basir, did a great job of recovering, and then took it pretty quickly in round 3 too. There is definitely a fight for Mello, but Flo really did a great job with keeping up his tempo, knowing kind of where to try and advance and where to make a success. And so that really ended up paying off and got him a spot in top 16.
Definitely. So we're going to go over and take a look at the Melee site here to look at some of the other results. We had mentioned before in table 1, Kinton had won 2-0. We also had KKTC's GH, rather, 2-0 over Sandodo. And we had Sparky, the lone Navinka player, as well, taking a 2-0. And probably one of the upsets that I would think at this point with Smaz beating Gab with multiple A's, who was previously undefeated through 10 rounds of the Swiss, 2-1 on table 7. And we also have Pompote winning 2-0 against Moosh. I believe Pompote's also a Trace player. So, yeah, I'm not sure what Smaz is playing, but big win over Gab. Um, and being able to make it to the top 8 there. So I think that's probably that, and Sparky on the Davenka making it thus far is definitely one of the surprises of this event at the moment.
Navenka is definitely a weird one to see, especially in an event like this, but I will always root for the underdog. So I would love to see this Navenka get further into this finals match and hopefully uh, come out on top. Maybe I'm not a big Lyra player, but Navenka would be a really fun one to see at least get into, you know, further top cuts.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see if we do get a Navenka qualifier for this event, especially since it is, I'm almost sure, the biggest event that we've seen since that initial kickoff event in Angers in France that had over 1,000 players. And now this one, also run by Ludotrotter, is going to be one that has around 600 to 700 players. So the fact that we may see a Navinka player come through and qualify to the World Championship from it would be pretty cool. I mean, also just seeing the Basir player that we just saw take that game against the Sigismar player here in the best of three, it really shows that the best of three did matter, especially after Melo taking that game one. And we've seen a decent amount of best of game threes happen here thus far in the round of 32 and round of 16. So it's been fun seeing how it affects things. And honestly, it hasn't been too bad for time at the moment either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more surprised. We also have that Tress player who's doing very well, which is great to see. I remember when Tress, way back in the day, was an incredibly meta pick. He was probably at the time one of the strongest Axiom heroes, and he's fallen quite a lot since then. But to see him come to a World's Qualifiers event and make it as far as he has is really great to see, and it just shows the diversity in the hero pool lately and how there is a chance for even more heroes that are less than meta to at least have a good showing and make it to this stage of an event of this caliber.
Yeah, and we did switch over to a over the shoulder view here of one of the games that's ongoing. It looks to be the Aphonis mirror matchup that I had mentioned before. So I believe this is Heaven versus a Tigma, I think. Um, so this will be a pretty big match to determine who's going to make it out of into the top eight. Both of these players quite good. And good morning to everyone in the stream. Wilrun, Maddox, glad to have you back here. Thanks for joining after waking up in North America. I haven't gone to sleep yet, so it's been fun for me. And yeah, Gav Kinney, really cool to see Bazira make top eight, just one win away from qualifying, which would be pretty cool. But yeah, we're watching an over the shoulder view of a Faunus mirror matchup. I'm not sure who it is, but I believe it's Heaven versus a Tigma at the moment. So I'm not. I assume this is a game three at this point. I don't see any reason why it should be a game two. And the fact that I see the Nilum on that side, I think that is a Tigma that we are on the side of at the moment, and it would be Heaven on the opposite side. They're both even on the tumult, so should be curious to see who's able to take this one. We do see one of the unique spindle harvesters on the reserve. Not sure which one it is though.
Hopefully, at some point soon, we'll get a chance to see one of these decks play in the qualifiers because Aphonis is a real menace, and to have two of them going up against each other would be very interesting to see in an actual match instead of just an over the shoulder.
Yeah, we saw a Tigma play in the round of 32 there, and it
Mhm.
was a close one. So it would be cool to see how this one turns out. And yeah, I believe there is at least one trace left over with Pompote, who's been doing quite well. So, and I know Gab was on the trace, but obviously lost. So we know there's at least one Basira and one traced, and I'm not sure the breakdown of the other players that won. We can take a look at that here shortly, and if anyone knows in the chat what each of those players are playing, we can take a look at. But in the meantime, we'll have at least one other Aphonis in the top eight as well, because we do have a mirror matchup that they're showing at the moment. A lot of cards getting slept. It looks like players both have gone through a substantial amount of their decks. It looks like as well, with a lot of drawing happening and pretty big reserve here, I believe, on the Tigma side, using a lot of foiled cards.
I
Um,
I assume he's gonna try and use that sleight of hand to get some stuff back. Maybe use the Slay Ride to try and discard something to give something boost. So hopefully by the end of the day, he won't have to discard a ton of cards that he would have wanted to use otherwise.
yeah, it definitely could happen, and he is holding that Off You Go, a card that we didn't really see a lot in that round of 32, to the point of where we were asking where it was in his deck. I guess it made sense because he was playing in Itsadi, where he's probably not running into a lot of things that are three or less. So he may have been manning the off you go, but we don't know. And we do get a GG, it looks like. So they were running on time and he's going to give the victory. And that might have just been the last day based off of the tiebreaker.
So was it? It wasn't. Who was the player who ended up conceding it? It looked like they were at a
I
high
think it was
oppose for it.
I think it was just a timing thing. Even with
Okay.
a double advance, they wouldn't have that wouldn't have been a tumult victory. So I think that was just the extra day at that point. And so
Oh,
that one player would have advanced and had a more of an advantage on the tumult, so they would have won the tiebreaker, it
okay.
seems. So I think that was the situation that we ran into. Obviously don't know for sure, but that seems the most likely. But, yeah, that also didn't look like a Tigma, so that may have just been another, Aphonis mirror matchup that I missed or something, but, either way. That may be the all for this. We can switch back real quick to the Melee site to see if there's any other updates. Um, they did set up the flow win that we just watched on stream. We are still waiting on the results for the other matches, it looks like. Yeah, just 2 more that we're getting final results for. One of them should have been the one that we just watched, uh, and another should be I think maybe both of these are Aphonis mirror matches if anyone in chat wants to confirm, but I think they both are. And so should have at least 2 Aphonises then. 1 Trace, 1 Asira, and then the rest are kinda oh, and 1 Navenka, so I'm not sure what the other 3 are, but I think that's at least 5 of them.
I'd imagine there's have to be Sigismar amongst them.
You would think, but you never know. Could not be the case.
Could be anything.
But, yeah, that'll be that portion right there as we'll head back. Wanna thank everyone that has joined us thus far. We are wrapping up the top 16, and we'll be going to the top 8. Deciding who will get those 4 world qualifier spots uh, for the Altered World Championship. And at this point, it could be a lot of miscellaneous heroes that we didn't really expect to make it all the way, and probably an Aphonis or two, kind of thing. Let's see here. Get that over, switch over and see if there's anything going on in the stream. I think they're just talking. Oh, they're taking a look more at their uniques. If you guys want to take a look at them, um, it's a signed little mouse. I think this is the same one that they were showing earlier. Um, but I think these are just. These may just be cards that they want signed by the artists that are out there. I imagine they probably have a few artists set up for this event. And I mean, as we get through this, I mean, there'll be less and less players. So I imagine the rounds may go quicker and quicker. I'm coming up on maybe the end of my time. We might be able to get through one more round. But if not, can also have Cole come in before the round starts potentially or not. We'll see how fast they're able to start here and check things out.
I'd imagine they're showing off their cars signed by I think it was Jean Baptiste and then Zell, I think were the 2 artists appearing at this event.
Gotcha.
I believe that was their name.
I know they had quite a few people from Equinox there, so
Hmm.
could have been anyone. And this also is day 2, so I don't know how many people showed up again because there's obviously not as many people there today. But still seemed like there was a good amount at the beginning of the stream. And it looks like they were potentially running some drafts and other sealed or limited events here on day 2 as little side events, potentially, as we see Cedric walking around in the background there. Shout out to Cedric. Um, Taking a look at some more cards.
Like we got an Efren.
Not gonna even show it? Alright.
Just giving a little flash of it.
Yeah. Um, either way,
Oh,
they must have another camera.
yeah,
That's
there we
easier to
go.
see. Yeah. Probably rolling a die on 4
Oh,
plus,
baby
when
chill.
create yeah, that in expedition. Well,
Yeah,
this one's not signed, so they're just showing it for an effect. Okay.
I think it might be an artist proof. If I had to guess, I don't know if Altered does artist proofs, but I noticed the QR code is blacked out, which I'm sure is just on the sleeve, but I'm interested to see why they're showing it off if it's not autographed. I don't think the artist for that card is at this event though, so I don't think it could have gotten signed unless it was by an Equinox member who helped design it or something along those lines.
Yeah. Could be one of those scenarios where we know that a few of the uniques have some like unique stuff
Hmm.
set up in them that have been sent out, but I'm not quite sure. Either way, we'll take a look here. I'll check one more quick time on the melee side of things to see if we have any other updates for the remaining games. CCC. Refresh, refresh. Scroll all the way down. Oh, and I think we are all the way done. So we'll do a quick switch over here to see the rest of the games. We did have a Tigma win over Heaven and Tempeted Lineage beating out Funky Flex. So I'm pretty sure we'll have some interesting setups here, and I think they already have the matchups. So yeah, we do have the matchups already up. We have Kinton versus Flo, which was the Basira player that we had just saw. KKTZH versus a Tigma. I know Tigma is on the Aphonis that we saw in the round of 32. Sparky up against a pretty good player here in the round of 8 to get the one of those spots and see if a Navenka can make it out. And Pompote against Smaz, where we know Pompote is one of the trace players, if not the only trace player left at this point. So should be interesting to see who can take it all. Anyone in the chat, if you think you know who's going to advance, let us know. I got my money on Sparky. Come on, Sparky, you can make it.
It is worth noting too that Pompote is the number one player at this event right now. Looking like 11-2-0, so no losses, and they're at a 69.73% rate over here, which is first place by quite a big margin. So hopefully that's indicative of maybe Trust being able to eke out a win here, which would be really great to see.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see if we do get to see a trace make it through. At least check out the deck list as well. As far as like the breakdown of like different folks that we have on here, it looks like Kenton was a 2 losser. Nope, 3 losser actually. Um, Low was a 1, 2, 3 losser as well. Uh, KK was a 1, 2, 2 losser. A Tigma 2 losses as well. Embedded is a 2 loss. Sparky 1 loss, 1 tie. It looks like no 2 loss, 1 tie. And Smaz 2 loss and Pompote 2 loss. So we don't have any 1 losers left. All of them have been eliminated at this point. So should be interesting to see who is able to take it, especially if it's a 3 losser as far as one of the people that barely made it into the top cut.
I'm interested to see how ranking statistics go with Altered and with Melee, because I know most of the time a draw is usually worse than a loss. the Sparky still being in 6th after having that one draw could be indicative of maybe they will come back a little bit higher and make it to the semifinals or the finals. Because I know draws in most ranking uh, sites and most ranking algorithms do prioritize it less than a loss. Losses are sometimes better than a draw, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and we do have the matchups ready, so I imagine we'll probably get the feature matchup set up here, or they may do the thing that I mentioned earlier where they're gonna show all of the qualifiers. I don't know if that's the case or not. We'll have to find out here soon. If anyone knows, feel free to let us know. If not, we may just see all the games being played, and we'll find out who takes those qualifying spots shortly after we get to watch one of the feature matches. But would be cool to get to see all of them. At the very least, we'll get to hopefully see the Navinka matchup. We have some quick breakdowns happening here on the computer, doing some writing, figuring out what's going to go on here. Of the up and comers or the random heroes that you've seen thus far, you still have your bet on Trace as far as one you'd like to see win the most.
Oh yeah, I think Tress is the one I definitely love to see. Um, Again, I just love the fact that he was such a dominant hero early on in the early metas of Altered, and then just completely fell off once Axiom lost the support that heroes like Tress needed, and it was more focused on other areas. And to see him in qualifiers, making it to top 16, making it now to quarterfinals is absolutely insane. I would love to see Trust make it all the way. I think that'd be really, really great. And he's doing very well so far if he's in the top slot. He's 11 wins, 2 losses. So hopefully that keeps up.
Yeah. So it looks like they are talking over at the feature table as they're all leaving the stream here as we talk to the chairs on the French stream. So I think they're gonna switch over here shortly. Yeah, they're going to a little pause screen here. It looks like they're setting up that feature table. I'm hoping we'll watch Sparky's game as well, just to see if we can do that. I also wouldn't mind seeing Pompote play on the trace. So we'll have to see how that turns out. But I think we should have the one of the top 8 games here ready shortly, and we'll figure out how that's going to turn out. But should be exciting nonetheless. We've had pretty good luck with the feature games. Top 32 was a best of 3 that we got to see all 3 games, and the best of 3 that we got to see here in the top 16 was pretty great as well, with seeing the Basira come from behind in the victory there to take the games. And now we're watching some Equinox folks take some pictures. Uh, Cedric and Charles being buddy buddy. Someone get a screenshot of that for later. Um, Not sure what they're about to do here. I thought they were gonna like do some quick announcement, maybe, but I guess not. Just them taking some candid shots. Um, uh, Nothing yet happening. We'll have to wait to see what we got going here. They keep on looking over, so it makes me think that the feature table is getting set up, but it looks like Caleb may just be talking to chat or looking at some other stuff on his own stream. So feel free to stick around, folks that are here for the English stream. We appreciate your support thus far. Again, if you have any opinions as far as who do you think is going to take this whole thing and getting into those qualifying spots, feel free to let us know in the chat. Have any questions? Also, let us know. It's been a good time thus far. We are currently about 4-ish hours into it, and have gotten through the top 16. So seems like we have gotten, I mean, realistically, it's taken about 2 hours per round, which is, I guess, feasible, but, I don't know if that is on schedule for them or not. So we could say it's like an hour per round plus an hour break per round or between the rounds, I don't know, but, in the meantime, we're just gonna keep on waiting here and take a look at things. Horizon, For you, what's been your best moment as far as watching this whole weekend, waking up early and doing some commentating?
Yeah, my best moment, I think yesterday was really, really, enjoyable, especially because there was a Saudi in, Top Cuts, and I forget who was, playing it, but they were playing against, Pompote on Treston,
Mm.
and it was looking like an interesting game, and Trest absolutely swept the game. It was just great to see, and I also love the fact that Saudi didn't get a win. So overall, I'm happy about that. I'm happy that Saudi didn't make it anywhere further than that, and we can just leave him behind. Hopefully, the meta dies down a little bit, and we won't have to worry too much about Saudis and Hungers and Sakurabu energy bar combos running amok.
Okay, so it looks like they are doing some type of announcement here. We'll go ahead and keep this up on the board here for anyone that wants to take a look. But currently have it muted. I don't know if anyone knows French, but I can turn it on my end to hear what it is, but I don't know what's going on. I think they may be introducing like the players here that are going for the qualifying spot. Yeah, they are. Okay, they're bringing them in. This is Sparky here. They're doing some interviews. This would be really confusing if you didn't know French. If you're a player that didn't even know French going into, so you traveled for it. Mazza supporting Italy for the setup here. Do we have an Italian player in the top 8 here? I didn't. I don't remember to check things. Let me check real quick. Yeah, there.
I unfortunately know no Italian. The only 2 languages I know are Korean and sign language, obviously English. So, put me in an event in Korea, I'll be fine. French, Italian, um, can't do any of it.
Smazzes. Okay, gotcha. So I believe this is tempeted on Aphonis playing up against Sparky. So they're just talking to the players prior to their matchups here. So it looks like we may get to see the famed Sparky on Navenka. And Smaz is the Italian player that Maz is mentioning. So that'd be cool. Mazo, what is Smaz playing uh, to make it this far? Do you know? It has like a full on jersey here that's setting things up.
Does he by any chance play do you know what team he might be playing for? Is it just a jersey for himself?
Well, I mean, it had sponsors on it, so I assume
Yeah.
it was the team. Okay, so Smaz is on Siggy. So at least we do have a Siggy in the top 8 then. So I think we have 2 Aphonises, 1 Navenka, 1 Basira, 1 um, Traced, and at least 1 Siggy. So that leaves 2 spots open. So they're doing a full announcement of all the players here. Have another Aphonis player here, I believe.
There's definitely a lot of Aphonis representation.
Yeah, had the best conversion rate as a whole. I can pull up the pie charts, but we'll leave these guys up so we can see these interviews and everything. It's a nice little setup here that they have like a little backdrop of the qualifier and the Ludotrotter logo. So cool that they were able to set that up for everybody. Believe we'll also see. Okay, so we're getting Smaz up.
how did your
Here,
sense
I'll turn
go
on the audio.
in
He's
this
talking in
group?
English.
Yeah, the level was really high, so I was really afraid of not doing enough. But I think the travel worth, because even if I lose now, I'm happy that I made this result, and what was the most amazing altered experience I had till now. So thank you.
C'est amazing. Du coup, je lui demandais comment, voilà, comment son dimanche s'est passé jusque-là. Il me disait que du coup, bah voilà, faire le voyage depuis l'Italie jusqu'à Lille, ça valait vraiment le coup. Il a une super expérience jusque-là. Que déjà, juste atteindre cette étape de la compétition, c'est déjà incroyable, et que même s'il perdait, il en serait globalement très content. So you're playing CG Smart. First, has it been like the hero you played from the beginning, or did you swap to CG Smart?
I'm totally a CG Smart player. I played it from the day I learned to play Altered, and I continued to play it. Yeah, I'm testing some other heroes, but on competitive ground, I will carry CG Smart over.
Ok, donc du coup je lui demandais si Sigismar c'était son héros de cœur ou c'est un truc qu'il avait pris un petit peu sur le chemin. Et non, clairement c'est un joueur de Sigismar dans le cœur à travers toutes les tempêtes. Ce sera Sigismar pour toujours. Well, thank you for this small interview. I wish you good luck in your match, and maybe we'll see you as well at Worlds.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hyped Smaz there on Team Ant. Speaking in English, obviously, because we were at that situation where he probably didn't know French. So it worked out that we were able to hear that in English, the intermediary language for everything. So I'm just gonna mute things there now. But yeah, overall, just asking about how he felt on Sigismar. I guess he's been always been a Sigismar player. Oh, so we were just seeing those four. We're not going to see all eight. And then also, I guess he traveled quite a ways to get to this event here in France. Does anyone know how far it would be for like where he's at in Italy over to the spot in France? Mazza, you're the Smaz fan. I'm counting on you here.
I'd imagine it'd be a very long drive if he was driving.
Yeah. I imagine there's probably some type of flights that you could take too,
Yeah.
or public transit of some sort.
I'd imagine it'd probably be a couple hours if it was by train, shorter by plane, maybe an hour or so, depending where he's from.
Yeah.
Well,
Either way, we got to do a nice little introduction there for the players. So it looks like we had, as far as the breakdown of, I assume it's the people that are playing, but no, Smaz is supposed to play Pompote. I thought Pompote was a trace player. And we saw Sparky, I think Tigma and someone else. I don't know. Either way. Guess we'll find out here shortly. I imagine we'll be getting into the top 8 games here. So everyone stick around, please. I want to thank you for joining us thus far. It's been a fun stream getting to talk to everyone. Had a rotating group of different players, but at the moment I have Harizin with me. I am Blue Oak TV. Feel free to check me out on YouTube. Harizin, why don't you tell the people where they can find you?
yeah, you can find me on X or Twitter or whatever you choose to call it at I'm_Horizon, spelled exactly the way you see it right here.
Yeah, it'll pop up on occasion down there. So feel free to check him out there and watch him do all kinds of crazy posts on X/Twitter. So not much else we're waiting on. Just I imagine the featured match will be shown here if we're not showing multiple matches. I wouldn't be surprised if they were showing multiple matches to see who's going to get the qualifying spot. They are looking over to the feature match table that is over to the right there. We may be looking at an Aphonis gameplay of some sort, but I think it's going to be an Aphonis versus Navenka here. I think Sparky is going to be one of the players that we're going to see against one of the Aphonis players. So when you're looking at that one, what who are you taking in that matchup, Aphonis versus Navenka? and don't be jaded towards Nevenka because we want to see Nevenka win.
Uh, Honestly, probably Aphonis in that matchup. Nevenka's great, but if Nevenka's hero ability is maybe boost something and Aphonis's ability is always boost something, it's just Nevenka is kind of just a pay limitation. There is a chance, obviously, you can get the anchor, you send it to your reserve, I suppose, which is a huge downside. They play very differently, but Nevenka also does care about boosting characters with things like Ouroboros Tricksters and things like that. Mage Dancers sometimes will have boosts, but Aphonis just does it a little bit better. So I personally think Aphonis has a better chance of winning. But if Nevenka made it this far, they've obviously got something going on. They got the secret sauce.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, but I mean, Sparky has been just like mowing through with two O's here in the top cut. So who knows? We may see an aggro Navenka that's be able to take things out. They were just talking about on the French cast of showing some deck lists. So I think we're up here shortly on the feature table, and we sure are. I'm gonna hide our faces as we take a look at the different deck lists that we have here. It is the Navenka versus the Aphonis. Anything standing out here to you with this Navenka deck list that is taking them this far?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I see obviously a playset of unique Lokis, which is great. Um, Interesting cards. They do have I noticed they had the Eat Me energy bars. I wasn't sure what they had that might have been big that's worth them playing other than obviously the Loki. Which it's interesting 'cause I've been seeing more and more decks adding uniques as support, not as something to play around, which is something I'm not totally sure how I feel about. But this deck is obviously built around these unique Lokis. It looks like there are the Esmeraldas, there are the Hathors that care about putting stuff in reserve with a resupply or returning it to your hand. Even Sarengar withdrawing a bunch of cards. So it looks like they're just trying to really use those Lokis as much as they can, and that's how they're gonna end up winning.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely not the type of the Venga deck that I've seen before in the past. It's a lot of just efficiency, interaction, and getting through things. Only two cloth cocoons as well, with one twinkle twinkle. So they realistically are relying heavily, I'd have to imagine, on those Lokis for removal, and dealing with cards in the reserve kind of thing instead of just removing things, because only three interaction spells between the Twinkle Twinkle and the Cloth Cocoon is not something I'm used to. I mean, I guess they're not deciding to go with out of faction, off you goes in this scenario, but yeah, obviously something's working for him here, and maybe that's just the right amount, especially just the one of the Twinkle Twinkle that can act with the cost reduction as well. But we can also take a look at the Afana setup here. Anything standing out to you in particular here as far as the Afana deck list?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that normally, like, standard amount of characters for most decks is between 18 and 21, just 'cause it's a pretty safe number to have. Being so low on characters, Aphonis does obviously want a good mix of each. And I don't play a lot of Aphonis, but the ones I do play against it will normally have a little bit of a higher character count, 'cause the spells are a huge part of the deck, but if you don't have anything to boost, maybe if there was and I couldn't quite see there is a Nilim in there, which will be creating tokens, which will be very, very nice.
Yeah,
Um,
that's one of the main things that I've noticed here for a lot of these top end Faunus decks is they have been including the Nilum Withered Tree, whereas before in the previous meta, it wasn't something that was all that prevalent. We had an occasional person that was using it, but after the changes that we've seen to Faunus and some of the new cards, a lot of the players seem to like the Nilum Withered Tree more, and obviously it's had some success because Faunus did have the best conversion rate. I don't know how many of them use the Nilum, but it was definitely a card that I was not expecting to see, I guess, on these top end of decks, or at least so prevalent on these top end of decks. And at this point, we've seen it in multiple of the Aphonis deck lists. So, I mean, love the card, just not one that I've seen a lot on the Aphonis side of things, at least prior to this event.
I think this matchup will be really interesting for the Aphonis because Aphonis is going to be wanting to draw cards with things like magical training and be getting a more advantage in their hand more so than on the board to hopefully play a little bit more of the removal game. But with that Loki, it'll be really hard. And with so few characters, if enough of them get, discarded with those Lokis or the Nilums get discarded, it could be really, really interesting where Aphonis could be in a situation where they're left with really only mostly spells in their hand and won't really be able to play anything and hope they can draw into a character. They also are running, it looks like 3 Evanescence. It looks like they're running 1 Off You Go. And I'm not seeing a ton of direct removal for just anything in general, like Loki. So those are gonna stick around unless I see a Rhyme Frost as well, which will exhaust it, which could stall them for one more turn. But it will hit, admittedly, most of the things in the Nevenka player's deck. But if it's not hitting the thing that's going to be destroying Aphonis's game plan, I'm wondering how they're going to deal with that aside from something like exhausting and getting rid of it for a day.
Yeah. It should be interesting, and the thing to point out here is that these are open deck lists, so the players will be handed their opponent's deck list to be able to look through them. And I'm sure one thing that Sparky is going to be able to try to point out is that there are limited characters, and that hopefully they'll be able to target some of those and realize the character count and how many they can get rid of with the Loki, and how limited the a fondness may be on characters when they're making certain moves. As we take a look at a little bit of these Lokis, looks like they're just the standard Lokis that you would see. Nothing too crazy about them, from what I saw, and they have from hand effects. I didn't see a from anywhere effect there. Both two of them 6'5", one of them 6'7". So it seems like Sparky's found a way to make the Loki deck work better on Navenka than we've ever seen on the Muna Lokis or anything like that. So, impressed on what they've been able to accomplish, at least on this event.
It's really great because it goes to show that you don't always need fancy uniques to make the deck good. Because, like you said, they're just standard, out of faction Lyra or in faction Lyra Lokis. Like they're nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Obviously, some really good stats on them. Obviously, adjusting the costs and that kind of thing. Taking a look at the Muna caregiver that we have on the Aphonis player, multiple Muna caregivers. Looks like they're running a triple. Are they running triple Muna caregiver? No, they have a cadets as well. Cadets that I think we've seen at some point at dusk allows them to do something. Each player discards their hand and then draws the cards. Yep. So standard Loki there. We'll see if they'll scroll through the other Lokis. Discard card from reserve. If you do, each player discards their hand and their reserve. Draw 3 cards. Yep. So no additional effects on these Lokis. Oh, this is one of the ones I think we might have seen them earlier, um, or where they had the card return from support ability as well. So I think this was the one of the Navenkas that we saw earlier on the stream that had won a game. So pretty cool to see them back out here and making it this far. It was not something that I definitely expected. So fun little take there to take a look at the deck lists. I imagine we'll be starting up here very shortly for everyone that has been waiting patiently for the game. And yep, sure enough, we're getting a little "Hey, hi, how are you?" to the faces of these players, and they're looking at their opponent's deck list at the moment right now. It looks like. So if you, I mentioned a little bit earlier, if you're the Navenka player, you're probably looking at the character count for the Aphonis. For the Aphonis, when you're like taking a look at this Navenka deck list, is there anything in particular that you're noting down in your head before you get into this game?
I mean, the one thing I noticed is complete disparity between the two. Aphonis is so few uh, characters, and then Nevenka is almost completely characters.
Yeah, so definitely, I think that is definitely something you'll want to take a look at. And then, honestly, those Lokis, right? And making sure that those aren't the things that end your game as a whole, right? So you want to make sure that you're prepared for the Lokis and that you're always ready anytime you run into your opponent having 6 or 7 mana, that at any point they can just take out your entire hand, take out your entire reserve, and reset the game essentially, and maybe even end the game. So, always something that you'd have to pay attention to if you're playing as the Aphonis here, and you're being aware of what you could be possibly hit with. So, that's what I think I'd be looking for. I think they're just kinda wrapping things up here now, once they take a look at each other's deck lists, and then we'll get straight into the best of 3 for this top 8 and determine which of these players at this point is gonna get a world qualifying spot into Paris, later this year.
I was gonna say I am excited for this match. Again, I want to see the Novenka do well, especially with this deck I just saw. Um, I love it when decks either have, uniques that you wouldn't be considered optimal, or some decks I've even seen on 39 cards don't even run a full playset of uniques. Sometimes they only run one or two and they just go with that. And I've seen many of those decks do very well at competitions. So it's really, really great to see. I would really love to have this Nevenka player pull one out in this matchup. It'll probably be difficult knowing Aphonis in general, but with the huge disparity in character count and removal between the two decks, I would really like to see how this pans out. Because I went into it expecting it would be more of a standard deck list for each. Um, but both of them are so unique that I would really like to see a good fight between the both of them. So I think there won't be a huge sweep. I think it'll be a pretty fair fight, especially with all the anchoring the Aphonis has. So maybe if he can keep out a few characters, he can keep them anchored and not have to worry too much about them being discarded to things like Loki.
Yeah, um, I mean, I agree with what you're saying in chat, as far as the Loki potentially being a good matchup into Aphonis, but it's always a gamble. I think that's the scenario that you're gonna run into for a lot of these uniques that have that gamble type of aspect of losing your own resources as well as your opponent's, and being able to find the right time to play it. We do have both players starting to shuffle up some decks here, so we are bound to get started here shortly. Looks like they're talking to some folks, maybe some rules associated items as we're doing some shuffling. We do have the players getting everything ready for the start of the game. Should be exciting to see who is going to take this match. A lot of folks, I'm sure, are hoping that the Nevenka can take it, but I'm sure a lot of Aphonis enjoyers are still betting on their boy at this point. Gonna go ahead and throw in a poll for everyone as far as voting who you think is going to take it. I'll write it on here for you. As Shep, and then we'll go there. We'll have either Sparky on the Novenka or Tempeted on the Aphonis. All right, folks. Posting a poll in the chat for everyone that is still around. Feel free to get your votes in here and see who you think is going to take this match between this best of 3 between these two players. Looks like we're getting into some draws finally, and we will find out shortly who's going to take this. So, interesting opening hands here. We do see that Eat Me Energy bar for Novinka that probably has been a big thing for them. Anything in particular that you're looking for either of these players that you're liking to see in their opening hands?
Um, I think drawing the cloth cocoon here for the Nevenka is really, really rough because that's probably something you want to draw a little bit later in the game. So to have it now is not great. I'd imagine the Daedalus is a great keep. There won't be anything to target in reserve, but it'll at least be guaranteed to itself get the one boost. That'd be really nice to keep that one and maybe keep something that'll give them a little bit of an advantage later, like the half over that can return things to their hand. But as much as pains me. The Cloth Cocoon is a rough one to put down, but I could see a world where he would try.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm sure they probably didn't want to run into the cloth cocoon quite yet, and I think they're trying to find a way to keep it here because they are limited on removal, and they probably need to be prepared for using some of that later. Um, as we see the Aphonis player deciding things, Conjuring Seal might not be a bad card to keep here at this point. I've known a lot of Aphonis players that just like playing early Conjuring Seals and take a hit. Not sure if this will be the scenario that's what they want to do for this game, and it does look like they will keep the Conjuring Seal, and they're going to play that immediately, and then play into a Nilum Withered Tree play shortly after the next day.
Looks like he did draw into a Mage Dancer off of that Conjuring Seal, which would be really, really big for the Aphonis. I'd imagine he's trying to use as much card draw as he can to draw into these characters and then just do everything he can to keep them on the board.
So he is immediately going to use the Snowball Commando to exhaust. Um, Rolling doesn't really matter because there's nothing for him to exhaust. And it looks like it'll just be a plain 1-0 here. Doesn't have a one cost that he wants to play.
He did interesting. The Aphonis player did draw a second Nilum, which is I'm curious to see if he puts it down.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of good card draws here for the Aphonis player, having those Mage Dancers, having a Nilum, and also having the Moth to a Flame that will also help trigger the Nilums later on if he so chooses. And honestly, just an efficient card as a whole. So looking pretty good for the Aphonis at the moment. Everyone wants to take a look at this Navenka though and seeing what they can do. And so, I mean, obviously they've made it this far for a reason, and they're going to start things off. I mean, fairly strong for a day two play with having an aloe vera, and just hoping that the Aphonis player doesn't have some type of removal waiting for it. And it doesn't look like, from what we know in the hand, that that will be the case. But definitely has enough cards to be able to play things. And I'm honestly surprised we didn't get to see the response here with the Nilum Withered Tree and get that set up. But they feel like they can stat over the aloe vera even on the water terrain and try to make their way based off of that, especially with a Joyride in hand, which I believe is what we're going to see here shortly.
The Joyride will be really nice because it will let the Siphonis get over the tough stats on the Aloe Vera. It will obviously give the Navenka player an advantage in the next day when he gets to resupply. But I'm interested to see how the Aphonis player will play with only having this one Mage Dancer in reserve now than the one in hand. But there's nothing currently to anchor it, which I know he does run those two Moona Caregiver uniques, which I assume he has to also potentially use his discard ability to anchor something that is really buff in its stats. Looks like he drew a Flamel, which will be great to get the Conjuring Seal back to his hand if he did want to play it again. He doesn't have a Beauty Sleep for anything that the Davenka player might try and anchor, so then he can just negate the anchor counter by giving it a sleep, and then not have to worry about its stats for an entire day.
Yeah. One card that I haven't seen in a lot of Aphonis decks is the Flamel. So it's pretty cool to see that Beyond the Gates card make a reoccurrence here within the Aphonis deck list, especially when characters are so limited within Aphonis, especially specifically this Aphonis deck list. So pretty cool to see that. We do see a Haven Seringer in the reserve at this point for Sparky on the Navenka, which has to feel good to potentially draw into at some point as far as with it having fleeting. But at the moment, we will see the Mage Dancer once again contest that aloe vera, feeling like they can get over, especially with the potential of playing another Joyride if there's another card they want to throw into the reserve. But honestly, just a lot of options for the Aphonis player from what I can see in hand.
It is worth noting to the Aphonis player does have a Beauty Sleep in hand. If he did want to use it on this Haven Center guard to deny that draw for one extra turn, I'm not sure if that's something he'd even want to do, but it is an option if you did want to try and deny that early advantage and try and get as many double advantages as possible and maybe draw into one of those off you goes or something that can get rid of the Haven Sarengar later. So it's not a problem.
Yeah, he could also just throw that sleight of hand down,
Yeah.
and get that joyride back in hand and play something else in reserve and be able to boost up either side as much as he wants, as well as playing 2 spells in the process with just 2 mana. So, still looking quite good for the Aphonis player depending on how they wanna stack up here. Just adding another stat with that rare Martingale for the Navenka, leaving 2 mana open to at least give them an opportunity to win one of these sides. Because at this point, you're definitely not going to want to try to give up a 2-0 this early in the game. So if you can at least keep on maintaining the 1-for-1 setup, you're probably going to feel okay with that, especially with the amount of cards that the Aphonis player has here available to them and has been able to draw off the start of that Conjuring Seal turn 1 play. So we will see that sleight of hand play that I mentioned before, gonna throw down the Flamel for a cost reduction potential or just a cheaper Flamel and, get some boosts on both of those Katagir and Mage Dancers and leave them the opportunity to play that Joyride that we mentioned, potentially just discarding that sleight of hand that they just played. Um, could also play it for free and leave the option to beauty sleep something as well. So just a lot of different options here for the Aphonis player that has to scare the Navenka player at least a little bit until they see what's going on because they can still do a lot with 2 mana. So limited options here for the Navenka player as they try to avoid the combo potential here of the Aphonis.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the dangerous things about Aphonis is as soon as he gets one character down, he can just start casting spell after spell and not have to worry about doing much else. As long as he can keep the one character on his board in either expedition and at least guarantee an advance in one side, he can just keep removing your stuff and play removal spells and draw cards to add to his own hand, and then just get an advantage from that, and eventually become so immense that the opponent just can't get over it. But it looks like the Nevenka is doing a pretty good job at trying to stave him off because Sparky is playing a lot of characters. I don't know if he'll be able to get over yet because there is one more mana left from Tempted, and there are a few cards he could play that would let him to advance. But it looks like I'm not sure how many boosts the Mage Dancers have. It looks like it's probably just the one for now.
Yeah, they're on
Yeah,
2 boosts on the left side, 1 boost on the right.
yeah.
He's gonna choose to beauty sleep his one on the right here
Okay.
and allow himself to boost up a little bit on that, I believe it's the hero side. Um, and we will see the exhaust here for the Navenka ability that hits a 1, and then
Ooh.
it'll get boosted up because of the Martingale, fortunately for him. Not getting an anchor that I'm sure he would have liked, but, instead, we will see what we have going here. Indeed, get that joyride play that I mentioned before, and get some boosts going on the left side.
I do agree with you, rare cuisine. I'm also glad that we're seeing Nevenka. It's not Fen, but I'll take a Nevenka any day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know if Sparky's an online player. We weren't able to find his board game arena account, if so, or find his other 39 cards associated account. So we are not sure at the moment if Sparky is in fact an online player. But Simon did some PI investigation before the start of the event here and tried to find all the BGA accounts for players, and we were not able to find Sparky's. I imagine everyone plays online to some extent, but maybe not. It'd just be a case where some French. I know a lot of the Exalts players actually like prefer playing in person events. So
I imagine if you have the option to play with a team in person regularly, it's a little bit easier to not have to worry about playing online. But for those people who might not be able to go to regular meetings like that and do still want to get in practice, I think it's you're right. I think it's pretty safe to say they'll probably play at least a little online just to get in that practice.
yeah, if the resource is available to you, it's kind of just for testing and you want to get some more stuff in, it definitely seems like it's an option. Though a lot of folks don't like the idea of being able to show deck lists online and showing them recorded, but either way, not that big of a deal. But we have both players coming into the next day here. We were able to get another one for one, it looks like, after the slept Kettler and Mage Dancer by the Aphonis player on himself, being able to set things up. And yeah, Aphonis has a lot of answers in hand at this point, and also has set up here with a Nilum potentially. Sparky does have a decent hand size, not overwhelming, and we'll finally see the Nilum show up here. Go ahead and hit that aloe vera, produce the good old fashioned moth, leaving themselves 2 mana to be able to play with, which is realistically a lot, no matter what you are, how you're set up here for a faunus. So still a lot that they can do here. We will see a response with a martingale and another one cost themselves. So it seems just like a lot of setup here, and we may be getting another one for one, especially with the additional boosts being put on to the mage dancer. The Faunus player may just be giving up on the moth unless they have another card that they want to do. They can obviously throw out that joyride to give the moth some boosts. The question is does Sparky have anything that's going to prevent that? And we will see a cloth cocoon immediately hit the Nilum, and that will put them completely out of mana. So if the Aphonis wants to joyride, now would be the time.
It was definitely a really good time to use a cloth cocoon too. Because I believe the Nilum reads whenever you exhaust a card at all. So if you exhaust a card in your reserve from cooldown, that counts as exhausting, which could just immediately get a moth token, which could lead to a lot of incremental value for the Aphonis that Sparky just doesn't want him to have.
So instead, we just see the sleight of hand play, it looks like, to be able to put the Moth to a Flame to be able to play it for a reduced cost and future turns. We see the roll happen on to the Navinka to prevent a double advance for the Aphonis at this point, but the Aphonis does get the individual advance and will take a one spot lead on the Tumult at this point. And realistically, that's all you need as an Aphonis. And from this point forward, if you can just keep on going one for one, you're putting yourself in a pretty good spot to win. And like we were mentioning in the chat, they have an answer for just about everything at this point. And with one of those cloth cocoons that we know there's two of for Sparky in their deck list, that's one removal that is not available to them. So only two more interactables left. We have, however, not seen any of the Lokis pop up, which could be a big play, especially with the amount of resources that this Swanus has built up in hand and in reserve.
Yeah, seeing one of those Lokis eventually sometime soon would be really, really nice just to take that Aphanos out of the advantage he's kind of in. But drawing the Lokis later in the game, maybe in tandem with one of those Eat Me energy bars, could be really, really nice. I know we've already seen one of them that went down, but there's still two more in the deck. So if we can kind of see either of them in use together, that could be really, really nice. And having the anchored aloe vera is a great way to just guarantee that you can maybe get the Eat Me energy bars. I don't think we want to be resupplying the Lokis because if we remember correctly, they all only activate from your hand. So resupplying that could be an issue if Sparky does happen to get it off this, but that's not something you can always bank on because card advantage at the end of the day is still card advantage. And the body is really big. And it might not get the effect from hand, but it still is a big body that you can play with an Eat Me Energy Bar.
Yeah, we do see a Will o' the Wisp come out here. Not a card that we see played from a hand all that much because it doesn't really feel good when you do so. More often than not, you want to try to get it in reserve and be able to use it for the support ability if you can, but not too bad in this scenario as far as the aloe vera and the water setup here. We are seeing some boosting up of that mana moth over on that side. I believe it's the companion side at the moment. And we're seeing a lot of spells being played with so many cost reductions and card returns and sleight of hands and just getting boost after boost after boost. 1 mana left. We will see another Joyride being played here. And stat wise, that should be enough to block on the water side and give another potential double advance here for the Aphonis player.
It's
Eh,
looking like it.
yeah, so or singular advance. I believe the Will o' the Wisp was enough to block them on the water, though, because it changing the
Oh.
region. But, no, yeah, it was a single advance. They were able to get enough in Forest, but since it didn't matter because of the Will of the Wisp, it's still just a 1-0, but at this point, Faunus looking pretty good. Getting a lot of card return, having 2 magical trainings in hand, but we do finally see the first Loki pop up for Sparky, and the question is are we going to see an immediate play of it?
It might not be a bad idea after seeing Tempted draw all of those cards, especially with the magical trainings and getting back to hand. I think it could be a decent idea for Sparky to try it out, maybe get some of the cards out of his reserve first, just so he can have a more effective use of his cards.
And he'll actually use a double
Yep.
cost
Wow.
reduction, and return his other Loki and get all the different cards, and he's they're just handing each other their hands and letting you know which cards you don't have anymore pretty much so we can do some remembering of what you've gone through. And so not a bad spot for Sparky on the Davenka. Now the question will be is does this help them take a I mean, realistically, a much needed 2 for O here, against the Aphonis and put themselves even. We'll have to see what both players draw in the meantime. Yeah, it was pretty crazy that, was able to get enough out there. That Joyride that I don't think a lot of people were using initially on Aphonis is definitely a card to watch out for with the amount of boost that it can put out as we see Aphonis respond with one of the cards that they drew in the, producing the Moss as far as Moth to a Flame, and then the rest of it is just removal in hand at this point between an Evanescence and an Off You Go,
It
which
looks like Sparky's probably gonna get the advance on his hero side, but I'm curious to see if he's gonna try and roll on the Aloe Vera and try and still force Tempted to maybe play more cards into that companion expedition, or if he might just try and roll and try and get a boost or an anchor on it. But it might be risky if he does roll a 1, which we have seen happen multiple times before. It's just gonna get removed though.
Yeah, it's gonna get hit with that Off You Go there. That'll be the rest of the mana for or maybe he already tapped the 2, never mind. So he still has 3 mana left to play. Um, question is, does Sparky wanna just go ahead and throw out that Aloe Vera once again? He does have a Trickster and a Sandman in hand at this point, so he can get a 2-0, if he wants to throw it out there, but he does not know that there is another removal in hand for Tipeted on the Aphonis in the form of an Evanescence. So if he does throw out the Trickster, that can get hit because I believe it's a 2 cost from hand that can get removed. But if he does throw out the Aloe Vera, it would probably be better for him and still has the Navenka roll. So, and we also know that the Off You Go can't be played again with only 3 mana left. So, uh, interesting choice here for Sparky, trying to think things through, trying to look through all those cards that just got discarded due to his Loki at this point and see how he can take best advantage of this. And it looks like we will see the full 3 exhaust of the mana to either play the Sandman or that Aloe Vera from reserve, and we will see the Aloe Vera. So seems like that's a good play for now. Gonna try to get an anchor on it. Hits the 5, not quite
Yeah.
enough. If he had the 6, he would have been able to get the anchor, which would have been ideal. But he will get his double advance that he did need, but equally, we did have Tempested still staying 1 ahead on the Tumult at this point.
I mean, yeah, the Aphonis player is in a very commanding spot right now. If he can somehow manage to get one more double advance off, he'll just win the game right here. It does look like his hand isn't super primed for it. He does have removal for some of Sparky's items. He does have the Nilum in hand, which he needs to exhaust something in reserve, which could be very nice. And then obviously he has the unique Muna Caregiver, which it looks like it reads when it leaves the expedition, you can return a card from your reserve to your hand. And then another when it leaves the expedition, if it has two or more boosts, you can return a spell from your reserve to your hand. And then it has the classic discard from your reserve to give something anchored.
Yeah, really cool, unique. And it looks like we will see that Loki get hit immediately. Teveta does not want to have to deal with another Loki play. Um, and getting the setup here for his Nilum. But that does mean that we may get to see a Loki here later on, potentially for a game ender kind of thing. But we'll have to see how that turns out. Honest Player is only 2 advances away from taking the game, and moving on to game 2 at this point if they get a nice 2-0. But we'll have to see how Sparky is able to respond and is just gonna throw out the 1 cost Martingale for the time being. We do know that there is a Trickster and a Sandman still in hand, I think, at this point. So maybe another one for one, but that doesn't necessarily help Sparky at the moment. But they can just immediately respond on the following day with a first turn Loki if they so choose. So we'll have to see how everything works out as we get that Moon Caregiver popping out here for Tibetan.
I'm surprised he went right for the Moon Caregiver and not the Bell in his reserve. Because if he just played it, he'd be able to get a 2/2 Moth, which the stats would be similar. I'm not sure if he's trying to hold up that Evanescence for maybe some removal. But Sparky does run Tanukis. Not a full playset, but he does run them. So it could be risky if he did run into that and maybe want to try sandbagging that to see if he would use the removal spell on something that maybe Sparky was trying to bait out.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how it's going on. We do see that Evanescence in hand, which can hit the Trickster, as well as the Martingale. So putting the Aphonis player in a fairly decent spot. But we do know that Sparky has 6 mana left, so can play either card immediately afterwards, as well as the other card that they have in reserve. And just checking things out here, and looks like they're going to be playing that Moth to a Flame from reserve instead. Down to no mana at this point, and just trying to outstat the Navinka player, or at least make them use some of their cards and overload that reserve, especially after exhausting that Loki and making it to a point that the Navinka player is going to lose some amount of resources, while the Aphonis player realistically is going to keep a bunch of resources with that Moon Caregiver activating its when I leave the expedition zone ability and the potential of getting those boosted up and returning that off you go, for example.
I'm interested to see how Sparky responds here.
Ooh,
Which
nice. I do like that play. I've seen a lot of players make the ability of using a character that has a when I leave the expedition zone and just constantly sleeping it so it doesn't get its ability off. And in the case of this Moon Caregiver, doesn't have anything to work with other than a 1/2. So normally you wouldn't care about those minimal stats, but when it has a double when I leave, even though it doesn't have the boost yet, you're trying to avoid seeing that off you go just keep on repeating and hitting your characters and preventing you from winning the game. But at the moment, still 3 mana left here for Sparky to potentially try to get a double advance, which would help him out. But at the very least, they can hope that the Aphonis player doesn't get a double advance of their own and take this game 1 and lead into a game 2 and possibly a overall round victory.
and Tempested is out of mana. Sparky does have 3 more, but it looks like he's gonna keep the Basist. in his reserve and not play it, and he's just gonna try and discard down to the allotted 2. Looks like they're both gonna advance, and they're gonna be neck and neck now.
Yep,
Depend
and yeah, now it just seems like it's gonna be a resource battle. The question is does the Loki come in here as a finisher and just I think this is where the situation of knowing your opponent's deck lists and knowing which cards they've discarded is kind of a big deal, and I'm sure that's why Sparky has done quite well, is they can make calculated risks when it comes to playing their Lokis and determining what their opponent could have from losing cards comparative to drawing 3 cards. And if it's the best situation to just end games like this off where your opponent just doesn't have anything they can play, especially when we're talking about of having limited characters to be able to throw out there. And if you can't get over the Loki and you don't have any other character to play on the other expedition, it may end up being a loss. So we'll see how this game is played now. And it looks like he is gonna take that Loki play here right away from reserve.
And it looks like that Loki only costs 5 from reserve, so he will have a good amount of mana to use the Twinkle Twinkle in his hand to sleep one of Tempest's boosted characters, so he won't have to worry about it. And he also has a Bliss Basis, which has been being boosted from its reserve effect. So Sparky's in a pretty good position here if he can manage to maybe keep Tempted off some of those characters. If he really wanted, he could also just double sleep. He could sleep the Moona Caregiver again, then he can sleep the Ordis Cadets in his hand if he plays it on time and completely ruin his game plan and just win right there.
Yeah, being able to constantly sleep that Moon caregiver is definitely a benefit to him at this point. Only one advance away from taking this game to what seemed like a pretty decisive lead here for the Aphonis player, having so many resources. Potentially, just the Loki being the thing that broke the camel's back a little bit as far as getting rid of all those resources. And we will see a Daedalus Scout come out here on a 5 roll. So it will
Wow.
give Daedalus the boost, give Loki the boost, and leave them a little bit of options here to potentially play that Twinkle Twinkle from hand on any character. Um, we'll see a slow play coming from the Aphonis player. Still looks like 5 mana left, and no removal that can realistically hit the Loki. And we will see the immediate sleep hitting that Spindle Harvester. Now the question is, does the Faunus player have anything in response with the mana that they have left?
If
Going
the
to
Faunus If the
go ahead.
Aphonis player doesn't keep up enough removal, he can Sparking it as discard that Twinkle Tickle to make the Bliss bases cost 1 less. You can kind of sneak that in without competitive really realizing it. It looks like he did realize that because it looked like competitive just scooped it up to Sparky.
Yeah, GG's there.
Yeah.
What looked like a game that Afanis was running away with and had all the answers for got immediately switched over due to the Loki that Sparky was able to find at some point. Eventually saw all 3 of his Lokis as far as uniques, only needed one of them as far as the actual effect to make things work, and one of them for the stats to end the game. So, now we'll go into game 2 where Navenka may be looking for another 2-0 here to take that qualifying spot and really surprise everyone in the form of a Navenka doing this well within a tournament this big, and, honestly, I'm here for it.
Yeah, using her as a value piece and not just building the deck around her seems to be working really well for Sparky. Not really worrying too much about dice rolling in general and relying on that luck, but instead of using dice rolls normally when there's a martingale out, so you're guaranteed to not get that, return to reserve if it's not what you want. But all upside of maybe getting some boost on your characters and maybe even an anchor, just overall is really good value to have.
Yeah, Loki stonks are already spiking, probably, especially in Lyra at this point. Don't check the marketplace. All of them are gonna be marked at $250. Um, so yeah. We'll get into this game two already. Moving fast for this game as far as what we have with the players going on. I am Blue, also known as Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Feel free to subscribe. Love you long time. I am joined with Harizin, who is my co-commentator for this round and potentially in the future. Who knows? Might be joining me on the thing. How you doing today as we get into game two of this quarterfinal matchup?
Oh, I'm doing great. With Nevenka already coming out with a 1 win in this best of 3, I think Sparky can do it. I know Aphonis is favored, but after that last match, I really do think he has what it takes, especially with the really unique deck list both of them are running, which I know we discussed before. But Tempted having so few characters and Sparky having an overwhelmingly amount of characters, it's very easy to be overwhelmed, especially when both players don't really have as much removal as you might expect from some of these colors.
Yeah, getting a quick deck check here for the Aphonis player. Oh, doing a shuffle too. Nice, nice, nice. Seems we're good now though, and we'll get into the play here, and we'll get an immediate Ouroboros Incaster play here from Sparky, trying to set themselves up for a little card return on the Martingale. See what we have left here for cards for the Aphonis player, who can definitely play those lower cost spells, but not really helping them too much unless they want to just remove the two costs of the Orbos Incaster here, which I think might be the play. Yeah, and there we go. Could just be the Aphonis as well, but I mean the Martingale as well, but I imagine it will be the Incaster. But he may want to avoid the idea of cost reducing something in hand that costs two. Um, so a little bit of decision here, and he's gonna hit it. So we'll just be there. Question is, they will go with the boost opposed to the anchoring, and that will tie things up, I believe. Nope, they get the advance. Okay.
Martingale has a 1 extra stat than the Spindle Harvester in Mountain, which allowed him to advance there.
Yeah, there you go. Good old fashioned 110 Martingale, opposed to the 100 Spindle Harvester. But Spindle Harvester does get to stay out here, as we see that beautiful magical training show up here for the Aphonis. One that we didn't get to see used a lot in that last game after the Loki play. So we'll have to see if that works out for everyone.
I will say, I really do like the Aphonis player playing the Evanescence so early because now he can keep casting spells to get more counters on it. So maybe later in the game, if Sparky does have a wider board, Tempted can just play the Evanescence from reserve and if it doesn't get Tanuki'd or sabotaged, and hopefully wreak a little bit of havoc and maybe get rid of, a couple of characters that would have caused Sparky to maybe double advance.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see when it comes to these Lokis as a whole for Sparky, how much of a win con it's been for him throughout these games, or how much have just been standard deck play. Because you can't always run into it, but I know he seems to have like a lot of cycling to get through his deck at the very least. So I would be curious to see how often that was something that actually made them win these games. So someone told me that my Loki was good in Evenka, but they were using the rare. Okay. That one less mana for the unique does make a huge difference. Yeah, that's what it seems like the idea is, just the cost reduction or the reduced cost for the Lokis and making it worth it. But we will see a snowball commando come out here. Doesn't really matter for the dice roll. Doesn't want to see another magical training come out here. Um, in the meantime, nothing really left to play. They do have a Flamel in hand, and that is about all they have. And they get an Avinka roll for a nice little boost, just in case. And yeah, looks like we'll just do a nice one for one in this scenario.
And imagine that cleanup hurt Tempted a little bit, having to get rid of 2 cards. Knowing Aphonis, he can probably draw into more, but having card advantage is always as the more card advantage you can have, the better it'll be. It's always going to be good. So getting rid of that, I'm sure, hurt a little bit. Competitive did just draw his unique Muna caregiver that we saw earlier with the double effects for when it leaves the expedition to return something to hand. So this might be a good turn to kind of play a bunch of cards and then get them all back. And Sparky did draw one of their unique Lokis. It's 6 mana from hand, which should be playable this turn if he did decide to use it. I'm not sure if he wanted to hold it for a later turn, or maybe he's trying to draw into something himself. It looks like he already did put down mana there at turn 5, so they're 1 away.
Yeah.
And
No,
there's a reduction.
yeah, they use cost
Yeah.
reduction, so like you said, that was definitely playable, and it seems like that was a good play, especially knowing that what we know and the Muna caregiver being in hand. Um, and both players will just immediately discard everything, and we will see new hands for everybody. The Mill and Wither Tree, obviously not a big card that you want to play at the moment, but any of those other two cards will allow Tempted to get an advance on the opposite expedition. So might not be a bad play in that sense, but is still currently down on the Tumult, and Loki doing the job of what it was made to do, and realistically making things not ideal for Tempted at the moment, especially not having any card draw. But they definitely can maybe just throw things down, and they just want to set up for the Nilum, even though they don't get anything out of it, and want to set themselves up for a future game here, and just going to give up the advance. Interesting.
Yeah, being at advanced 1 additional, tumult on each side is gonna be really, really great for the Nevenka, because this could mean Sparky has more potential later down the line to get that final double advance in for the win, where the Aphonis might still be a little bit more behind. We saw it happen last game, and I could see it happening again in game 2.
Yeah, interestingly enough, though, it does run into a second Nilum, which will see immediately played here. So this will be a double Moth turn. Does not have to worry about the Loki or the cost reduction being played here. Does cost him 4 mana to be able to play, and he only has 2 mana left here to have to deal with anything in the future. So he can only throw that Katagir and Mage Dancer. So this may be a good time for the Davenka player to potentially get over both of these moths and get a double advance and put them a 2-0 away from taking the game and winning 2-0 in this quarterfinals matchup of a best of three.
Yeah, we would love to see the Nevenka win this one. I know there's people in chat. I see Rare Cuisine is interested in seeing this win. People are really rooting for the underdog Nevenka player here.
Ooh, a good roll off the data list, gonna give a double boost setup here. Should be enough for them to be able to advance on the mountain, and they can just play the data list again from reserve on the opposite side, to double do another target and maybe give the Daedalus another boost. Not that it matters. Only get the one boost, but it is enough to be able to get at least a 2-1, it looks like here at this point, with enough stats. Just missed the enough to block in the forest on the hero side, it looks like. But at the moment, it will be a, or is it a 2 for 2 actually?
It looks
It
like
is a
it's
2 for,
yeah.
yeah, it is 2 for 2, but, I still think that heavily, puts, Livica in a good spot as far as what we have going on here. Almost kept the day list even though it was fleeting. Um, and we'll see how the rest of this game goes.
I'm curious to see how it goes with Tempesta now having those 2 Nilim on the board. There's not really a ton of ways to remove them. There are the cloth cocoons. It depends how Sparky wants to choose to use his removal. There isn't currently anything that can exhaust a card other than that spell that will be creating him moths, which does cooldown when it comes into reserve. I believe it's the rare version that has cooldown. Which
Um, the Wyvern, the total timer that I've seen that they showed at the beginning of this was 70 minutes, for the best of 3. So this is game 2 at this point. And we will see an immediate sabotage of that Katagir and Mage Dancer, which always feels good especially when that's used pretty often as just a nice one cost easy play. And we will see a response from the Aphonis player uh, with a bunch of boosts. I mean, a bunch of moth, triple moth actually, one being boosted because of the exhaust coming from the moth to a flame. And still plenty of mana to play what they have in hand. And we will see a snowball commando coming from reserve and just a response with a simple trying to draw into something good with a conjuring seal, which they do end up getting another draw here with the magical training.
Yeah, and it looks like Sparky does have that Eat Me Energy Bar in hand to use for when the Loki becomes available. Hopefully on the next turn, when the day starts,
They could just
Sparky
play it now too if they want to.
they could set up for it. I was curious if they wanted to either play the Energy Bar now or play the other card in his hand that would get the Inkcaster, that would get back the Loki and try and do it again, which is might be what he's trying to do. He could try and get the Tanuki back again for another sabotage. Um,
I think
it
that's it
seems,
though.
yeah,
Even with the magical training play, it would only get him up to 4, so you can't stop him on that side with a magical training play. So it'll be adjacent after this one. And yeah, like you're talking about, it could be a huge Loki play, even though he will be going second.
my question is, does he play the Loki? Does he get it back to his hand and play it for its effect? Or does he keep the cost reduction with it being costing one less from reserve so that he can maybe do a triple spell and play Loki, Energy Bar, and then grab something else? Interesting line for Sparky. I'm kind of curious to see what he decides to do here, what he decides to get back to his hand.
Ooh, hits the 6 on the
Wow.
Tanuki and will take the anchor. Not a bad spot to have something out on the board already.
That'll be really great going into the next day. That'll put Sparky at a huge, huge advantage here. And now he will end up just getting the Loki back to his hand because it's really the only option for him. That could be really, really great. I honestly think it'd be great to just play down the energy bar and then the Loki wheel Sparky's hand and then just hope that he doesn't grab anything that can remove something. But being neck and neck as Sparky is, I think he's in a really good position from Tempeted doing something to his board and removing any of his lower cost characters like that Tanuki with something
Th
like Off You Go.
Yeah, and they are showing the uniques here on the side here, just given the standard Loki. It is a 6/5, 6 from hand, 5 from reserve. And they did show the cadets really quick there that the Aphonis player has available to them. So now the question is what we will see here from the Faunus player. They're going to go ahead and just go immediately with the Moth to a Flame. And now the question is, does Sparky just wing it and throw down the Loki right away, thinking that the cards in hand for Tempested might be too good to deal with, and just give him another 3 and not let him have the magical training? But I'm guessing that's probably not going to be the case here. We'll have to see what the result is. There is nothing for Tempested to exhaust at this point, I don't think. I'm not sure. Does Sap Extractor have exhaust on it or cooldown?
Sap Extractor?
Yeah, not a Sap Extractor. I mean,
Oh, no, a Sapa Infusion, I
yeah.
believe it is. No, it doesn't have cooldown. It just has the effect that when you play a spell, it gets a counter on it.
Yeah, so we will see the Loki play just go down immediately and is happy to do it. I don't know if this is actually beneficial here, because those 3 cards in hand aren't necessarily the best, for the current situation, especially with an Off You Go not being the top end, but at the very least, he gets rid of that, Ortis Cadets unique. So yeah, Maddox, I agree that his hand wasn't great, but he decided to go for it with the Loki. So we'll see what he draws here. Rhyme Frost, sleight of hand, and a
Oh,
Nilum. So
yeah.
I don't think any of that helps him. He's able to play
Um,
the spells for boosts, but I don't think that stops the other side. And we may be looking at a 2-0 here for Sparky in this quarterfinals best of 3.
If there was any card in reserve, Tempest would at least get one more turn with those 3 Nilums, but with
Okay.
nothing in reserve to exhaust,
But he's gonna exhaust there with the Nilum for the sleight of hand.
I didn't see the sleight of hand. That's true.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to fight both. It's not an ideal situation, but it is still doable. And we'll see a 3 tap into a aloe vera, and that does have the water stats to put him up to 10 at this point, and I don't know if there is enough here for him to do anything. And he's just gonna throw down the Rhyme Frost to give another boost, and he can play the Rhyme Frost
Yeah.
again, but
He can play the Nilum too and
yeah,
exhaust his own Rhyme Frost, and that would cause him to double advance.
the Nilm
I
would only put the 1 moth down.
Oh, you have to exhaust Nilum.
Yeah.
I
I think
That's
he's
right, he
playing
wouldn't have
I
that's
think he's
right.
playing here for the idea that, Sparky might overplay and return one of his cards.
Which he does end up doing.
Yeah, and he doesn't have it, and he realizes he doesn't have it, and that is a GG. Congratulations to Sparky. I mean, playing some really good decks here and able to get an advance as a Navenka player, really showing what those Lokis can do, helping him in both game 1 and game 2, when realistically in that game 1, I thought for sure that he might be down and out, for this setup. So congratulations to Sparky. We have him in the top 4 in the semifinals.
It's so great to see Navenka in the top 4 too, especially with the way Sparky's been playing it. Towards the end of that last game, I was, like, trying everything to think, "Oh, there's no way Sparky's gonna win. There's no way he's got this." I was trying to think of everything, but I was just so in disbelief that he actually ended up winning. I'm so glad it ended up happening. I was just my belief was totally suspended. I was in a completely different world. So the fact that he did pull out this win against a meta deck like Aphonis was just so, so nice to see.
All right, folks. So that was the end of that matchup. We are going to do a quick caster change. We'll do a quick be right back of about 5 minutes. Cole Robbie will jump in here for me as I finally decide to go to sleep, as it is about 6 a.m. for me. And I don't know, maybe I'll sleep till noon. Either way, um, congratulations to Sparky once again. Want to thank my co-caster Harizin, who has been here the entire time for this round. And I hope you all enjoy the future rounds all the way to the end of this tournament. And I am Blue Oak TV. Feel free to subscribe to me in the meantime. But I'll catch you later. 5 minutes. Stick around. Don't stop watching the stream. Bye.
Hello, hello, everybody. My name is Blue Oak TV for the moment until I get things switched over. But I am joined here by Harizin. I was able to catch the end of that Navenka match. Very awesome to see going into top four and taking out a Aphonis, so there are less in the semifinals. So, what did you think of that match there, Horizon?
It was so great. Game one was closer than you'd expect, but then Navenka was able to pull it out. Sparky did a great job. Then round two, it was close, but not nearly as close as round one. Sparky did so good on Navenka. He really had some great draws. I was talking with a Blue towards the end. I was in complete denial. I'm like, there's no way Sparky's got this. I'm thinking of everything. I'm like, oh, he has the 3-0 him. And then Blue's like, oh, well, they're tapped. He can't use them. I'm like, oh, well, there's got to be something else. But Sparky was able to pull out that win pretty flawlessly. So it was really well done. And the fact that he's just playing with a very off meta Navenka list and Lokis that aren't really anything too crazy. They're just your general run of the mill Loki uniques. But they worked. They worked really well for Sparky, especially with the Eat Me energy bars, which I'd imagine would be helpful, but he didn't even need them. He was putting them down in mana. He was favoring them opposed to things like his removal if he was running, which he was running very little of. But he did draw it exactly when he needed it. And overall, just a great game from Sparky.
All right, what are they gonna show us? Or they showed for a split second. Okay, yeah, here we go. We'll switch over to the gameplay. We have Pompote versus Smazzle. So Siggy versus Traced. Uh, looks like it's 1-1. And on this game, Siggy seems to be pretty well ahead from what we can tell so far.
And I know Pompote was a fan favorite. I know people are really rooting for this Tristan Rossum, seeing as, again, it's not this very meta list, but it's made it into the quarterfinals. So he's obviously doing very well. I know people in our chat were talking about him earlier. And then Smazzle is obviously one of the Sigismund players that people also seem to really like. People were talking about him a little bit earlier and favoring him. So they got people rooting for both sides here. But I'm curious to see how this does work for the Tristan Russum, seeing as they are fairly far behind. They do have those 5 scrap counters, so they are online. Hopefully that advantage will help them out here. But with the increasing value that the Sigismund keeps getting just innately from his hero ability, I'm curious to see how Pompote will be able to pull one out here. But Tristan Rossum can really come out of the gates, especially having those 2 havens on the board, which Pompote does have. That could really start fueling his board and maybe get him ahead with things like those Axiom salvagers that can replace themselves and resupply and get him something else that can boost itself with the havens as well.
Yeah, they popped up a unique there for just a split second. I think it's that Ozma. I don't know for certain the condition on the From Anywhere. I think it is if you control a token or something similar, draw a card, and then I did not get to read the bottom one, but it looks like that was a 2-0 for Pompote. So now the game is evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, with Pompote already coming back after that, I would love to see him keep up this value. He only has, it looks like, a Gremlins and then just another replacement spell that will uh, resupply him again. Will be really nice, but hopefully we'll be able to get uh, something more from it. It looks like we're taking off the game screen and we're taking back the interview.
And we're back again.
There we go. I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, would Pompote even be willing to sacrifice a Haven to get a Gremlin, to get a token out of the Gremlin? Probably not. he'll probably just play it as a body and not use it for anything else, considering there's no permanence on the side of Smazzle that he could hit.
Yeah, if it's not for a win, you're probably right, and a double move would not secure the win straight up. So, but there's really good reserve for both players. Really, there's a tiny gel in Sigismars. There is a Ozma next to that, and then a Grems and a Sap Sniffer. I think the Grems won't be able to be targeted by the tiny gel when it comes from reserve, but the Sap Sniffer might be able to because I think its base stats are just one, right? Let's
Its
see.
base stats are 0, 1, 1, but it can
Uh-huh.
augment itself if it's the rare one. So it
Mm,
could get to above no, I think it would get to exactly 3. So it would still be able to be removed by that tiny jail.
yeah. But Grems would definitely go up over 3 with those two havens. So that could be in itself very interesting.
It looks like Pompote is going to play a hooked to try and maybe play something a little bit smaller on the side that he knows he can guaranteed advance on. He doesn't have to worry too much and can get that hero advance pretty easily, which would be really nice. Especially because it draws him a card, which gives him more fuel to use to trust in Rossum's ability to maybe get something bigger he could put in his reserve that would get a little bit more boost and maybe could get around that tiny jail Pompote knows about.
So they played the hooked, Traced did, right?
Yes.
Was the attorney on the other side? I missed what got hooked.
So, I believe the attorney is what got a hook. They had the token on one side, and then they had the
Okay.
force attorney on the other, which got hooked. And now the hooks have been sabotaged, so it doesn't look like Ponte will be able to do that again with this Order Spy, but he's gonna try and use Trust ability to maybe get something he can use.
Ooh,
Looks
he's
like
got a nonce unique, and I believe I heard about this one that maybe only costs one. We'll see if they are able to pop it up. It's going to get a bunch of boosts. Too hard to tell how many, and we don't have the fancy little overlay on this one that has the point distribution.
I know one of Pompote's uniques was when it enters from anywhere, it gains a boost for each card in your reserve, and then when it enters from reserve, it gains a boost for each card in your reserve. I'm not sure if that's this one, but I know that one is definitely a powerful card if that's what he's playing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played it in that expedition because there would be no chance he'd be able to get around it otherwise. I can't tell how many counters he just put on it, but it was looks like I can't tell from here. I don't want to say for certain.
Yeah, too hard to see with the shadows and then it being a little further away and the quality we have to look at. Let's see. My quality on my side is auto. Let me switch it up to 1080p. See, probably still not.
It looks like Pompote did use everything on that Anansi. He used the Snap Cipher augment and then also used the two Havens to really boost up that side of the board to hopefully deter Smazzle from advancing. And he did. And Pompote actually ended up getting a huge advance there. But
Yeah.
now Smazzle's pretty far behind. He's, a double advance. He's 3 advances away, whereas Pompote is literally neck and neck. So anything here will just get Pompote the win, which I know people are looking forward to. I know there's a lot of people in chat who are really favoring Pompote. I know I'm definitely on his side, so I'm really hoping he's able to eke out that win here.
Yeah, it would be definitely very interesting. Take out a Siggy from top contention, have a Traced in the top, which we have not seen for a while. Looking very good for Pompote. Not really able to see what was pulled into Siggy's hand, trying to catch glimpses there. Interesting that they still have 59 minutes in this game somehow. I wonder if this specific table. Oh no, it's counting up. That makes more sense. I was like, how is that possible? But yeah, it's counting up. So technically they have 10 minutes left.
And they each have one win, it looks like. So this is the deciding game.
Yeah. Ooh, a little beat.
Interesting. It only gets anchored when you play it from reserve. The stats are still okay on it, but I think Smazzle just wants to put anything he can out to stop Pompote from getting this advance here. I'm interested to see if Pompote is going to try and bait out that Tiny Jail so they can play the Gremlins and maybe sacrifice that Haven for that game-ending play you were talking about earlier. Looks like Pompote's reading the Tiny Jail to be sure he knows what it's about. And he does have the Frankenstein as well, which he could play for two. It's got big stats, and it could resupply him again by activating one of the effects on Haven.
Yeah, this turn here will be very interesting. We have no idea what cards are in hand for Traced, but with that Salvager, we've seen that there could be, endless access to a bunch of different things depending on what is in hand. So gonna pull out the Frank, going to resupply. That looks like an Amelia Earhart, and give a boost to Frank as well.
The Amelia Earhart was a great draw here, definitely. The fact that it only costs one mana from reserve and it's at least guaranteed base stats of 2/2/2 is going to be huge for Pompote. It looks like Smazzle's running out of things to do here. I'm not totally sure what's in his hand, but he's thinking hard about what he wants to do next. So it looks like he's playing a unique Kokoba. I'm not totally sure what that does, but I'd imagine it's going to get some sort of buff on that side because it looks like Pompote just gave up in the hero expedition and is going straight for companion.
Come on. Dock my chat here so I can see chat. If OBS will let me put it where I want to put it, not above the video. There you go. Hello to chatters. Hope you're all doing well. If you're just waking up or joining us, feel free to say hi. I feel like 90% of you want the Traced to win, so I'm not. And there it is.
There we go.
Two when you have two Havens, you have, Frankenstein, you have some of those uniques, it's access to so many cards, and he looks so so relieved to have won.
If I just beat a Sigismar playing a Tressner Awesome, I would also be pretty relieved. I'd imagine Pompote was on the edge of his seat the entire time trying to keep his composure.
Yeah. That was a very, very cool game to see. We should hopefully be going into the next round not too long after this. There was only 10 minutes left in there. Let's see. So the other two games have not reported yet, but yeah, they should have less than 10 minutes to finish, unless there has to go any tiebreakers or anything like that. Uh, a Tigma is a name that I know we've seen, but off the top of my head, I don't remember what they were playing. And then Flo was on the Atsadi, right?
I believe we just had Flow in the last game. Um, I think we had Flow. I believe Atigma was on Aphonis, if I remember correctly. If I remember what Blue was discussing with me, and if I remember correctly, Flo was just in the previous game. Was was Flo up against? Flo was up against Mello, so Mello was the Sigismar player, and then I believe Flo was on Basir and Kaizaimon.
Oh, Basira, yeah,
Basir and
that makes
Kaizaimon,
sense.
and
That
Flo.
sounds more like it.
That was a really interesting game to watch. Um, Flo did a really great job managing that. I mean, against someone with so much like low mana spells that you can kind of just play, low mana characters that just get onto the board. Flo did a really great job being sure all of his guys were boosted up and not have to worry about any of it. And his uniques were really good. Acolytes that draw cards when they get boosted really were a huge boon for him there.
Yep. So we have a chance for a Basira, Navenka, Traced, and then not sure on what the fourth is. Hopefully Flo wins on the Basira because that would make a very interesting top four there. I keep refreshing, hasn't been reported yet.
I believe there might also be a chance for I think there's one Aphonis. So I believe there might be a chance for an Aphonis. I believe a Tigma was on Aphonis, if I'm remembering correctly.
All right, as we patiently wait here for the results to come in.
Let's hope we see some good results here. Still waiting to be reported on. But I assume players are, like you said, just finishing up their matches. I'm not sure how many players are going into overtime, especially with 10 minutes remaining. It'd be great to even see the remainder of some of these matches just so we can maybe get a hint as to how they're at least ending, maybe how they went a little bit, maybe hear, hopefully, from some of the players if they got a moment to go over how they are doing in their games. Because if they're all in the quarterfinals, if they're top four or top eight, I mean, they've got to be doing something right. I'm sure the people want to hear about it. I'm sure the chat will love to hear what they're doing, so maybe they can base their decks around some of it.
Yeah. Hello, good morning, Simon. The only confirmed decks in the top four are Navenka and Traced. We're still waiting and debating on the other two. Uh, Likelihood does point towards maybe one more Aphonis, maybe a Siggy, but we're holding out hope for the Basira.
I'm not sure what the two casters are talking about right now on stream, but I'm hoping that they're maybe going over some of the information that's been going on in these rounds. Maybe they know a little something that we don't. I unfortunately know zero French. I would have no way of knowing,
All
but
right, let me translate here.
okay, okay.
Something about in a moment, and then they're going over somewhere.
Oop. It looks like this is the quarterfinals interview.
Think something about a deck check. There's a finals coming soon.
All safe assumptions, good translations.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, it looks like Flow won. So I think it will be Basira, Aphonis, Navenka, Trace.
And they still haven't officially reported on Melee.
Yeah, I think it just ended. also really hard to even pick up on anything because they're talking fast. But something very good, Basira performance, and then I think maybe a question about like why the faction, why Basira, and then yeah, I'll mute it for now and stop trying.
It's something along those lines.
Uh,
It's
yes.
better than what I can understand.
Yeah. So they're just gonna continue this interview. I'm trying to think if I have any guesses on who would be better against who. So it's really hard to say. I would think if Navenka is matched up against Traced, the game could easily go to the Navenka because the Loki seems to hurt Traced really hard. Um, and then yeah, I don't know. I think it could really just go either way. We have not seen this player before. See if I can pick anything out. Just a really good game, really good round. Yeah, I couldn't pick up if they were saying any specific hero or faction. I would think this is the Aphonis player saying something for a second there about a misplay and maybe a specific card or drawing cards. Um, but I think we do know the four is, yeah, I think it is Aphonis, Navenka, Traced, and then Basira. So so it'll be very interesting who will be matched up against who and who might have better time. Let's see here. Still not fully reported though, so there'll probably be a little bit of time between now and the match. What do you want to see, Horizon? What are you rooting for?
Uh, do I want to see win it all? Probably as much as I really want to see the Navenka win. Someone I play against a lot at my local game store is a big Navenka fan, and he would love to see it, and I would just love to see a non-meta deck win. So overall, I think it'd be a great win, and it would also really prove that you don't really need crazy uniques to win a game, win even a tournament of this level, and you don't need an incredibly meta deck. Sometimes you just need a little ingenuity and that little spark of creativity to make a deck that you think might go all the way and just keep trying it and give it your best shot. And I think that's what this Navenka deck really is. So I would love to see the Navenka deck win. That's my hopeful uh, outcome of this tournament. Is there anyone you particularly want to see win?
I think I'm also on the Navenka train. I have a very fun Navenka deck that I play here and there. It's not the same style. It's a Wayfarer Navenka, but yeah, it would be a lot of fun. Other than that, Basira's been probably one of my top heroes for a long time. She just was not performing super well up until lately, so it would be really cool to see. Um, In the chat, Rare Cuisine, Loki Unique is expensive, but I guess you're right, it's not that crazy. Depends, yeah, depends on when they purchased it. Sometimes you can actually slip in and get a decent Loki for pretty cheap. I've purchased one for about $5 that I think is pretty good in Muna, and then I bought one for like $11 in Lyra. That's just kind of fun. If you're talking about the ones that do it from hand or from anywhere, and discards both hand and reserve, they can and have been more expensive, but we no way to know if they pulled them, they bought them for a high price, or they got them at a good time. So
Yeah, I've been seeing some of those low uniques go for very high prices, and then some of them I'm seeing on the market go for, you know, not so high prices. I've seen the ones that have an effect from anywhere have really, really obviously big price tags or unconditional effects. But I noticed the ones we're seeing here are all conditional and they're also all only from hand. But the cost of them is so good. The stats in them are great and they're very affordably costed just in their mana, which is obviously a great advantage and proved to be a huge boon for this Nevenka player as they've kind of been navigating this tournament.
yeah, I think that is something I've advocated for a while now, is looking for uniques that fit a specific strategy, and oftentimes ones you can pick up that aren't crazy expensive. Um the uniques in some of the decks here have been very specific, while in other decks, they've just been a little straightforward. The Basira uniques are really interesting. They're not occlutes that you would think you would normally go for. They draw cards and they're actually a little more expensive. So those are uniques that I could see maybe were really low cost, because while they draw a card, people might look at them and think they have too many conditions and the mana cost is too high. uh, so I was calling to look at Loki uniques as soon as the hunger became a thing, because most often they cost one less mana than the hunger. You can throw them out and maybe send hunger to discard. So once hunger came around, I built a Muna deck with at least one unique Loki. So
And I completely agree with you, by the way, Pedro. I mean, they seem, innocuous at a first glance, but they've been so good for Sparky. They really have not steered him wrong so far, especially if they got him to the semifinals. Sometimes those conditions just literally mean nothing. There have been a few games where we've casted yesterday that I was a part of that the condition did matter a little bit because the player ended up not being able to meet the condition to use the Loki wheel effect. But the stats in them for the mana cost you're paying for them is more than ideal. So it's definitely really nice to have even the stats on that body, even if you don't have the wheel effect, because sometimes you don't need to cycle your hand. Sometimes you just need a really big body on one side, especially with these Lyre decks running Eat Me Energy Bar that can just make them gigantic and just dominate the expeditions. Anyone reported yet? We still have no more official reports on Melee other than the Sparkian Competitive. Um, So hopefully we'll get a few more reports sometime soon. But I think people are just kind of finishing up their matches. It looks like a few people might have ended up going into overtime if I had to guess. I don't see a ton of people looking for games, but I'd imagine what the two casters are talking about is something along the lines of how players are doing. We just had the interview, so I assume players are maybe taking a little bit of a break. Um, I don't think it's lunchtime yet, but it
I
looks like we're getting into the Kenton Flow game with his Basira against Aphonis. That'll be very interesting, but it looks like the cameras might be switched around a little bit. But if this is the game, it looks like Flo drew 3 uniques?
They
Did I
might
just
be going through their decks
Yeah.
and reading deck lists and things right now. But yeah, it looks like we're going into the semifinals. So good morning, Coin Pusher. I was like, I'm pretty sure that was Coin Pusher. We should have about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half here in the semifinals. I don't know if they're going to do a break. I don't think they have done one yet today, so maybe a break before finals, and then it'll be the finals, and that should be about another hour, hour and 20, depending on the results. And then it should be over.
We don't want it to be over, but it will be.
Yes, very true.
Wow, that's a very good Spindle Harvester. At dusk, if it has one or more boost, draw a card. When you play it from hand, it gets anchored. And in a Fauna deck, it's an easy condition to meet. And with things like Asleep, if you don't care about the stats, you can just keep drawing card after that. You can beauty sleep it. That'd be very, very nice.
Yeah, I think it's a high valued unique just because it draws a card. But to kind of return to what I was saying before, it's not the very specific spindle harvester that Aphonis usually looks for.
Mm,
They're usually looking for that spell return, or in the little more wild decks, the resupply.
yeah.
So a unique like this is maybe something you could have picked up for cheaper than the classic spindle harvester, and it's still very good. I didn't see the other uniques in the Aphonis list, but maybe it leans full in on that concept, and they're all based around drawing cards. We
It,
know the Basira uniques are definitely aimed around drawing cards.
it looks like the Aphonis has 2 Spindle Harvesters and a Sneezer Shroom. I'd imagine there's similar effects where they draw at dusk, which, even if they're not expensive cards, like you said, they are very good. The fact that they just can reliably draw you cards that would allow the Aphonis, I believe, normally to run less cards, less spells that draw them cards in favor of maybe something else like removal or more characters. But it looks like they do still have an overwhelming amount of spells compared to characters.
Yeah, we're going to see the Axiom Salvager here, which is if you control 2 or more boosted characters, resupply. Then I think it's when a character joins your expedition, it might be 2 characters gain boosts.
It was if a character joins your expeditions, if it had 2 or more boosts, if the Axiom Salvager had 2 or more boosts, target character gains 2 or more boosts.
Okay, cool. So yeah, very good Salvager, giving a bunch of boosts. And if you're able to get the Salvager and one of those Occlutes out, they should combo with each other. I think the game that I watched did not see them both out at the same time. Um, but one of the things I did notice, Flo was able to pull back the game and get a win, obviously, but they have a habit of keeping a clue, even if it's drawn in your first hand, and having to sit on it for a while. With Aphonis having card advantage really early, I wonder if that will be a downside here. But we'll have to see once we get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'd really love to see how both of these decks handle it because this match will be really, really interesting. They're both not similar decks, but the premise of they want to play cheap characters and then boost them is a shared archetype here. So it kind of will depend on who can get the most boosts or probably who can play a bit of a longer game. Both of them want to play relatively short, quick games. So whoever kind of can keep that incremental advantage, I think will have the upper hand here because this will be a bit of a longer game unless one of the players just draws very, very good cards. honestly, my bets are probably on Basir for the longer game because of those acolytes that will be drawing him multiple cards. So if the game does go long, he'll at least have the card advantage to play multiple smaller characters each turn and maybe have some room for removal as well. Whereas the Aphonis might be stuck with spells that spin his wheels a little bit more and are meant to gain boosts on characters. But if he has no characters to boost, then he could be a little bit out of luck and might be, threatened by the advantage that Basir is getting from having all these boosts on characters that just enter and get the boosts on their own.
Yeah. So they showed the unique occlutes there a little bit. That one that has the if your hand is empty gain boosts, and then the like landmark, you if you gain a boost you draw a card. I could absolutely see that unique being a $5 unique because most people will look at it and think it has far too many conditions, but Flow has purchased or drawn whatever two of these that work very well together, and then kind of built around them and picked Basira to be able to give boosts, and it has worked very well so far.
Yeah, I mean, even just as a body, it's been proven to be a very, very strong character that's really done great for flow here. Um, Drawing cards is always good, especially in a deck that doesn't traditionally draw a lot of cards. I know now there's cards that will resupply in Bravos, but most of the time drawing is a little bit harder to come by.
Yeah, what do we got in hand? Ooh, very interesting first hand for the Basira here. Looking at Aphonis, yeah, both look like really good opening hands. It might be that Aphonis has poor choice of characters here in an opening hand. It looks like two Tooth Fairies, which are you don't want two in your opening
Yeah.
hand because there might be nothing to sabotage. But let's see here. As a Fen player, I really hate Rare Clue. Yeah, it destroys Muna for sure. But there's only one Rare Clue in this deck, so the other two are not based around exhausting at all.
Yeah, Ackload against a Fen that's going to be constantly resupplying every noon. I mean, half of your hand is going into your resupply, into your reserve. So having an Ackload where you're most likely going to be getting two, maybe three cards in your reserve at noon, it's going to be really, really rough. So I totally get that from you, Pang. It looks like Flo just played a Haven. I don't know if he forgot to resupply here because it looks like did Flo get sabotaged and I just missed that? Or did
They might have been playing really fast and the cameras
yeah.
were moving around.
No, I
So
see. Yes, Kenton did play a Tooth Fairy.
okay, cool.
So yes. I know he put one down. I wasn't sure if he put the second one down. I just wanted to confirm that. Looks like Flo is really drawing a lot of landmarks early on here, but he did get that unique acolyte we have been talking about. So hopefully he can use that to his advantage here. He won't be able to play it this turn because it costs 5, but he can set up for next turn.
Yeah, that double Haven, and there's a solo mountain here on the hero side for Basira. Looking very good. And as we mentioned, pulling two Tooth Fairies as your only characters in first hand as a Faunus, not great. So one definitely went into mana, which means that Tiny Jin right there just gets to stay and get a bunch of boosts. And even if it gets removed, it will go into mana, which makes those occlutes go faster. And yeah, just boom, that Tiny Jin. They're moving really fast here.
It looks like Flo also drew a Hunger. It seems like Flo is getting a lot of interesting cards lately and hands that could be seen with a little bit more versatility, where versatility would be a little bit more useful opposed to playing a few big things. It looks like he's just going to put down that Hunger too, and hopefully maybe play that Acklet into a Kieran. I believe he has enough mana to do so. He does not. He can play the Acklet or the Kieran here, and it looks like he's just going to go straight for that Acklet.
Got to get that card advantage early. So the one that comes down first is the one where if you pay 1, it gains 2 boosts and fleeting, which it looks like Flo opts to do. When it gains 1 or more boosts, draw a card. And then if the expedition moves forward, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, draw a card. So I don't think the third ability is going to happen this time, but that is a 5/7/7 and did get to draw probably 2 cards, one for itself, one for Basira.
I'm hoping some of the cards he draws will help him out a little bit. I don't know how the milk is going to help too much here. I know it'll definitely give a boost to that Tiny Jin if he wants to ramp really quickly, but it depends how much he values mana over having a body the next turn that will be double boosted by those 2 Havens, and then Tiny Jin boosts on his own from reserve. So I'm kind of curious if maybe he just holds on to the Kieran and Tiny Jin, and next turn, if he doesn't draw anything he wants, puts down that milk, just so he doesn't have to worry about losing card advantage, especially since this Acklet now is fleeting. I don't think he wants to be sacrificing more characters, especially when the game still has so much to go, and he does still need cards to keep threatening this Aphonis.
Yeah, I think out of the matchups that Aphonis could have gone into with how much card draw this Aphonis has built in the deck, I think they're glad they're not against the Navenka deck. But so far, it is not working too well against the Basira here. But not too terrible. They're not
Oh,
that far down, just one expedition. Although, was that correct? Did they move that correctly?
let's double check. I
Wasn't sure if Aphonis moved on the companion side before or if they just moved both just now.
Aphonis had already moved on the companion side prior.
Okay, cool. So then, yeah, just only one behind, but Sierra has a lot of tools going around here.
I'm really curious as to why he ended up keeping that milk in his hand and not putting it down. He's obviously holding it for something. I know he has a few cards that care about fleeting and boosted characters. I know he has a Spirit Weaver, I think what we were talking about in a previous game with Blue. I don't know if he's saving it for that to just guarantee a big boost. Maybe he's holding it as like a last resort if he needs it later on, but it is risky to use um, this early on in the game. Maybe if he gets another double advance here, he'd feel a little bit more comfortable using it. Especially maybe now that he has had these tiny gyms, maybe he wants to ramp a little bit so he can play that mana eruption, which he just did to get rid of the spindle harvester, to deny more advantage for the Aphonis player, as well as prevent them from drawing more cards, which is obviously always a good thing. Giving Aphonis cards is never a good idea. With the amount of little spells he can be casting to boost up his characters, it can really spell doom for a Basira that might have a little bit more trouble boosting multiple times a turn and can maybe only do a couple big boosts here and there, or a couple small boosts here and there. Whereas Aphonis can just play a cheap character for 1 mana and then play a bunch of 1 mana spells that draw cards, gets him more advantage, and then just boosts up his characters more and more.
I think for Basira, their main strategy with the milk is around the hunger,
Yeah.
which one of them did go into mana. So maybe they are waiting on that, or like you said, waiting for more characters to be out and boosted.
Hmm.
I don't think they could have played it at the end of last turn because I think they were out of mana, right? Or did they have one left?
I believe they're out of mana because the Acolyte was 5, and then they
Mhm.
paid the additional 1
Yeah,
for the effect.
yeah. Because playing it at the end of your turn, if you have one mana left, would be ideal. So then it's just sitting there. Or if you want to use it for a more after you type thing and slow play. But
Any
I
sort of 1 mana after you effect is always very useful.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how people play around the new Bravos hero that they just revealed, where the main concept is if you pass before your opponent, you get a little bit of a bonus. I wonder how people are going to interact with that and if it changes up when you're matched up against her or not.
Yeah, it seems like a very interesting hero. I believe it's Sol and Halua. She looks like a lot of fun, but her text says, "What if you have to end your turn before your opponents?" Plural. So if you're playing a multiplayer game, if you're
Mhm.
playing 2v2, you have to end your turn first, which puts you at an even bigger disadvantage for those of my other friends who do play 2v2 or 1v1v1v1. It can be a very interesting hero, but I think they're going to add more conditions to the hero abilities to make it a little more balanced now.
Yeah, they did say on the stream that there will be more ways to interact with
Mm.
the characters' counters, and that does bring up a really interesting idea behind 2v2 and the hero. Maybe she takes on more of a support role as we've seen in 2v2s, and your partner is maybe spawning tokens in your area to help out, or maybe they even have one of the cards that can help with counters. Will be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're gonna do that because in the most recent in Whispers of the Maze, they explicitly made cards that dealt with removing counters, but state does not target heroes. So it's kind of interesting to see what they're gonna do and how they're gonna implement that version of toying with counters on heroes. And I wonder what that would mean for someone like maybe Trester Rossum or like Itzadi and Search who already care about counters. So the
Yeah.
groundwork is there.
Yep. Currently, there are very few cards that allow you to interact with the counters on heroes, but there are two, I think, off the top of my head that do. So maybe the next set will include even more. And one of those cards, off the top of my head, is in Bravos. So off you go on the Fleeting Chiron. It goes bye bye. Notably, now Aphonis is ahead by 1, but this Chiron coming out is going to be pretty big. Does Aphonis full send to off you go it and boost up their Harvester? There's just enough mana left.
The Harvester is anchored, so it will be around the next turn. He might try and spin his wheels and just try and boost up as much as he can.
Oh, he puts the off you go back in hand with that
Yeah.
sleight of hand and then boosts the spindle and now only has to pay 2. So scouting the skater, yeah. And then, ooh, this is a tricky boost to pick. You know the off you goes back in hand.
I think putting on the Tiny Gin was a pretty safe bet, especially because now if it gets off you go, he at least gets it to reserve. And then it would make it so if he does decide to get rid of the Kieran with that off you go, and he does want to play that Sui Disciple in the other expedition to try and block the Tiny Gin, it's not going to block the Tiny Gin.
Yeah, I think the Faunus has to hit the Chiron here. It's the only way for them to advance currently, unless they have what do they got in hand? They do have a is that a magical training? Hard to see.
It looks like a conjuring. It is a conjuring seal.
Okay, and then
Conjuring,
magical training next to it.
yes.
That's what they
Conjuring
go
seal,
for.
magical training. Well, they still have the 2 mana left, which I
Yep.
assume they're going to use for, which is Interesting, because then they'll have to discard one to an effect, unless they wanted to maybe discard that Studious Disciple and then play the Conjuring Seal for 3 and then boost the Spindle Harvester and get to draw 2 cards too.
Yeah, that might be the move
It looks like that will be
because
the move.
you would get the cards, you'd
Mm.
get the boost, you don't overflow, and you go up over this Chiron. So yeah, very, very nice. Aphonis play, staying one ahead here.
The great thing now too is that this Aphonis player, Kenton, now has that Off You Go in hand to just hold for 2 mana as Silver Bullet in case this Basira does play something that, might be harder to get around and is really boosted up and does cost, is in that range. It costs less than 4 and can be hit by that Off You Go.
All right, what did we get in hand? We still have one of those occlutes. Don't know how well it's going to work now. And then a tiny gin and a fire rabbit. Oof. Not a super great hand. There is, however, a skater chilling in reserve, which will be very good. Coming out 2 havens and then able to give a boost to itself or something else.
The Aphonis does really have a great grip of cards in his hand, a lot of versatile utility here. I think the safe bet here is Flo is just going to play the Acolyte, hope it sticks around, which it looks like it will based on what we can see, and then just play that Fire Rabbit and put as many boosts as he can onto the Acolyte just to try and get some advantage. It looks like he just plays the Fire Rabbit just as a body and isn't going to use it to boost the Acolyte. I think he's
Yeah,
trying to just play. Interesting.
trying to bait out removal most likely. But
Yeah.
there's no way that the Aphonis would have taken the Aphonis.
Yeah.
Or just trying to see what Aphonis is doing first, but Aphonis just has so many one drops or options to not really reveal anything. And we see the Occlute come out and draw an Occlute, but won't have the mana to play it, unfortunately.
But Flo does still have 3 mana to play the card in his reserve, which will get
Mhm.
another boost. And the Basira ability has not been activated yet. So there's the potential to draw 2 more cards here from Flo. But yeah, Aphonis' inevitability is very difficult to get around. Once he gets that critical mass of cards, there's a certain point where you just have to play characters or play landmarks and just make him have it. Sometimes getting rid of that removal is better than having it sit in his hand for a long time, because then he could use it for a time he really does need it, which I assume is what he's doing with this Off You Go.
Yep. And if you have not seen this unique yet, it is from hand. If your hand is empty, target character gains 2 boosts. When I gain 1 or more boosts, if you control 1 or more landmarks, draw a card. That Occlute has drawn Flow 2 cards this turn, once from itself, and then once just now from technically the Basira, as he gave the boost from the Skater to itself to trigger Basira.
And yeah, it looks like it's interesting. Flo isn't even going to try and contest Kenton on the side with the Spindle Harvester, which I do understand. Drawing what he did draw, I mean, that's going to set up really great for next turn. So it's not even going to matter that that side's completely uncontested because he does have that mana eruption. He does have the Acolyte we saw. So he could be exhausting cards in reserve and maybe preventing a few things from recurring. But it does look like the Aphonis got an advance here that puts him neck and neck. So Aphonis is just one single advance away from winning. Whereas we have Flo, who's a little bit further away on Basira. A double advance here would seal it, but that would be a big ask, especially with Aphonis already having a Spindle Harvester. It looks like he must have just lost its anchored counter.
Yeah, some good cards that Basira pulled, but that hand from Aphonis is very stacked, especially with the off you go chilling there. And that's a Rhyme Frost. Who's is Basira? Yeah, I think Basira's first. I mean, not anything too amazing to hit with the rare Occlute, which I think he actually mana'd, so it's no longer there.
This is actually interesting. If Flo can play the Axiom Salvager and doesn't immediately get off you goad, he can incrementally get more. He'll be getting 2 boosts on all the other characters he plays. It won't stick around much longer, but if he does play the Axiom Salvager and give it the boost and it gets off you go on another turn, he can always just play that Fire Rabbit and get more boosts on it or other cards in his hand and just keep boosting it up. But I'm curious to see if it gets removed right now. It looks like it's going to get removed right now.
Yeah, still a very interesting play for Flo. Kenton had to do the Rhyme Frost with nobody to put the boost to get rid of the Occlute in reserve, and then had to do the Off You Go with nobody to put the boosts to get rid of that Salvager. And I don't think the Fire Rabbit coming out would have done it. And interesting, another spell with
Yep.
wait,
And
what?
there's a handshake. I don't think Basira is coming back from that. I think Flo realized there was writing on the wall,
Yeah.
and it looks like there was just a concession with that handshake.
Yeah, very interesting. I think maybe I didn't keep up with the mana from Flo's side, but maybe there just wasn't enough for a double advance. Not sure if there was something in hand for the Aphonis that I didn't pay attention to. But yeah, round one going to the Aphonis.
Yeah, I think Flo might have jumped the gun a little bit on that one. There was a lot still he could do, but I don't think there was enough to get around what was in the Aphonis' hand. I think Flo had a Kirin and it looks like a Mana Eruption in hand. So he could have gotten rid of one of Kenton's other characters if he played it. But with so much going on and with the Mana Moth guaranteed from that landmark, it was pretty much over. So I think Flo didn't want to prolong it and just give Kenton that win.
Yeah, just get a refresh, go into game two, and that's where we're at. We're shuffling, remixing the tumult, and going ahead and going to start into game two.
Curious to see how this one goes for Basir. I want to see Flo's starting hand here because last time it was a little interesting. The first day wasn't too bad because it was a pretty easy put down, but the second day was a little bit more difficult and it made the game obviously a lot more dicey for Flo because losing that little bit of tempo early was definitely a bit more harmful than we might have thought at first, than I might have thought at first. But having the Haven turn one was really great, and he got to keep both of them throughout the entire game, which was awesome. None of them were removed. I don't think Kenton even runs removal for it. I don't know if he runs license withdraws, but I didn't see it in his deck list. So they're gonna stick around. But taking those turns off in an aggressive deck against an aggressive deck is definitely always debatable, but sometimes it is necessary because Haven is just in general a very good card in Bravos. But it looks like the advantage from Haven didn't necessarily translate into the win that I thought it might have.
Yeah, so it looks like if Flo locks this in, gonna have a Chiron, a Haven, and a Kellen cylinder to start, which pretty good hand to get set up going. And Kenton pulled two uniques in the opening hand. Looks like one of them went away, and we are off to the races. Conjuring Seal already played, and the Kellen cylinder already played.
I think that's a pretty good start for Flow overall. Kenton's drawing cards right off the bat, which isn't really good. But again, against an aggressive deck, being able to have the Kellen cylinder turn 1 so you can get a little bit more advantage later on, and you also have the Kieran to get that advance day 1. Really, really nice. And it looks like Flo drew a Hunger. I'm probably gonna put that one down if I had to guess.
Yep.
And if yeah. I'd imagine he's gonna go for a Haven into Kieran play. I don't think he'd try anything else. That way it at least gets him that extra card in his reserve to use, which he can boost the next day, and then get the advance with Kieran and get the triple boost. It looks like Kenton. I think I'm lagging a little bit here.
Yeah, it is. It is the stream. It is not you or
Okay.
I.
Just making sure.
Yep.
But it looks like Kenton did draw
Oh,
that rare Spindle Harvester that will be very, very interesting. And resupplying that hunger from Flow. I don't know how useful hunger would be when you're setting up so many landmarks. So having it in reserve for, day 3 with 6 mana that will have it's a 3/3/3 with Haven, it'll be a 4/4/4 with Gigantic for 6 mana. And Flo, I'm sorry, and Kenton can't do anything about it. He has nothing that can remove it other than I think a Beauty Sleep, which just prolongs the inevitable. So that could be a really good potential for a double advance on Flo's side next turn.
for the top 8, it was Traced, Aphonis, Basira. There was a Siggy in there, Navenka, and then Aphonis, and Smazzle. Was Smazzle? I don't know. I think one of the players. I don't know what KKTZH was playing.
Smazzle was on Sigismar.
Yeah, so it should be Traced, Sigismar, Navenka, Aphonis. What was the Tigma on?
Tigma, I believe, was also a Faunus, if I'm remembering correctly.
Then Aphonis, Basira, Aphonis. So yeah, I just don't know what KKTZH was on for sure.
I wouldn't quote me on a Tigma. I believe it was a Faunus, but I don't think I watched him play. I believe I just heard about it in passing from Blue. But I've been going over so much content that I could be misremembering that easily. I believe a Tigma was on a Faunus, if I'm remembering correctly.
All right, we see one of those occlutes come out. This is the if your hand is empty, target character gains 2 boosts, and when I gain a boost, if you control one or more landmarks, draw a card. So going to draw 2 cards right there. Very good. And yeah, that interesting choice of the Spirit Wielder there, which we haven't seen played at all yet. It's been in mana or something every time.
We haven't seen it so far this match, but we have seen it in past matches with Flo, and it has actually been a huge, huge game turner for him, and actually helped them close out the game and get him into the quarterfinals.
Nice. Yeah, I did not see it, so that's good to know that
Yeah,
it was played, see how it interacts.
it's great to see just a regular old common from Whisper of the Maze be putting in so much work, but it gets a boost for every boosted character you control. So it's normally never a 2 mana 1/1/1. But the funny thing is, I think to win the match in an earlier game, I think Flo did just play it as a 2 mana 1/1/1, and it still won him that match.
Nice. So that was a flutter of moths or whatever that spell is really called, and then put another
Oh,
boost on that spindle.
Moth to a Flame, I believe.
That's what it is. Flutter of Moths is the 7-cost one.
That is a really good card, though. I do love Flutter of Moths.
It's just moth, moth, moth.
Love it. Like, open the gates for Ysmir. I love open the gates. I'm willing to bet this Kenton might try playing this sleight of hand here. Because if you can sleight of hand to get back that magical training, he can draw another card and he'll use his 2 mana effectively and he'll be able to get 2 more boosts. I don't know if that gets him completely around the Acklet. I don't know the stats on that Spindle Harvester, but if it gets 2 more boosts, it might be able to pull something out, especially because Flo has no more mana. But I'm assuming Kenton might be trying to set up knowing that Flo is going to be playing this Hunger sometime soon, which will be a 4/4/4 with Gigantic.
Yeah, that spindle just went up slightly above in Forest, but one below in Mountain. So they should both move even after that. See, hopefully they catch that because they removed the cards before progressing, it looks like.
Hopefully a judge saw their progression is able to accurately be sure, because that in an aggressive deck that could be very much a big decision point. It looks like they had the Aphonis double advance, and it looks like the Basira didn't get any advance up on that.
Yeah, so
Oh,
either
yeah.
the display was wrong or there was something missed there. I would think that the display tracker was maybe a little off, but I was not able to count myself. Apparently this is still top 8 matches and not semifinals. Shouldn't be.
I believe we are in semifinals. I just don't think they have reported yet.
Yeah, they're they like stopped reporting on Melee
Yeah,
basically.
because quarterfinals was Kenton Flo, then it was a Tigma KK, then it was Tempe Sparky, and Smazzle Pompote, and then we are playing Kenton Flo right now, but I don't believe that is it, because we're in what?
Unless
Top
they're doing
16?
the games back to back and not sequential. I guess that would make sense.
It's hard to tell without official reportings.
I mean, yeah, on the screen it does say quarterfinals, so I guess
Yeah.
maybe they're not doing matches at the same time, which is what we thought. So yeah, you are
Okay.
right. Yeah,
Interesting.
so many areas to look and so many things to see. I didn't catch that. Yeah, they must just be doing them one at a time since there's I mean, there are 2 stream tables technically, so interesting that they're just doing them in a row. I thought we saw um we saw Smazzle versus Pompote already though. And
Uh,
that was on that other
we
table.
we did. We seen Tempe and Sparky, and then Smazzle and Pompote. I don't remember seeing the KK and Enigma, but I guess this is. Yep, I
Yeah.
guess Pat was right. I guess this is the Kenton Flow match in quarterfinals.
Maybe they're doing 2 at a time instead of all of them. So the other table is probably the 4th match and this is the 3rd. That makes sense to your brain.
Yeah, more alters is always a good thing. I don't mind a little bit of a longer tournament.
Yeah, because they do have another table that is streaming on Ludotrotter, a little bit different of a setup. So what had happened is we did see Pompote win against Smazzle.
Mm,
It's just still not reported. So we
yeah.
thought they just stopped reporting in Melee.
Mistakes happen. We're seeing a lot of stuff thrown at us, a lot of cardboard.
Yep. Shout out to Keelan for telling Simon.
Siggy and Aphonis is the other table. Okay. So if Siggy and Aphonis are the other table, that means Tigma is on Aphonis, and then KK is on Sigismar.
Cool, cool.
And it looks like Flo's doing a pretty good job here of being sure he's going to get this advance off. Does have a few more cards you can play out. I'm curious how he's going to use some of these. Looks like he's just going to play out the skater for 3. It looks like he tried to tap all of them at once. But Flo's really holding on to that hunger. I think he really wants it for the last possible moment.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything. Well, there is license withdrawal in this Aphonis deck. One of the things that I have to be really careful about is the common license withdrawal versus the rare is
Hmm.
actually quite different. But since this is Ysmir, it's the out of faction, it's going to be the rare. So the Ysmir version cannot target the hunger. So there should be nothing. Well, there's sleep. Beauty sleep is always an option, but off you go is not able to take out the hunger. So yeah, he might be just saving it for the last moment.
I admittedly had not seen. I was looking over the Basir deck list so heavily, I didn't even get to see License Withdraw in Kent in this deck. So I'm glad he's at least running it. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, but that's definitely huge in trying to get rid of that Haven. I'm also a little surprised he uses on the Haven and not on just a character to try and get rid of that advance, especially when Kenton is very, very close to being a double advance away from just closing out the game. But it looks like he might try and get that beauty sleep, yep, back to his hand so that when that hunger does come out, Kenton won't have to worry about it and can still get off that double advance. There will be a 6 mana commitment for Flo to play that hunger, which will be a lot. And to get that completely slept will be a big deal. Flo will be coming into this turn with a Haven Sagar on the expedition in his companion side because of the beauty sleep. He doesn't get the draw, but 3/1/1 when he's already in Forest is a pretty big advantage to have on Flo's side. And with his previous turn, Flo's now a double advance away, so he is ahead of Kenton here. So he's in a very commanding position. The question is, now that he knows that Kenton has that beauty sleep, does he even try and play the hunger? It looks like he just discarded it. He figured there's no point. He knows there's a beauty sleep. He could try playing it, but I don't think that'd be worth it. I think he's just going to try and go for playing a few smaller characters, and hopefully he can get something out of that.
Yeah, more bodies to target. And yes, Simon answered that question I was just about to get to. If you missed any of the matches when the stream ends, it basically goes immediately to VOD on the A.W.O.L channel. You just need to go into the live section when you go to the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to see today and yesterday, and then any of the A.W.O.L events, and you can watch it all there. This Axiom Salvager is coming back around and in play. It's the one we've seen where if there are 2 or more boosted characters resupply. Looks like another Kellen cylinder was resupplied, which is not amazing. But if this Salvager hangs out, it is going to help distribute a bunch of boosts.
Yeah, the Kellen cylinder might just worth be discarding at the end of the day. I mean, he could try and play it maybe as like an after you, or maybe to kind of get a little bit more value out of his characters when he plays them. Because I believe it works on just any character you play, not just from reserve like Haven. Having 2 of them could be nice in case maybe he does, if Kenton does try and play something like a license withdrawal. But he has also a Kellen cylinder in his hand. So having 3 of them is less than ideal. But I assume next turn that's at least guaranteed mana. But having some of these cards Rhyme Frosted is definitely a huge hit. There's still the Haven Sungar in a hand from Flo, which he could play in his Hero Expedition, which would really boost up his stats against that Sneasel Shroom, which I assume Kenton's probably going to be investing a lot of resources into, considering it does have Anchored. Um, but if Kenton can't do anything about this, Basira's gonna eke out the win here, which is entirely possible. Because if he plays this Haven Serengar, he'll have 3 mana left, which he can use to negate any boost gotten with that Seizure Stream because it's of the mana eruption. If he does have 3 mana left in the mana eruption, he can just completely discard it and not have to worry about it and just advance from there.
Yeah, I think choosing from what I saw, I believe Kenton off you go'd the Talarian Skater, which
Hmm.
at first glance it does have more stats, but leaving this Salvager on the board is very interesting because it's going to distribute a bunch of boosts. He does have another one in hand and a Beauty Sleep, so I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. Does he have the mana? He does still. Okay, I see. I
He's gonna
see the plan.
hmm.
But yeah, how Flo ordered the Salvager is gave a boost to it from the Kellen cylinder, and then I'm pretty sure gave it a boost from Basira, and then satisfied the from anywhere to resupply. And yeah, now what are we gonna see the Salvager go away? It's got to be the Salvager, right? Or else there's going to be double move here from Flo. Yep.
Yep. I'm not sure if Flo decided it didn't matter, but from just missing it. But I don't know if he put any boosts on that second Haven Serengar from the Axiom Salvager. But I guess he just figured it wouldn't be of consequence. But
Yeah.
this will give Flo the advance on the companion expedition. It'll also it looks like Kenton would also get that advance. So it's still a close game. If Kenton can pull out a double advance here, that'd be really, really big. But he'd have to stall Flo on one side, which would be pretty difficult unless he can somehow draw into some removal. I know he still has that beauty sleep. I think in his hand, he might have 2 beauty sleeps, which could be very, very good for him. But with that Axiom Salvager, gonna get Rhyme Frosted, which is definitely a smart decision. I'm curious now if Kenton just tries to loop Beauty Sleeps and just try and sleep all of Flo's characters so that maybe I've seen weirder. He's got 2 of them in his hand. That could be pretty good if Flo does decide to invest big on one character. He does have Spirit Weaver and that Mana Eruption still. So even if there are a few Beauty Sleeps, Flo still might be able to win this and even get rid of that Sneaker Shroom.
Ooh, kind of telegraphing there
Yeah.
that there's a mana eruption in hand if Kenton was paying close attention to how much mana he went to tap and then changed his mind and played the Spirit Wilder, um, giving the boost to the Fire Rabbit from Basira and then giving the boosts to the Spirit Wielder. Still enough mana for either another Spirit Wielder or that mana eruption to get rid of that Shroom. Very interested to see if Kenton picked up on that or not.
It looks like does Flo have 5 mana left?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, so he can play both if you wanted. He can play the Mana Eruption and the Spirit Weaver.
yeah. I actually thought he only had 3 left. So,
I also
uh,
only saw the 3.
yeah, because he played the rabbit, which is only 1, and then the spirit wielder is 2 from
Mhm.
reserve, right? Okay, so he did tap
Yeah.
too many. I think that's what Kenton noticed. He didn't correct his mana. That or it was just skewed, and Kenton wasn't sure how much mana was really left.
I'm sure it was all one big mind game. Flo wants Kenton to know he's got the Mana Eruption. Flo does have the mana advantage. Flo is working with 6 mana now. Kenton looks like he only has 4. He does have Beauty Sleeps in his hand. So, but at this point, even if he slept 2 of them, that Mage Dancer might be a bit of a problem, but I still think there's a good shot Flo's gonna come out of this.
Yeah, this is looking like a very, very good turn here. If we it's hard for me to see the base stats. Haven Sarengar, I think, is 3/1/1, and then it has 2 boosts on it. And then I don't know Spirit Wielder base stats off the top of my head. I think you said it's 1/1/1.
Spirit Wheeler is 1/1/1 in common.
Okay, and then I think that's 4 boosts on it. So that would be 5 and 5 on Forest. So yeah, it looks like the graphic is indeed correct, and it's a 10/8/8 for Flow on the companion side with a Mana Eruption in hand. We might be going to
Yeah.
game 3 here.
Yep. Oh. Yep. Okay. Now there's a Beauty Sleep and an Off You Go. I think if he uses them both on either expedition, I think Flo still advances you, even with the boost you'd get from Aphonis.
Yeah, there's only 3 mana left, so you can only take out 2 characters.
That would leave him with no hand and a full reserve. So he'd have to discard down to 2, because if he did that, he'd have 6 cards in his reserve, which would be, yeah, I guess Kenton's just going to scoop it up. He realized that he can't quite beat Flo. So they will be going into a game 3. This is getting intense.
All right. Well, I believe we're gonna rotate out here. You get to go to work now, and
Yeah.
hopefully you are able to catch the end while you're getting ready. If not, of course, we'll keep you updated. While they're switching around here, we are going to switch around, and a guy trying is gonna jump in. Anything you want to leave the people with before we rotate, Horizon?
Let's hope Navenka wins it all. That's all I gotta say. I hope Navenka wins it all. I said it there. I said
I
it.
agree. Let's all put the energy into the world. All right. Well, thank you for joining. I'm going to go ahead and let a guy trying know to get in here. Hopefully, we see Horizon back on a future A.W.O.L stream, and we have some more games to go here. So thanks for joining me, Horizon.
Thank you for having me, and I would love to come back at some point. All right. Well, have a great rest of your stream, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the games. All right.
See you later. Have a good one.
Bye, everyone.
All right. They are shuffling. Oh, dang. Look at that. What a professional.
Oh yeah. Ready to go.
What is up, a guy trying all lowercase?
Nothing much. Been watching some of these amazing games we've had so far. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was in these players' situation, to me, this feels like the finals. Because this is once you get into top 4, you get that qualifier for worlds. So this feels like it has more pressure on it than actually whoever is in the final match of this tournament.
Yeah. This is definitely very high stakes, very high pressure. Now going into a game 3 being 1-1, even more so.
Yeah. But, us as the people who don't have to be in the situation love to see a game 3.
Yeah, of course. It's the ultimate amount of hype.
Now we do already have our other 3 top 4 contestants, our other 3 qualified players, which are you've seen 2 of them on stream so far. Sparky and Pompote on Navenka and Trace,
Hmm.
respectively. And then a Tigma was able to pick up his match on Aphonis against Sigismar. So no Sigismar guaranteed in the top four, but potentially two Aphonises.
Nice. Kind of flip from the Dutch. We call it the Dutch, but it's in the Netherlands. And it was run by the DAC. So
Yeah,
is it the Dutch qualifier or the Netherlands qualifier, or is it both?
I be calling it the Dutch just because the Dutch alter community is the one that had all the branding, and that's what stuck with me the most. But I may be incorrect with that.
Yeah, they also just absolutely shot into this game. Basira with a double advance and Aphonis with one. Looks like they're still messing with the gameplay tracker a little bit. In a second, after they're done showing the hands, they'll switch back to the view where we can see everything.
And we do see in the Aphonis' hand that Nilum Spire. We've seen a couple different versions of Aphonis. Aphonis hoping as much as they can to lower their character count, focus mainly on spells, but does require a lot of characters to target with boosts. Things like the Nilum Spire or Nilum the Withered Tree that create tokens allow you to sort of minimize that dependence on characters. So an early Nilum Spire here could mean stronger pressure throughout the game. So in later turns, when a lot of his characters have been answered, he still has the ability to, when he plays a spell, if he has 3 arcane counters, create a mana moth.
That's a big old tiny gin right there.
Casual 3 boosts. 1 boost from itself, 1 boost from Haven Bravos Bastion, and then 1 boost from Basira.
All right, I think I got everything switched around in terms of names and things. Let me know if anything looks wrong in the stream chat. I'll get here, focus in on the game. They really are just zooming, and we don't have much of a chance to react at this moment, but it'll slow down as we get further in. That Tiny Jin did secure an advance for Basira, and then Aphonis, I believe, won the hero side.
Yeah, I gotta assume that the anxiety and energy of going into a game 3 is starting to affect these players. Not only that, but also being streamed. Get a lot of energy, hyping them up, making them make those plays quicker, especially in the early game where you have more limited plays, you have more limited mana. As you said, I do expect to see this game slow down quite a bit as we get closer and closer to the end game, and there are more intricate decisions that these players need to make. 2 uniques already on the side of Aphonis. Their Spindle Harvester and that Sneezer Shroom.
Yeah, the Sneezer Shroom, I know for sure it draws. Oh, yeah, there. Thank you. Thank you for putting that up. It does not draw. It returns a spell from anywhere, and from reserve, it gains anchored.
Currently not a great play because there is no card to return. There's no spell to return from reserve to hand. And we see, oh, that's Spindle Harvester, I believe, has the ability to give a character bleeding. Is that what we just saw?
Yeah, it had to have been. I was seeing if they were putting it up. The Chiron didn't go anywhere, and so I think he just added the leading. They're not showing it on screen quite yet. I'm waiting.
Yeah, that fleeting, discarding one of your uniques just to try and stay the pressure that this Basira is unleashing on Aphonis,
Oh,
making
okay.
it so that Haven fashion out so early in the game is just going to get so much value throughout the game, making it so less characters go to reserve to get that boost. One, making it so just characters having boost in general is very strong, but also activating Basira and allowing Basira's ability to come online.
Yeah,
Basira, unlike Tasia or some of our other heroes, has an activation requirement, so it's a bit harder to consistently use the hero ability.
got a field reinforcements, a off you go, and I did not catch the third one, but picking up a magical training from the sneezer shroom.
And I believe that's a conjuring seal at the end.
Yep, sure looks like it.
And field reinforcement's great right now because both expeditions are behind or tied.
Yeah, I love getting a card draw and a recruit. Why not?
That will also buff the Nilum up to 3. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to this keep these arcane counters. Was that a mistrigger on the Nilum, or did he do that before he played resolved field reinforcements?
I'm not sure. I did not see an interaction with it. There was one spell last turn, so maybe he already picked it up to 2.
Maybe,
We'll have to
because
see.
getting to 3 is crucial because that is when you can spawn your Manamoth. The Nilum says, or the Nilum Spire says you must play a spell, gain an gain an arcane counter, and then you may remove 3 to create a Manamoth. So, in order for the trigger to go onto the stack, there needs to be a spell. You can't just exhaust it once you have 3 counters, like many of the other new landmarks to get their benefit. In this case, making a Manamoth.
Yeah, they do have a judge sitting right next to them off camera. Now it's got 3 though. So because of that magical training.
And he decides to not uh, activate that Nilum Spire, create the Manamoth, saving it for later. Which to me suggests yep, just giving up the hero side. A 2/2/2 wouldn't have done anything, so might as well save the potential body for later.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
seems like we have
I
a judge situation, something around the Nilum, or the Nilum Spire, rather. Seemingly the amount of counters that are on it.
Okay, so yeah, maybe it says still the die still says 3. Oh,
Yeah.
Spires is 4 at common. You need 4
Oh,
counters.
it's for it common?
Yeah, I don't quite know what they're talking about. Um Maybe just checking in on game state, making sure nothing was missed. Um Sometimes when players oh, maybe there was the counter missed. Let's see.
Yep.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he missed it for the field reinforcements. So he did have the opportunity to make the Manamoth, although he didn't know he did.
Yeah.
I still think he would have, even if he had that information, he would have saved it for a future turn.
Yeah.
Especially since, uh, as Elio reminded us, or reminded me rather, it is for the cost, and that is quite big to build up to, even when you're slinging as many spells as Aphonis does.
Yeah, awesome. Good catch by everyone, and it looks like Maverick came over as well and helped correct that here. I don't think they'll go to time here. I think this game will be decided in 12 minutes or less, but we'll see. That a clue comes out. I'll let you see it again. This is the one where if you pay 1, it gains 2 boosts and fleeting, which we did see Flow pay for. And it when it gains a boost, you draw a card. And if you control 2 or more boosted characters, you draw a card. So just drew 2 cards for that. Yep,
This
there.
is a lot of card draw on
Yep,
a clute.
yep. Always a timer, or else games will go on forever. And judges, staff, locations, they all have lives and things to go to, and unfortunately are not robots that can chill around forever.
Yeah. The timer is 70 minutes for best of 3, which this is also uh correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Netherlands qualifier still best of 1 in Top Cut?
Yeah, I think that's what people were saying, is it was best of one all the way through. I did not watch as much of that one as I would have wanted to. I was a little busy, but this one here, definitely the top has been best of 3 70-minute rounds. Yeah.
Wait,
It is plenty of time.
is that Kenton's hand right now?
I think that's the discard.
Okay. I was like, what is going on?
Well, I don't remember conscription being played, so maybe
Or is
it's
this his mana?
mana. Yeah, gotta be mana. Well, that seems like yeah. Wait, no, is that
Oh,
his
that is
hand?
his hand.
Was he able to get out that much card draw? I know we saw some conjuring seals go down, but
Yeah, it looks like it.
that's hilarious. Yeah, that's a hand.
Wow.
And then gonna get some more with the magical training. Kenton saw those occlutes and decided, if you want to draw cards, let's draw cards, and now has a pretty hefty hand there.
Sleight of hand putting Moth to a Flame into reserve, picking up one of the magical trainings. The sleight of hand goes on cooldown because the ability has resolved, but Moth to a Flame, even though it has cooldown, because it was placed in the reserve and not as part of resolving, will not be exhausted until Aklut comes down with boost to exhaust the magical training and the Moth to a Flame. This will cause Kenton to discard some cards from reserve at the end of the night during cleanup. But with a hand that big, I think you're going to be okay with it.
There is luckily enough mana here for a banishing gate. It seems like maybe the conscription play was an idea. I think it's getting very dangerous for Kenton though, if that occlude is not removed with Banishing Gate. But then there's still a chance for Basira to advance, I think. So while there are a ton of cards in Kenton's hands, it looks dangerous from what I can see.
The possible plays are basically we're going to see Banishing Gate into because Banishing Gate will activate the Nilum Spire and allow Kenton to put a 2/2/2 wherever he needs. So that will be enough to get rid of the Aklut and combat the Fire Rabbit, and that should be game for our Aphonis.
Okay, yeah, I thought he had 4 mana left
Yeah,
only. It
he
looks
had
like he had
5.
5, yeah.
It is sometimes hard with the way players sometimes hold their sleeves in their mana.
Yeah, I don't know how players play with like jet black matte sleeves. It confuses me all the time, like how many cards are actually there and everything. Um, I like colors which is weird because my wardrobe is like mostly black, but sleeves got to be colorful.
Oh, seems like a judge call happening. Some pause in action. Don't know what it's about. My only guess is that uh technically Flo did not name a target for A.W.O.L.
Yeah, no,
But
no
he
idea.
he he shouldn't necessarily need to. You can target an already exhausted card, so it's not like he would have to exhaust his own spindle. I don't know.
Trying to listen to what they're saying, but uh, I can't tell if it's something about passing or what. But incorrect. My best guess is incorrect mana was spent. Maybe because I did uh think that there wasn't as much mana as Aphonis had or was showing, so maybe there was a little slip there, or maybe it was on Basira's side. This does not mean Aphonis is not dominating the meta, it just means it didn't make it to finals. I think this event has easily proven that it doesn't have to always be Siggy and Aphonis, and there's a lot of viability in a lot of heroes. Um, so I think people just kind of hook too deep on, at face value, like, oh, Siggy and Aphonis top four, they're the best. That's it.
That being said, there is an Aphonis in top four. Uh, so it's not like Aphonis has completely fell off or anything like that. A Tigma did bring Aphonis to the top four over a Sigismar in a game that happened on the secondary stream of Ludotrotter.
Yeah. So Aphonis does have the highest conversion rate of the tournament. 100 players played on Aphonis and 14% converted to the top 32. So when you look at that, Aphonis is a little bit out ahead, but Traced actually converted better this tournament than Siggy did. So, and Basira not too far behind them. The real shock for this event for me actually is not any of that. It's that 63 Fen players with a 0% conversion into top 32.
Yeah,
That is wild to me.
as a Fen enjoyer myself, that does sting. Uh, I, and from the matches I saw, I don't really remember seeing much Fen on stream.
I think maybe we saw one, if
Yeah.
that. I'm not too certain.
Tasia also same representation as Fen and only had her
Mhm.
Leia
Yep.
convert to top 32. Kojo, I'm surprised Kojo was the most represented deck. Not that I think Kojo's in a good place right now, and Kojo's also a popular character, but being the most represented after so much talk of Aphonis and Sigismar is a bit surprising.
Yeah, 112 players on Kojo and only one into top 32 who unfortunately lost in the first round of top 32, I'm pretty sure. I know Simon woke up to that news, had a little cry, and then straightened up and got about the rest of his day. So
Yes, these stats are thanks to Chile from A Hero's Guide to Asgartha. So we'd like to thank him for doing that for us.
I would not thank him. I got these stats from a stranger on the internet, and I paid $2 for them. So
Wow.
yeah.
So I guess that shows who you should have back then, Chile. The person, the person who supports you, or Kohlrabi, the mean Muna player.
So the Tasia does actually not surprise me as much with the current meta. It's very rough out there with all the new removal, the hunger being prevalent.
Yeah.
Um, I am very happy that Arlea made it so far, and that we got to watch, I think, at least 2 of her matches. So it was very exciting. But yeah, I have played a lot more Lyra lately, but I've also just been
Oh,
messing
nice.
around. I have not settled on a more competitive deck yet for this current meta.
Yeah, I've been enjoying a number of different decks. Um, I think it's interesting that we saw 16 out of 18 heroes brought this tournament. Waru was no one brought Waru, which isn't too surprising. You know, Waru has lost a lot of popularity since his prime, since the errata of Robin Hood and then the errata of his own hero ability. Many saying that he's in a near unplayable state. And then Arjun, which the dev team at Equinox has, or the game design team at Equinox has even talked about how difficult it is to design cards around Arjun.
Yeah,
Arjun and Lindaway, they said, are two of the more difficult heroes currently to really design cards that if they design it for Arjun, why is it not just better in Tasia or Rin?
yeah. I think their philosophy of not really wanting to buff heroes also makes it really hard to deal with Arjun. Because as I've said it before, and I think a lot of people will say, if you just allow Arjun to anchor anything with their ability, I think it becomes a hero that would actually see some play. I still think Tasia would probably be more picked and maybe better, but it would definitely make Arjun more viable.
Ah, okay. So it seems like there may have been too many cards drawn by a conjuring seal.
Okay. Yeah, the way we reacted is we were like, that is so many cards. How did that happen? Um, what
So
are
I believe because there's no way to because it happened so long ago, there's no way to roll it back. I believe it was a game loss
yeah.
for Aphonis.
Yeah, which is very interesting to see, especially on a live stream on the quarterfinals. Altered is, this is a competitive event. There is competition in Altered, but it is a little more lax in things and penalties. So getting a game loss is kind of hard to do. That's exactly one way to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Draw too many cards, continue with it for too long, and not be able to revert the game state. Your opponent, if they didn't catch it right away, has no way of knowing uh, how many cards you should have. And then also, it's really hard to say which ones you drew versus which ones you had in hand.
yeah.
Um,
It's difficult in a situation like this to say whether the extra draw was intentional or not. So, you when you get into intent in these sort of things, it's hard to balance a judge call around that. you would like to hope that it was a mistake, and that they didn't try to give themselves an advantage. Um, especially like on stream where it's more likely to be noticed, but you
Yeah,
can't always
so
factor that in.
people in chat are saying is that it was a forfeit. I don't know. I can turn on the volume. If anyone speaks French, you should be able to hear it now. It might be very low though. I can't turn it up any further. Um,
Très vaillant en fait, il était très très
I
proche.
don't know.
Il était
We'll
vraiment
have
proche de gagner la
to
victoire. Enfin,
Wait.
see.
c'était vraiment close et quand même bien joué de
The
la part de
Basir
A.W.O.L.
player forfeited?
Ça s'est joué à ce carte advantage écrasant.
Okay.
À cette masse de cartes. D'ailleurs, il concède sur ça.
This is
Ah, mais t'as 6 cartes en main, t'as le slip ou le
Ah ouais,
zoo.
t'as
et
mis un
okay.
truc.
This is a very interesting situation.
Ma voix qui est de plus en plus grave, je vois dans le chat. Mais bon, tant pis.
And until we get it like confirmed, either way, it's gonna be hard for us to.
Pas de warning dégoûtant l'arbitrage et tout. Donc on va juste
si,
vérifier 2-3 trucs.
oui,
Déjà,
oui.
il y a un
No.
warning,
Bien sûr.
qui a été
Know
pris.
the ramifications of the
Aphonis
situation.
looked,
En
the
gros,
way
il
Kenton's
signale,
face
il
looked,
faut pas qu'il le refasse.
it did not look like they were happy from winning. So
Yeah, but they might have also been
Deuxièmement, bah, il a gagné. Et il y a
disappointed
eu les
that
avant, la décision d'arbitrage a été rendue.
a forfeit had already been
Encore une fois, on a dit,
issued, and then this judge call happened.
le but, c'était pas
I don't
de dire,
know.
Ok, on a fait un call pour qu'il y ait un Aphonis de moins dans le top ou quoi que ce soit. On a clarifié la situation a été clarifiée.
Oh.
À ce Aphonis qui mérite totalement sa place.
Tout à fait.
D'autant plus qu'il s'est pris un énorme
Apparently,
coup.
Aphonis drew 3 cards with the Conjuring Seal. The judge decided that the Basira could see the hand of the Aphonis and choose the card to reshuffle. And with the hand the Aphonis had, the Basira player decided to forfeit. So the judge did not issue a game loss, but after seeing the hand, Basira thought it was a known quantity that they would lose and just decided to scoop.
okay, yeah, that makes a little more sense in regards of a judge call. That is normally what we would do. My only guess of if it would have been a game loss is it went too far beyond when that happened, and so that was the decision. But normally, if you draw too many cards or you mix your hand with your mana, things like that, usually there's an interaction from your opponent to, you know, put a card back at random or see the hand and choose what to put back, etc., etc.
Yeah, and we did see in hand that Aphonis had basically a surefire way to win that turn with the Vanishing Gate plus the Nilum Spire trigger for a double advance. Even I guess if the card was shuffled, if the card shuffled in was Banishing Gate, we would have gone for another turn where Aphonis would have had so many cards in hand to probably play around whatever the Basir needed to do. Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because I know very very little French, so I can literally pick up like 1 to 2 words in a sentence. So that's you. Sometimes I'll put on the audio, but really it's just me picking out words to try to get an idea. But yeah, I don't think other than knowing how to speak French, we would have been able to tell exactly what happened just
Yeah.
based on, you know, what was shown on stream. But this should be your top 4 right here. So this is Pompote, that's Sparky, and then who we just saw one, which is Kenton, and then I believe the one on the right would be a Tigma. So I think there are 2 Aphonises, one Traced, one Navenka. Not wait for the cries of Aphonis overpowered, but here on this cast, I am stoked to see diversity like that in the top 32 down to
Yeah.
the 16, the 8, and then the 4.
And as mentioned earlier, not only are these four in the semifinals now, they are also all qualified for Worlds at this point.
Yep.
The
A
French, as the largest qualifier, the French qualifier is sending their top four players to Worlds later this year, which you know I was saying earlier, I think I would go into the semifinals with a big sigh of relief,
Mhm.
thinking, "Hey, I'm already at Worlds. Anything on top of this is just the cherry on top."
Yeah, I mean, we can look at exactly what the pricing difference is as well. I'm super happy for these four seemingly French players that are going to get a free bus ticket to Worlds. It'll be a very cool pickup for them. As for pricing, let me see if I can still access this. No, it's all closed. I don't think I can look at pricing anymore because the ticket sales are over, and that's
Mm.
how I was looking at them before. So if anyone knows where the prize breakdown is somewhere else, would like to share that with me, uh, I would love that. Um, Now we need a hero to turns required for victory tracker. I think there's a typo there, or I'm not understanding what that means. Ooh, okay, they're handing
Oh,
out
I think they're saying how many turns it takes any specific hero to win. So does Aphonis win in 5 turns, whereas Akesha wins in 10?
oh, yeah, yeah.
I believe that's what they're saying. Oh, and yeah, we got the pricing, or at least the world's qualifiers.
Yeah, so these are the world's qualifiers medals. I saw one of them from the WCQ in the Netherlands. They are amazing. And then they posted a video on socials with them in like high quality rotating around. So it was very cool to see. There is sort of a stat like that on BGA that you could figure out if you mainly play one hero. Um, but other than that, yeah, there's nowhere to see that kind of stat as far as I'm aware. I have requested before that there be a little more stats added into the BGA breakdown. But Vincent has a lot of work to do and is the main developer, so
Yeah,
a lot of going things going
I
on.
I think BGA is an amazing addition to this game. We have to really thank the team who makes the BGA client of Altered, because they are using another platform. You know, Altered is a small drop in BGA. I think it's a very active player base on BGA, but BGA is worried about much more than just Altered. So it's really was it 2 or 3 people who work on BGA on from Equinox that really put everything into it to make the products that we have.
Yeah, so I know Vincent is the main developer. I think he's just a BGA developer and doesn't work directly for Equinox. And then I think maybe there is a subcontractor that helps
Mm.
out. I'm not sure if they do help out on BGA or more so on the digital side of the website. There is technically another dev or two that are like listed on the BGA development, but I have never heard from them. I usually just only see Vincent doing bug updates, responding to bugs, and putting together other like groups and things around BGA. So
Oh,
Well, I need some more water and to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to leave you with the um, most difficult conversation of all. Based on what they're talking about in the chat right now, how do you think that game should have ended? And good luck.
how do I think that game should have ended? I think I think the game should have ended in an Aphonis win because I think the Aphonis had. I don't think the extra card. I don't know what the extra card was, but it seemed like they were in the better position overall, and they probably would have won if the game had been played out without a mistake. But it feels bad for to make a mistake and then seemingly get rewarded for it. But there's no real way to roll it back. Obviously, as much as you can as a judge, you want to roll back the position so that the game state is not altered. But we couldn't do that. I think the judge call. I do think that the in other games, issuing a game loss would have been understandable. Many other games would do that. I do think it's very harsh, but I think I'd probably be too lenient as a judge. I think the judge call to offer the Basira to look at the opposing player's hand and choose which card to shuffle back is one of the better options in the situation. I think it's a bad situation no matter what. And then after that, after the information is when the Basira decided to scoop. I so I do think the game ended in the way it should have, in that I think the player who was most likely going to win won, but it feels bad all around. Simon, yes, I agree. I this as I said earlier, I think this is also the most important of the matches. Semifinals and finals, yes, prizing is included, but the quarterfinals is what gets you your invite to Worlds. And so the I would have understood the harsher penalty for the mistake. I do think it would have been valid. I don't want to come off as saying that I think it wouldn't have been. I just know me, if I was in the judge's position, I would have trouble issuing that. But I'm a softie. I I just want everyone to have fun. And in situations when, you know, high stakes situations like that, someone's going to end up being disappointed, and I would struggle with that. And it kind of because it was our last match going into the top 4, sours the moment. Like we were talking about, oh, we have all these great games. We're in a game 3, Basira versus Aphonis. You know, will Aphonis, which everyone has been talking about, you know, the second most represented deck, the highest converting deck from Swiss rounds to top 32 to top cut, and then it goes out like this. I would like to, as I would like to say, we can't confirm that Aphonis was trying to cheat. There was any malicious intent. Intent's very hard in these situations. I would like to give them the benefit of the doubt. But as a judge, you also can't rule that out.
Good job. What do we got here? Hello, everyone in chat. By the way, thanks for joining us. If you've seen next round, so Simon went back. Penalty happened. He drew seal, sleight of hand, and off you go. Interesting. So if it was also in that order, then there would have been no off you go, right? But if based on seeing the cards and knowing that no matter what they put back, the Basira player decided to concede from what we're hearing at least. I think the outcome, you know, other than if the Aphonis was given a game loss, which would be very unfortunate at that level,
Yeah.
especially being 1-1. I think, the Basira player realized there was no way out, and if they conceded, then that is how the cookie crumbles.
You know, the I also think as stated before, the Aphonis was winning that turn with the cards in hand and the board state as it was. If the Basira had chosen to send back the banishing gate, I believe we would have gone to another day. It would not have been tiebreakers. I can't remember the board state exactly, but I believe that was the case. And uh, and the banishing gate was not drawn off those three. So now I'm just hurting my head trying to think about all the math around it. Like how the game would have changed, what cards would have been drawn, and what card would not have been in hand. But I also think at a certain point the judge ruling has already been made. We can discuss whether you would do the same in that situation, but the head judge has made a call and we've moved on with the tournament. So if either way, everything we're discussing from this point is hypothetical, and not to say that it's not important because we need conversations about rulings and stuff like that in a game that is very young, especially as more competitive tournaments start to arise with these world qualifiers and eventually worlds, even to the Tumult Championships, which are lower stakes, but still, higher competitive format for your local store. So these conversations are important, but I think we also have to acknowledge that the ruling has been made and there's nothing we can do to change what has happened.
Unless we invent a time machine and go back in time and warn the Basira player.
All right. Let's do it.
All right. We need your help, and if you can donate supplies to us in a random field, we will get working on that
Or if any
time
of
machine.
you in chat just happen to have a time machine already, that would probably be the simplest because we won't have to build it then.
True. I'll look at the classifieds, see if anyone is looking to help build the time machine. Little safety not guaranteed. Maybe we can team up and use it right after them if we help out.
But then we get into the time machine paradox of, well, if they already had a time machine, why didn't they already do what we're hoping to do with the time machine?
True.
And
Depends on your
this
theory and
is the
time.
commentary you come to A.W.O.L for.
Well, now that we know the top four, I can, since we're still in between, I can take. Are we in between? Ooh, we have the match. It's Traced versus Navenka. This is gonna be great.
Oh, that means we have an Aphonis confirmed for finals because the other matchup is Aphonis versus Aphonis. I was hoping that it would be Traced and Aphonis and Navenka and Aphonis, just so that we had the potential to see Traced and Navenka in the finals, but unfortunately, that is not the case. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not one of the bug fix traced.
I don't believe so. I think Pompote has built around a unique Anansi.
Yes.
Um, I, we saw a little bit earlier today, and then there was some yesterday, but I don't quite remember what we saw yesterday. But the Navenka has some Lokis and
One already
either
going into mana.
yeah, that one is the from hand. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, each player discards their hand and their reserve, then draws 3 cards. So they just for everyone watching and seeing how I try to switch things around. The players get going really fast, and sometimes there's a turn already done or halfway through before they switch to this view where we can actually see the top down. But we're here now, and
Oh, and anchored
ooh,
on that Martingale.
let's go. Why was there?
Yeah, what was that boost from?
I don't know. It didn't really matter because there was nothing there, but
But yeah, Snowball Commando seems interesting in this matchup. Traced hoping to play a lot out of their reserve, so in order to get scrap counters early. Snowball Commando slowing that down is going to help, and had 2 in hand from the beginning. So we've already seen it deny 1 scrap counter from Pompote because that Kellen Cylinder would have been played last turn with the remaining mana from after the Kellen Elemental, but unable to do that.
what are we gonna see here? What's that? Is that another snowball commando in
Yeah,
hand?
we have a Snowball Commando and an Aloe Vera. Seems like they might be going for the Aloe Vera. It is. I would say the Aloe Vera is a better, is a more tempting play, especially because last turn putting the exhausting the Kellen Cylinder effectively stalled Pompote from being able to make another play that turn with the 1 remaining mana. But with 2 mana remaining, Pompote still has potential plays from hand. And if this hits, so Snowball Commando. Oh, never mind. The Martingale saves that second Snowball Commando from being
Yep, just by one.
exhausted.
Just by one. I love a rare martingale. Hopefully they show us the decks between rounds. I don't believe I've gotten to see the full deck list of Sparky yet. It seems like it's just a straightforward Navenka and then plus the unique Lokis. Oof. Very unfortunate roll there.
Well,
Martingale saves itself though.
yeah, we'll get the second boost or the boost +1 because of Martingale to give a boost. And we see rare Grims. What are your thoughts on rare versus common Grims?
So the rare ups the amount of landmarks that you can target from 2 to 4, right?
3 to 4, I believe,
3
or
to
3 to
4?
5. 3 to
3 to
5.
5. I think I don't so Axiom is the faction that I've actually played the least. So I don't know what rare slots you are switching out to do rare Grims, but I think just on face value, the rare Grims seems like a really good choice, especially if you know the tournament is heavy in Gulrang with the Mescatet. Gonna take that out. It's just gonna open up a lot more options.
To me, it seems like a meta call because it 5 does allow you to hit almost every played landmark except for Brass Bug Hive, which is mainly only used in rare Brass Bug Hive, I should say, is mainly only used in Sierra and not incredibly worried about that. We're not seeing like huge amounts of Sierra play, but it does allow you to hit that Messictet and the Monolith, two scary landmarks from two scary decks.
Yeah, that is why just upon looking at the two cards, I would go with the rare. But I know there's been people who use the rare, people who use the common. Um, I have a Wayfarer Nevenka that I really like, and this week I went up against a Sierra using Grems, which was pretty hurtful. I basically had to keep two Wayfarers in hand if I wanted to use one at all, and was not able to win the game because of that, and just some other good things from the Sierra list.
We are seeing Traced almost turned on, and with that Kellen cylinder, will be at 5 scrap counters turned on for the rest of the game. And two versions, both arts of common Vike.
Yeah, that is another interesting card that I think overall we haven't seen played as much. Hypothetically, it's very good in a bunch of different decks, and it could be a okay counter to some of these snowball commandos if you're able to get it out and then have something else to get out as well.
Yeah, Vike Energy Pioneer is a 2 mana 2/2/2, so at rate, and allows you to play exhausted cards from your reserve. So it's nothing spectacular, like it's at rate stats, but the main thing is it stops people from hard countering you. You know, with Trial by Frost introduced a lot of exhaust reserve mechanics, and Trace is really trying to race as much as they can to get that 5 scrap counter so they can cycle through their deck. Spike stops people from slowing you down as much.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I think that other Snowball Commando was a resupply off of the Yallow.
Yep.
Um, you don't want to play Snowball Commando from reserve, so not the best, but you do see a basically
Oh,
staple in every Lyra deck, the Hathor.
a unique Anansi into unique Anansi. I would not be surprised to see that Hathor pop up and then Snowball Commando that other Anansi. Although uh Anansi or Snowball Commando not doing a great job right now of defending or combating either lane because Zero and Forest for Sparky.
Yeah, that's I think where you can lose the game pretty easily in a Navenka or maybe an Arok deck is some of those really awkward matchups. Oh, now they're showing the other Anansi.
Huh.
In the terrain, sometimes it's very hard to have the right cards at the right moment. Like for the Snowball Commando, as an example, it has 0 nature, while other cards like Hathor has 0 water. So you have to be really careful about where you're playing cards and when, and looking at the path ahead. because I have lost a game or two just because I had no water.
I would be interested to see uh Pompote's list as well, just because I know some people have been swapping over from the Rare Haven Bravos Bastion to the Rare Refinery. While it is not always as active, Haven Bravos Bastion getting you a card, getting you a boost each turn if you play a card from reserve, and resupplying. The refinery does get you higher rolls where you can get three boosts on one character, or divide them up however you might however you might like. And two aloe veras, that high water stat not mattering because Sparky's companion side is not in water.
Yeah, it's going to hook the anchored aloe over. So that's 224. So right now they're going to be tied.
Ooh.
Oh no. Went to go over and sent the anchored aloe back. That sucks. Hello, Kelvin. There are no Muna decks in top 8. And aka Batusai, the Slay. Slay is bait. Don't trust the Slay. It never works.
Don't listen to Kohlrabi. Follow your dreams. But yes, Slay is bait. Um, we only saw, I believe, one Muna deck in the top 32, which was Erlea on a Loki Tasia, and unfortunately was unable to make it out of the top 32 round.
So we got a Hooked, an Amelia Earhart, and a Salvager. This is where I think the Traced has a lot of power, is the Anansi mixed with cards like Salvager, and then having the Haven, just being able to keep the reserve loaded up, and then when anything is played from the reserve, going to get a boost. And then extra card access with the traced ability once you are online. The double Tanuki in hand for Nevenka, though, is very
Very
nice.
interesting. It's going to be helpful. Uh, Now, Traced reads whenever a card leaves your reserve during the afternoon, which includes when an opponent sabotages you. So, sabotaging early against Traced isn't always as powerful because it still gets them a scrap counter. This Traced is already at 5, so sabotage is just pure value, getting rid of that unique Anansi. But we will see Dr. Frankenstein coming out 444 for 2 off of the Haven Bravos Bastion and resupplying. Not too bad. And very interesting. We saw the rare Grems earlier, and now we are seeing common Grems. So we
Yeah.
have mixed rarity Grems within the deck.
Yeah, I could see a one-off rare Grems being very good. Not taking up as many rare slots, but you do have access to taking out more landmarks. I believe earlier in chat, and maybe something we said is it goes from 2 to 5. The common Grems is actually 3, so
Yeah,
it goes from 3 to 5. I double checked here. So common Grems will take out your spindles and a lot of other permanents, but will not hit the Masectet. The rare also hits the Ortis Bastion, which is good in some Siggy decks. So
I'd be interested to see if Pompote is running Bug Out Bag. I would think no, but Bug Out Bag can be very strong with the Grems because you play it to create a 2/2/2 Brass Bug. Then you play the Grems, sack the Bug Out Bag, and you create another 2/2/2 Brass Bug, and that gets you a total of 566 stats for 4. So pretty good. Uh, but we haven't seen a bug out bag yet, so I don't think those are in there. Has the ability to sacrifice Kellen Cylinder if needed in a sort of final turn situation, but I think that would be the main thing this traced is looking to sacrifice off of the Grims. Oh, those are some cute little
Yeah.
chibi anime tokens that I believe Sparky has.
Yeah, very interesting little busts on a standee there. We've seen some Lego pieces used, dice, those. The Axiom markers as well are not the Gamegenic ones. They do seem like custom 3D printed or something. Pretty cool as well.
Tanuki able to block well into Pompote's companion expedition. Also able to be offensively well in in Sparky's in the Hero Expedition because they're fighting over forest and mountain separately. I assume that Aloe Vera will hopefully try to see play in the companion expedition because of that water stat.
Yeah, we know
And
there's a Hathor in hand with no water. I think there's more than just one card in hand,
I was
though.
gonna say, is that the only card? I can't really tell.
Think there might be two. Not sure.
Sparky is able to play both Hathor and Aloe Vera if he opts out of um, using the Aloe Vera's additional cost to anchor, which he might do in this situation when the game is so close. Tapping 3, that seems to be the Aloe Vera over, because the Hathor only costs 2. I think it'll be hard for Sparky to get a double advance off this, especially with the unique Anansi and the hooked to screw up plans.
Yep,
So it just
gonna full
goes,
send.
yeah, it just decides to fully block as much as he can and be as offensive as he can in the companion expedition.
Yep. Also very sad for me as well, Kelvin. Muna is, of course, my faction. It's very rough spot right now with all of the removal, the threat of the hunger, things like that. I am still slowly working on a Muna deck, but not super figured out yet. If I find something that I think is really good, I will, of course, let everyone know.
A bit surprising that I think it is just the Hathor in hand. This might be a win for Popote with the Kellen Elemental and then the Sap Sniffer on the hero side to get a yep. That will be game 1 of Traced versus Navenka in our semifinals.
Interesting. I don't think we can call it based off of that game. I think game 2 could still go any way. I think Naventka has some good answers for the trace, but maybe just wasn't getting everything they want for game 1. So be interesting to see what happens next.
One of the difficulties of Lyra as a faction is the fact that they have so many mismatched stats and especially zeros in stats. So we can they have their deck list up right now.
Oh, there is one energy bar. Very interesting. Gotta be a combo. Let me remove our picture so you can see the full thing. That has to be a combo with the Lokis, I would assume, with some of their stats.
very interesting. I feel like we haven't seen the data list very much from them playing it.
Hmm.
So maybe that's just been put into mana most of the time. As I was saying, a lot of zeros, which can mean your Lyra, you're a gambling faction. Sometimes the expeditions don't line up the way you want them to. When I was playing my Tumult Championship on Fen, I d- the dread of my existence was the mono water biome, because then I had almost no way to advance on it if I wasn't getting lucky.
Yeah.
And in my final game, just got caught up right there. Couldn't do anything.
Yep, that is the hard balance. I think this opening hand looks a lot better for Sparky. We didn't see any of those wisps come out last game. Those can really change up and secure some progressions. See an Ink Caster, a
Caster very
Tanuki.
powerful.
Yeah, so this opening hand at least looks a lot better so far.
Interesting to see if Sparky values the Tanuki. As I said, Tanuki in the Trace matchup normally better in the late game, because you still are ramping scrap counters for your opponent. Not to say that sabotaging is ever bad. It just doesn't get as much value as it does later on in the game. And it looks like he might be thinking that as well, putting that Tanuki into mana and deciding to keep up with his own pressure, to try and fight the immense amount of pressure that Trace can put out. Oh, and we do see that Haven Bravos Bastion in hand.
You gotta love when you get that so early on and just turn on your engine. And I don't think the Navenka has an answer for it.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons they errataed Haven Bravos Bastion was they said it was too much of a when you get it in the early game, you win. It was too reliant on the early game, stuff like that. I think the New Haven is even more reliant on the early game than the old one, because you can only get one boost. You really need it early on to try and get that incremental value over the game. And the fact that it resupplies, updates your or accelerates your scrap counters that much quicker.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a two cost landmark, most removal for landmarks, at least up until recently, was it cost you three or more. So you're always kind of trading down into Haven Bravo Bastion.
Yeah. Thank you, Wyvern, for catching. There are 2 copies of Cloth Cocoon in the Navenka deck. I did not get to see that. I saw the Lokis, Daedalus, which by far is one of my new favorite cards in Lyra. There were what was the other thing I saw in there that we hadn't
The
seen?
energy bar.
Yeah, Energy Bar, Daedalus. There was one other thing that I picked up on we haven't seen too much of yet, but I forgot by now.
The day starting to catch up to you.
Maybe just a little. The weekend. Been a long weekend with little amounts of sleep, but it's been great. Great
I
games.
don't know how you all have done it. I've been on the lower end, and I'm still just trying to get through.
Yeah, pre-errata. Yeah, ever since the errata of Haven, the meta has been a lot better. In my opinion, the most fun times in Altered have been right after the Robin Hood errata and right after the Haven errata. And I think if you go back to some of the tournaments right around before those happened, you can easily see how those made a really big difference. And I really love where the meta's at now. I did enjoy Trial by Frost a lot, but I think Whispers from the Maze just amped it up to the next level and made it even more enjoyable.
I think it's also just a factor of the way deck building is in this game, where your commons and your rares are the same card, just rarity shifted up. The more access we have to good cards in general, or cards that fit specific styles of play, the game just gets better and better because you can more finely tune your deck to what you were trying to do. In Beyond the Gates, it felt like there was a bunch of times where it's like, well, I don't really have any good other commons, so I'll just throw these 6 cards in.
Yeah.
Now I have options in the commons.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot more variety. There's been a lot of debate about rotating heroes out, and I think a lot of people want them to rotate some heroes out as soon as the new heroes come out. I'm actually on the opposite end. I would really love to see what it looks like when the total hero pool increases, and then maybe after at least one season of that, we look at taking some heroes out. But just as a disclaimer, I am pretty sure they have never mentioned actually doing a rotation. At best, they've mentioned like, "Oh, we don't know if we will," or yada yada. From everything I've looked at.
Yeah, I think that's also a, you know, this decision that happens once you have the game more established. Like we're already kind of struggling uh with having the card pool right now. Like if you rotated cards out, we'd go back to Beyond the Gates where it's just like you're throwing in awful commons just because they're the only thing you can. So I don't think rotation is much of an issue for at least another couple of years. If they well, let's see how they continue on introducing heroes to the game. If we can expect it on like a yearly cadence, or if that changes, that could decide. Um, and also the separation of rotating heroes and rotating card pools, and if they need to be at the same time or if they can be separated.
Yeah, makes sense.
We do see Inkcaster pop that Snowball Commando back into hand, most likely going to target that Vike Energy Pioneer, just because if you target anything else, the Vike still lets you play that card.
Yeah,
And actually has some good expeditions to put it in. The hero being on Mountain and Water, and if you want your highest stat to go into Companion for your Mountain, you aren't combating your opponent's Forest stat, but it is still your biggest spike.
yeah. I'm sitting here wondering when the Loki is going to come into play, and I think something that we talked about yesterday with one of the Erlea games is probably feels bad to play the Loki when you have more cards in hand than your opponent, unless you have cards you don't want or don't care about. But a Martingale and a Hathor are incredibly important cards to Navenka. So we see there the Loki's not going to come out quite yet.
Also, again, Loki would uh if Loki was played, it would discard the 2 cards in Pompote's reserve and turn on Traced. So Trace would get to draw 3 cards and then draw an additional card and put it into reserve. It feels much better saving that Loki for a future turn where you aren't helping them ramp their scrap counters. Now that they're turned on, that's something that you don't have to worry about anymore. And we did see the Snowball Commando target the Haven Scavenger, still able to be played because of Vike, but I guess forcing Pompote to play those 2 cards instead of potentially other cards they might want to play. I'm wondering if this is going to foreshadowing a Loki next turn, trying to get Pompote to have more cards in hand and play out their reserve so that the Loki next turn discards more cards.
Yeah. On the topic of rotation and things like that, my guess, and I don't know anything more than anyone else, is there will not be any rotation whatsoever for at least this year. Just picking up on like cues and how they've talked about it and things like that. But they've surprised us before, so you never know. And then yeah, Loki, Batusai, you gotta be listening to things I say. I've been calling Loki meta since the hunger was revealed, basically. So yeah, Loki is a very good pickup right now, especially unique Lokis. But good luck after this event finding any left.
Yeah, Loki helps get rid of. We have decks like Fen, which are trying to get a lot of cards in reserve and then bounce those cards from reserve to hand to get a lot of card advantage. We have decks like Ismir in general that are trying to get a lot of card advantage through drawing, as well as Gulrang also trying to get a lot of card advantage through drawing. And just also, as Cole said, big cards like the Hunger that someone wants to keep in their hand and then play to destroy your board. Loki can normalize the hands so that when your opponent has 10 cards and you have 2, you discard 7 of their cards while drawing 1. Obviously, that's an extreme example, but you can also get rid of cards that they are holding back for future turns.
Yep. The mana cost of most Lokis lines up perfectly to hit before the hunger. And then I actually really like Loki in Muna. Classically, Muna is very low on card draw. It is not uncommon that when I play a Loki in Muna, I have only the Loki, which means I'm drawing more cards at the end.
Yeah, especially in Muna when you're anchoring most of your stuff, you you play your turn anchoring all your characters. Then, unless if you're using Spindle Harvesters and Aloe Veras, this might change because they resupply. But your resupply in your hands might be empty. Then you just play Loki and you refresh.
Yep. One of the so we're gonna see a double. Was the Snowball Commando on the left anchored? Yeah, had to have been
Yes.
because they've only spent 2 mana. So gonna take out the Kellen Elemental. We're gonna see a Frozen Delivery, and there's that rare Grems, which in this matchup does not do very much. Oh, there's the Loki. Cost reduction to play the Loki as well. When we talk about rotation, there's a thing in TCGs where they rotate out a set of cards, amount of cards, heroes, and they can no longer be played in the main standard format.
Uh, it seems like there may have been some confusion about passing or mana tapped. Yeah. Both Pompote and Sparky both untapped their mana, I guess out of instinct, but it seems to be fixed now.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think the energy bar is a combo into Loki. While we haven't seen it yet, it's not a bad card to just have in general and sometimes sneak it out. And then if yeah, as you see the stats here on this Loki, it's 667. So very good into energy bars. You know what I wish was a card that worked out better is Man in the Maze. I tried for 12 games straight to make a Man in the Maze with Keep Me Energy Bar deck work, and trust me, doesn't work. It's not worth it.
I am very excited. I have a Man in the Maze unique, which I think helps a lot with in the same way Loki uniques do,
Mhm.
in that they cost so much that even just the one reduction really helps their viability. Uh, I hadn't been able to play it on BGA for the longest time because Man in the Maze uniques were not functioning properly.
Oh yeah.
They have fixed that, but I haven't had a chance to play because I've been testing out other decks. But I'm very excited to because Man the Maze is I think my favorite design from Whispers from the Maze. Not necessarily the best card, but one of the more interesting ones.
Yeah. It's definitely a very fun card. I tried it to combo with Eat Me Energy bars because I also have a unique Man in the Maze that the 9+ it moves target expedition backwards.
Mm,
I could not get more than 2 boosts out of 12 games. So it's a very, very hard
wow.
card to play. I even stopped trying to combo it with Eat Me Energy, and it just did not work out. So
And this seems like it might be game for Capote. Although the Eat Me Energy bars might be coming in clutch here. With 4 mana, that Anansi, does Popote have another card in hand? If he does, he's hiding it from us right now. Okay, he has one more
uh
card in hand. So
yeah.
he can play his Anansi and then play the Grems, sacrifice the Haven. So I believe just barely tie on the companion expedition and then win. Oh, with the Kellen cylinder boost, I think he'll be able to double advance with that. Oh, he had 3 remaining mana anyway, so Sap Sniffer also would have done the same thing.
Yep.
That is a 2-0. Traced is in our finals for the Lille World Championship qualifier, facing against Aphonis. Who is piloting that Aphonis? We don't know yet, but it will be against an Aphonis.
Yeah. That was I mean, it was a good game. It was still a good game. Rather unfortunate game for Nevenka though, but I mean, I would feel incredibly proud to take a deck that most people extremely undervalue and take it into the top 4 of an event that had over 650 players and almost, win another game in that top 4. Very, very good performance.
Yeah. And I also want to note that moving back to the traced, this traced is not the type of traced everyone had been talking about leading up to this.
True.
Everyone had been talking about the bug fix recursion traced. And even to the point that one of my locals, when it was posted that there were 4 traced in top 32, said, "Oh, well, there's $4,000 worth of uniques right there." As a little comment. And then this Popote comes in with a more traditional style trace that we would have seen in like Beyond the Gates, before the Haven, very similar to the Haven uh Bastion glory days, and still able to pilot it so well to get to the finals.
Yeah, and well said as well, and traced as well. Making it into the top 4 is another thing that people paying attention to just, top 2 or top 4 heroes of other events wouldn't have expected. And exactly like you said, it is not the bug fix loop that set Reddit on fire last week. And the Aphonis game here looks to be going towards a Tigma. If I just were to guess randomly
Yeah,
here.
so Tigma seems to have won the first game. Uh I'm not sure if this is timed at all because there is no timer currently. Uh and they're both touching right next to each other with oh that was Evanescence. For a second I thought that was Blizzard.
Yeah, this
Uh
might have been time ran out and this is like their final day or
yeah. I'm curious to see if Kenton is able to pull anything off. Tigma seeming to be in a pretty strong position, especially since he's currently double advancing. The Studious Disciple, I do think that will bring it to Thunderdome. This will bring it to our final trial.
Yep.
Who can stay? Although Tigma starting with two anchored characters, the Spindle Harvester and the Sneezer Shroom, each that seems to have quite a number of boosts on them. It's hard to tell because of the quality of the video right now. I can't exactly see the dice, but still, some amount of boosts on those anchored
Yeah.
characters.
I also think it's very exciting to see a tree faunus, as I call him, in the top four. You could argue that it as well is not a more traditional Aphonis. So that's super exciting. That's the kind of Aphonis I play if I ever bring out the deck. While I believe Kenton's is more traditional, but I can't remember exactly for sure.
Yeah, we did see Kenton earlier on the Nilum Spire
Hmm.
as sort of their landmark of choice. Uh, which is more traditional than Nilum Withered Tree. And it looks like Kenton is just going to scoop after the Off You Go.
Yep. There's just too much in the expedition already, and as you saw there, Tigma put down their own K-pop dancer, as Geo would call them, and so just going to get more and more stats. On the Loki thing, um, I picked up a Loki earlier today for $11 to play in my Navenka, and then I've had a one that I bought for $5 in Muna that I, like I said, purchased as soon as I saw the hunger. So if you really, you know, think about things and think about what people might not be targeting currently, you can get some really good uniques for certain playstyles for cheap. So I think it is a little uh what is a good word? Don't just think that every deck that wins has to spend hundreds of dollars in uniques. There is absolutely a way around and over it.
And we're seeing both of our finalists' decks. Seems only 13 characters in the deck for Aphonis, Nilum Withered Tree, along with uh, Moth to a Flame, helping increase those by creating their own character tokens. Ordis Trooper is Recursion, and I believe so is Studious Disciple and the Sneezer Shroom. That's common. Uh, that most Aphonis decks, one of the main uniques that they're looking for is Recursion. Cards to get your spells back into your hand so you can play them again. Mainly Magical Training or Off You Go are the two ones we'll see the most. But any spell, really. It does seem like there may have been another issue with Kenton drawing 3 cards again.
Yeah. There's enough
Uh,
people in chat that said that they think they saw him draw 3 cards again. So I would be inclined to believe that's what happened.
yeah. That is uh unfortunate. I believe Kenton had it pretty unlocked either way, seemed to be in a very good position. but not exactly how you want to see a semifinals end, especially after what happened in the quarterfinals. This would be the same Aphonis player.
You know what it is?
What?
Remember earlier how I said I do not like those black matte sleeves because it's so hard to tell at quick glances how many cards you have. That's it. Ban just jet black sleeves. Ban them. No, it's too easy to mistake how many cards are there. They blend in too well. Only colorful sleeves like the Nevenka ones allowed from here on out.
All right. Well, that's your ruling as a judge.
Yep. Yep. I'm gonna ban all black sleeves.
I do also want to reiterate. Yes, this is the second time this has happened in 2 games. It's very unfortunate. Does seem to start a pattern, but it has also been a long day for these players after another long day yesterday. I don't think we should use this to vilify anyone, although I do think it's understandable if the community is more on the lookout after making the same intentional or unintentional mistake 2 times in a row.
Yeah, hopefully the judges are aware and they caught it the first time, so hopefully they saw it the second time it happened. When you're at a table that is in the, quarterfinals, semifinals, there's a judge sitting right next to the table. So in both cases for this event, that should have been the case as well.
Yeah. And when we saw the sort of intro to the semifinal, it did seem like there was a judge right next to them, also monitoring the expedition advancements. And we're going back into the deck lists again. I don't think anything too crazy from the Aphonis. Just what I'm looking from is that, aside from the Nilum Withered Tree, it's interesting to be on 3 Evanescence, 2 Off You Goes. I feel like I normally see 3 Off You Goes, 2 Evanescence, just because Off You Go has better base. It targets 3 or less, where Evanescence has to build up for its reserve cost, and it can only target 2 or less from hand. Sap Infusion is an interesting inclusion at 3 of. Uh, and then from our traced,
There is a gerbil that I don't believe I've seen come out in the games that I've been able to witness.
we saw it briefly in the last game.
Okay.
It was after the Loki, I believe. Pompote drew it into hand, put it into reserve, and then immediately discarded it
Nice.
to resupply.
Of
It
course, that's what you use it for, right?
Yes, I don't think that Gibble is likely to have any text other than its supportability.
Uh, un, deux, trois, quatre, 25.
Wow, get only asked for 3, gave them all to 5. That's the type of treatment you get here at A.W.O.L.
Yep.
Above and beyond.
All right. Before we get into the next game, do you need a break or anything, sir? A guy trying.
I'm good for right now.
All
I
right.
think.
I'm gonna stand up, go to the bathroom, and refill the water cup so that I'm good when the game gets started. I'll let you talk to your fans. I haven't seen some of them show up yet. Are they still sleeping or what?
Maybe. They've probably gotten tired of me. Well, chat, it's just us again. getting ready for the finals. Traced versus Aphonis. Aphonis, not surprising. There's been a lot of talk of Aphonis. Aphonis was the second most winning deck in the last season and didn't get too many changes coming into this season. Oh, that's what I wanted to check, is to see if the Aphonis is on the rare license withdrawal. I don't believe that they are. Been a lot of talk about license withdrawal, license withdrawal. Very, very strong in the common. The still strong in the rare, although the reduced cost also reducing the amount of targets you can target, 3-hand cost or less, does make it a bit more situational. Still does hit a lot of what was coming into the meta. You know, when we were shifting from Trial by Frost into Whispers from the Maze, almost no cards, no character cards were more than 4. It was a very rare thing. We're starting to see that change a little bit as some of the games get a little slower, especially with the introduction of cards like Ghoulrang, some of the cards like Messictet and Ghoulrang and the Hunger. But still, in a lot of decks, I think the rare license withdrawal is able to hit a lot of what is coming into the meta. Although I guess it can be a bit of overlap with Off You Go, which already targets hand cost 3 or less. I am excited to see. I'm excited to see this game, no matter what. I think this will be an exciting finals. Most of the pressure, I feel like, for these players is off because they're already qualified for Worlds. I've said that earlier. I would love to see Traced win. I prefer overall. I'm an Izmir player. We've been kind of riding it high for a while. A lot of people have been feeling down and out about Axiom as a whole. Feeling that the identity of the faction seems to be too muddled between Trace and Subash and Sierra, not being able to really fit all 3 heroes in. So seeing a Axiom hero perform well at this big tournament after it was the lowest winning faction in the Tumult Championships is exciting to see.
Beautifully said. Thank you for keeping chat warm. What do we? Oh, look, there's Infinite. Chillin' got you on the TV. Thanks for throwing it up on the TV. Appreciate it. Shout out to the best 2v2 squad probably in the world, honestly. Talk about Evan F and Evan. Yeah.
Yeah,
Tired indeed.
Off You Go and Evanescence fill similar roles. I do think just the fact that Evanescence starts at 2 of, and a lot of people love playing 3-cost characters, means it's a little weaker. But there's still plenty of powerful 2-cost characters for Evanescence to target. I'm personally on 3 Off You Go and 2 Evanescence in my list, but a Tigma is in the finals, so he probably is a much better player than I am.
Waiting for all the Axiom enjoyers to show up and represent in the chat here. Two handsome people over here. What the heck is up with altered players and just being handsome? So shout out to that. I love the Trace rocking the chain there.
They seem to be, smiling, joking around. This
Yeah.
seems to be a nice. a nice conversation between these two as we head into the finals. Again, I don't remember the pricing for finals versus first versus second, but either way, I'm sure the what an interesting hand for our Pompote
I think they're still
race
doing
player.
the they're just
Oh,
still
this is
doing
the deck
the
check.
yeah.
I was like, wow, all three uniques at once. Yes, one of the changes, and I'm not sure if this was the case in the Dutch Altered Community Tournament, the Netherlands qualifier last week, is that there is a deck check or open deck lists
Mhm.
for the top cut. So you get to see your opponent's deck and what their three uniques are. So both of them having their uniques pulled aside to show their opponent.
I tried to look at what each person in each bracket takes home for prizing outside of the top 4 who got that paid trip to the Worlds later this year. Unfortunately, since the ticket sales are over, the listing on prizing was closed. If anyone else knows somewhere it has been posted, if you let me know, I can look up that information and let people know. Also, just threw up a poll in the chat on who you think will win this matchup. So feel free to vote in that. Let's see if the people get their champion or if there's an upset. I think the Aphonis should just concede, honestly.
Ow. I even if I wouldn't want Aphonis to win, I don't want Aphonis to concede. We want our finals match.
Yeah, but if the Aphonis just concedes, we get a traced number 1, and then we don't have to listen to people complaining about Aphonis in the
Oh,
Discord for
I thought you were gonna
weeks.
say then these people don't have to listen to us. uh, I believe yes, there have been deck checks throughout the tournament, and I believe uh full open lists for going into Top Cut. I believe that was a change from day 1 to day 2. Um, Cole, you've been pretty vocal about uh your thoughts on best of one supremacy in Altered. After viewing this day so far, how do you feel about best of three? Has it solidified your position on best of one, or are you starting to rethink it?
I think I've always been in the best of one Swiss, absolutely 100%. Never make me do anything
Oh,
more
thank you, Stardust.
than best of one in Swiss. I think for Top Cut, it's been working well, and I think I can agree with that for the most part. Me personally, I wouldn't be upset if it was all best of one, but I really only care about Swiss. If you make me do best of 3 during Swiss, I will riot.
All right, and we're getting into the game. Pompote, we have seen heavily prioritize these hooks throughout the games he's been on stream, which I think is very interesting. I know a lot of players who view hooked as a if you draw it in the right moment, use it, but it's not a priority. But right here, Amelia Earhart, Bike, and Unique Anansi, all very strong cards in traced. Amelia Earhart a bit later on, because it's 3 from hand, and you want to put her into reserve. So, but he's still thinking about keeping that hooked. Yep, putting that Amelia Earhart away. Not as powerful until all your scrap counters are gathered. I'm just gonna bank off this Vike for the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing a deck that's been winning consistently and topping tournaments and is becoming the bad guy, sort of say, you have to realize that you're going to be the bad guy, and that is the position you choose to take playing a heavy meta deck. I think people that played Waru in the Waru supremacy definitely had to deal with that. But it's just in the name of the game. From our end, at least, it's all good fun. No matter what the result is, I'm not going to go post a 6-paragraph thing on Reddit about how much Aphonis sucks. But it'll be fun either way.
I am curious to see, since we have no top 4 Sycamore, we had one, I believe, in top 8 who was beaten by a Tigma.
Yeah, I think
Um,
so.
if and we had 0 Ghoul Ranks in top 32. I know that that was a deck people were hyping up a bit going in as a new deck, as opposed to Sigismar, which is kind of slightly upgraded from Beyond the Gates. You know, it's been the same deck primarily. If the conversation changes at all now that at this huge tournament, no representation in top 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the in-person play, of course, lags behind the online a little. So I think this event already proves something I was saying after the Dutch qualifier, that the Dutch qualifier is not going to set the standard for every tournament after. I think as time progresses, people figure out more decks, they get different cards. Maybe they get their print on demand orders. We'll see some things change up here as well. Different players, different areas of the world do different things. Um, as we've seen in France from time to time, there might be a lot of Ortis players. Uh, I'm not sure where exactly Pompote is from specifically, but I know there's a group of Axiom players that some of them are from Spain, maybe, maybe some from France, but I think they cooked up a good amount of these Axiom decks that we saw this weekend. And hello to Zaruru. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well.
I Sub Zururu. Um, Interesting. Putting in to reserve that Frankenstein not as powerful when we don't have Haven on the field. Incredibly powerful when we do. I One of the things I think you can do with Traced more than other heroes is play the hand you're given, because you're going to be drawing so much once Trace is on board, and you don't have to worry too much about the future hands. So yes, Dr. Frankenstein could be better later on once you if you get Haven and once you're turned on, but it might as well go into mana because you're going to see so many new cards by that point that it's essentially clunking up your hand. Whereas heroes like Aphonis might be more likely to keep a spell that they don't plan to use for another 2 turns.
The chat. Why are we not counting Traced as Axiom? And then Blue says they're moving the goalposts already. They can't help themselves. If that's the case, then I don't count Akesha as Ysmir, and then I won't hate Ysmir at all. So
Okay. So Akesha is just in her own infernal faction.
yeah, deserves a place in the ninth circle of hell, buried under sulfur, and I'll stop there. Or going further. So
We will see. An important thing about Evanescence over Off You Go, because we were talking about that earlier, is that Evanescence does exhaust the card when it goes to reserve. So it can clunk up your opponent's reserve. Pompote will have to discard something from their reserve at end of day and will not get a scrap counter from it because of the 3 cards in reserve.
Yeah. Also, very interesting to think about Evanescence in that regard. The last time that I really worked on my tree faunus was during Trial by Frost. That gives
Mhm.
another, little tool in tree faunus. I wonder, you
That that
know,
that might be one of the reasons that the
mhm,
Tigma is prioritizing the 3 Evanescence over the 2 Off You Goes
yeah.
because of the interaction with Nilum the Withered Tree. That well done. That good point.
Yeah, I think that is a good inclusion. I still have it built somewhere, so maybe I'll have to see what I have access to and switch some things around. I need to get some wireless headphones or something so that whenever I play it, I can just have Evanescence on loop while I'm playing Evanescence.
Nice. And again, Pompote has the option to had the option last turn to keep the Foundry Mechanic or the Hooked, and decides to keep the Hooked. Enjoys that disruption and card draw, even though it costs 2 mana.
Yeah, hooked OP. Hooked is the way, hooked is the life. Hooked might as well be my wife.
Good for you. Good for you.
Also, you guys are crazy. Traced is Axiom. Don't pick our boy out of the faction that helped him in his life. Uh, it is very Axiom coded through and through. So because Traced isn't making brass bugs, Traced can if they want to.
Yes, this trace is not focused around making brass bugs, despite that being the trace deck everyone was talking about going into this tournament. I am curious if we'll see a Tigma play out that Nilum Withered Tree. We know that Pompote has rare Grims to get rid of the Withered Tree. So that will be something, and Atigma knows that as well. That will be on his radar. It's not as safe into this matchup as you might think. In the first of the unique Anansis, this is the one that can gain double boost for reserve.
Yep. I am a poet, and damn, do I know it.
And has one card left in hand, are traced, so can activate that Anansi to get a casual 4 boosts from reserve. 2 mana, 6/6/7.
What you got, Faunus? What you got?
Also, important to note that the Anansi is 4 cost from hand, so it does not, so it cannot be targeted by Off You Go.
Yeah, that is a very good little mana split there. 4 from hand, but 2 from reserve. And from reserve, it's really getting both interactions there because you can satisfy the putting a card from your hand in reserve first, and then it gains a boost for each
Ah,
card
the
in your
self
reserve,
hooked.
and then it gains a boost for each card in your reserve.
And it looks like Atigma will allow both sides to advance once and just try to draw through a total of 4 cards, 2 from Magical Training and then 1 from each Katagaran Mage Dancer.
Yeah, Basira did not make it, unfortunately. Um, Pretty unfortunate spot. It was Navenka, Aphonis, Graced, and Aphonis. Top 4, I do believe. And now we're down to Traced and Aphonis. Um, Basira should have. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Basir Aphonis match is a bit tainted by the judge call requirements. Oh, is it looking at maybe? Yep, there's magical training. Come on, Tigma, you're a trading card game player. You have to draw as many cards as you can.
Okay, so yeah, they're ending and then they're pointing to the tumult card to roll for which orientation it's going to be.
As of right now, there is a small way to tell which how the tumult track is oriented by looking at the back. It's difficult to see, but you can see it. So currently printed tumult tracks will not be legal come set 4. That is why in these tournaments they are rolling to see which way the if you rotate the card clockwise or counterclockwise in order to make it so the known information of what's on the back is not able to be.
Indeed. And for blue, I will just call on Simon to give Blue an update on the situation there. I'm sure Simon will be able to break down both things quickly.
I would also not be surprised if there are many people who talk about the judge call, so I don't think we necessarily need to do that right now. Just throughout the next couple days. The Haven, we see the Haven in play now, traced almost at 5 counters, just needs one more card, and now has the other Dr. Frankenstein in hand, and will be able to play that for as a 2-mana 3/3/3 that resupplies with the Haven in play. Dr. Frankenstein, quite good. Also gets around the off you go.
Yeah, was so one's a Frank. What was the other one in hand?
The Axiom Salvager, and I think
Yeah.
Axiom Salvager is what he just drew, and I think he might have another unique Anansi.
Yeah, so it's not something that's wrong with any specific tumult, but basically all of them. I also heard that they did print new ones for the qualifiers, but there is still a small distinction. So that's
Oh,
why
really?
they're continuing to roll the die. Basically, they are not perfectly symmetrical. So on one side, it has like 2 little pebbles, and the other side, it has 3 little pebbles. And where those are, you can denote which side is the solo terrain region and which side is the double. So it's extra information you can have.
It doesn't tell you which, so there's no way to know which of the 3 tumult tracks you're currently looking at. It only tells you whether the next region you would be going into is the double biome or the single biome. So it's not insane information, but you can, as the game goes later, it does narrow things down. So in order to reduce that sort of information, unfair information gained, even though both players could use it, they want to just randomize the turning of the tumult tract. And we see the Anansi coming out and using the Anansi to put Dr. Frankenstein into reserve. So Trace still online to draw another card.
Yeah, that is a very big Anansi there. Pompote, I think, has no mana left, though, because I believe he usually... Maybe we can't see his cards that are down, so maybe that's the 2 mana
that
left?
might be 2 mana still up.
Okay.
But I think he might have no card in hand left.
Yeah. Someone go tap Pompote on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, you have a little webcam in front of you. Can you please hold your hand in front of it?"
All right, it does seem like Oh, and we see that common Grems. Oh, so he does have one more card in hand. Now two. Wait, I don't know. Two Axiom Salvagers in reserve. I believe one card in hand.
Yeah, he is the type of player that usually puts down the card he has in hand and puts a die on top of it or something.
Yeah.
So, which is perfectly fine. I was just making a
Oh,
joke.
yep. There is the card was the unique Anansi. So both of his other unique Anansis in hand, as well as the hooked. Pompote, I was talking earlier about how he prioritizes hooked. Does he prioritize it enough to put one of the unique Anansis into mana? I doubt it. But he's keeping all three. Did he decide not to mana this turn?
He just resupplied. Yeah, he still has 3 cards.
6 mana remaining.
Yeah,
Or maybe he had
and
already put a card into mana.
Tigma has 8 mana though. There's something.
Oh yeah, it looks like Pompote decided not to mana. It looks like he only has 7. It can be a little difficult to tell from the overhead view just based off how things are looking. It does seem like 2 cards are very. Yep, does look like there's 5 mana remaining.
All right, I will be right back. Give me a sec.
I'm very interested in this Nilum list, and we see the unique Studious Disciple. Unique Studious Disciple, I believe, if I remember correctly, says when this leaves the expedition, bounce a card back to your hand. Yep. Navanka, unfortunately, only made to top 4. Did qualify. We had 4 qualifiers for Worlds, 2 Aphonises, 1 Navanka, and this Traced. But still, Navanka able to qualify. See the Dr. Frankenstein coming out. Playing the hooked. Seems like Pompote might just try to. Pompote is 1 expedition ahead. So over the next 2 days, if he trades 1 expedition each, he will win, while his opponent will still be 1 expedition away. So maybe focusing just on that hero expedition and giving up the companion expedition that currently has 655 in it. 3 mana remaining, 3 cards in hand, 2 of which are the unique Anansis and 1 card drawn off of Hooked. While gathering cards, if you only own black sleeves, you better not go to any event that Cole is running. He won't let you in. 3 mana, the Evanescence, or off you go. Oh, Mana Moth. We will be seeing a bit of an overflow from a Tigma. Has a lot of cards in hand, so might not care. Just slams that Dr. Frankenstein into the companion expedition. It does have fleeting. The day's about to end, so should leave, just I guess shortcutting it a bit since that was the final action of the day. So 1 expedition left for Pompote. This is a best of 3. This is game 1. So even if Pompote wins this game, that does not mean he is your qualifier champion. Still will have to win 1 more game. We have the rare Grems, which will allow him to discard the Nilum Withered Tree if he has priority to do so. Putting Amelia Earhart into reserve because would most likely be trying to get the Grems into reserve to play to destroy that Nilum Withered Tree. We saw Atigma has a lower, only has 13 characters in his deck. So relies more on the Withered Tree to keep his character count up by creating tokens. So if Pompote is able to get rid of that, it might be quite beneficial in these final turns.
All right, what did I miss? Ooh,
Uh,
Traced is face to face.
Yep. Last day, Pompote just decided to focus on one expedition, the Hero Expedition. Move forward. He's already up one advancement, so hoping to trade expeditions most likely this turn as well.
Did you mention that I was telling people I'm banning all jet black sleeves?
I did not mention it. I think Gathering Cards heard that. Maybe Gathering Cards is a bit further back in the broadcast, but yes, it did bring back up that discussion again.
That's funny. What's up, Spammy? Hello, Gathering Cards. If you're in the current and not the past, I'm not sure. Nice to see you all. And there was something that I was gonna sit back down with that now I forgot because I read the chat and heard the talk of sleeves again. Oh, I think I was just gonna message Blue and tell him I hate him, but
Wow.
we got a Hooked, we got a Vike.
Hooked is very scary for this turn. Aphonis struggles a lot with playing multiple characters. Now, we do have a Studious Disciple in reserve as well, and the potential to create a Mana Moth off of an Evanescence. But Hooked can easily sway the game in Pompote's favor if he has the right opportunity. Showing off the having his little Grem dance in the card view. Not sure if that's going to be played this turn. I believe the Anansi in reserve costs 2 or 1. So we'll most likely see that into. Oh, it costs 1. So we'll most likely see that into Hooked. Uh, if and then maybe if the Hooked will not end up doing anything, can play the Grems either as 4/4/4 for 2 or to get rid of the Withered Tree for future turns.
Yeah, so in this deck, is it one Anansi that's 4/2, one that's 3/1, and one that's 2/1? Is that what Pompote has here?
Yes.
Also, I'm saying it as Pompote because that seems like the most French way, but if it's Pompote, let me know in the chat. You'll probably
Oh,
do
yeah.
that thing where you'll type it's Pompote, not Pompote, and
Yeah.
then I'll still be confused, but you know.
It's not the way you're pronouncing it, it's the way it should be pronounced.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I've been saying it that way as well. Sorry, we're ignorant Americans. We don't know how to pronounce anything. At least I am. I can't speak for Cole.
Yeah. Why did the one Anansi did it got hit by the Evanescence?
Evanescence.
Yeah, okay.
That was the one that cost 2, so it was able to be hit by the Evanescence. Able to create the Mana Moth in the in the companion expedition. Now, I believe the Hooked just wins this, or Pompote if he hooks the Spindle Harvester over to the companion expedition. Obviously, we have perfect information because we can see both hands. But
Yeah, there's still maybe some cost reduction for the Aphonis. There's an off you go. But what I really like
oh, you're right. The Studious Disciple can reduce the cost by 1.
Mhm.
Never mind.
We saw earlier Pompote going like this. I think he was using his mind reading powers, which is not called out in the rules as being against the rules. So he's seeing what was in hand for a Tigma, and he's going to win the game here off of
Oh,
that.
nice. Oh, yep, doing it again.
Yep. Mind reading once again. We should really add that to the rules. Should not be allowed. And did they walk back something or what was
So
going on
I
there?
think Pompote is just deciding which expedition to put the Grems in, and then also has sacrificed a permanent, so is going to be creating a brass bug as well. Pompote.
Pompadour, Pompote.
Uh
Charles, get out of my head. Huh? You talking some X-Men stuff over here? Oh, is he gonna sacrifice?
yeah, he already sacrificed a Kellen cylinder.
Okay, was just deciding where to place the Grims specifically.
Yeah. And it looks like,
They're calling GG, yeah.
yep, just a scoop in response. So that is game 1 out of a best of 3 going to our traced player. And also, like, a pretty just strong showing in general for this the trace deck. It's not like Aphonis really had bad turns or anything like that. Was just able to play really well. Shuffling up for the second game. I I wonder. I mean, this is the finals. I wonder. I guess we're not getting any other spoiler cards. I wasn't sure if they were going to try and reveal something cheeky before the finals.
Yeah, I don't think so. Based off of things they've said, there will be more to reveal near the end of July.
Probably at Gen
Um,
Con.
yep, which means Gen Con. Um, so I know Loki will be there. I think maybe one other person
Justin will
from
be there as well, I believe.
yeah, I think there might be one other person from the French office
On the
there
French
as well
side.
though. Yeah, maybe. I thought that said Pompote has millennial eye for a second, and I was like, "What is that?" Uh, put into a Tigma have played off you go on Aphonis. We think so, but I think just based on the amount of stats and what was going on, it wouldn't have done too much.
Yeah.
There was more options for the traced as well, so
We could like go back and analyze it, with the numbers. Tigma, good player, was able to get to the finals. Said, I don't think I have a chance, scooped. Although it has been a very long day on top of a very long day yesterday. So maybe he just wasn't able to see the line, forgot about the Studious Disciple in reserve that could reduce hand cost of a spell, or just reduce cost of a spell. Um, but it seemed like Pompote was in a winning position no matter what, because um he only needed to advance once, while Atigma had to advance twice.
yep. The other thing is the Studious Disciple was a unique, right?
Yes.
The support action could have been something different as well. It could have been like give something fleeting, exhaust something. In a Tigma's deck, I would not be surprised if it was just a exhaust target card in reserve quick action.
I don't know for sure, but I believe it was um the standard reduce your next spell this afternoon by 1, but I don't know for sure. But I believe I remember seeing that when they flashed it up earlier. Right, so we have pretty easy turn 1 for Tigma Sneezer into magical training.
Yep, and they
Seems
should change the scene here real quick. We'll probably have it. They'll probably change it after the players have already resolved day one.
and it seems
But
like day 1 is resolving right now. Both players getting 1 expedition. And all right, so the Kellen
one and
cylinder
one.
is what was placed in by Kellen Elemental and getting that first scrap counter on Traced.
Yep. I really liked Nilum in Trial by Frost, and I tried to make it work. But I didn't spend too much time on it. I think from what we've seen here on Atigma's side, things like Evanescence and some other cards have kind of taken it to the next level. So I'm excited to revisit my deck as I haven't unsleeved it yet. And then it is more interesting to watch than straight up just mage dancers everywhere. So been enjoying watching it at least. But yeah, I mean, support abilities are a thing now. Exhausting those shuts off the ability. Oh
Yeah.
no, Pompote, what happened?
Blue. Uh, our other Aphonis player was not playing Nilum Withered Tree, but was playing Nilum Spires.
Hmm.
So it does seem like a lot of uh, Aphonis players looking to use a token generating landmark to allow them to reduce their character count in their deck, which we've seen since there were some decks early on that ran Ortis Carrier uh, in Aphonis so that they didn't have to rely on having characters in their hand as much. It is interesting though that Atigma uh, put into mana a Rhyme Frost having after planning to play the Nilum Withered Tree. I prioritizing that Sap Infusion over the Rhyme Frost he put into mana last turn, and now putting Sap Infusion into mana this turn. Evanescence also exhaust cards, so it does get, but only if the card was played from hand or doesn't have fleeting, so it goes to reserve. And
Yeah,
Trace, a lot of times, will be trying to play out of reserve.
maybe just going for the Evanescence in conjuncture with that Beauty Sleep is the plan Aphonis is going for now. Notably, we are basically tied on the expedition. Um, as usual, I would say Aphonis is in a better position if you just look at the expedition. Traced is stuck on a single water tile or
Yep.
subregion on the hero side. Aphonis has access to 2 on the companion and then the 3 on the hero. Sad we haven't seen any Kirokami play. That card's a trap too.
Someday. I wonder when we'll get the announcement of what this Tumble Championships cards will be.
Yeah.
Everyone was
Anyone?
speculating initially it was going to be the Minotaur, but the
Mhm.
Minotaur's in the set.
Yeah. For people that are super deep into the lore or are maybe caught up with it even, um, or because the tumults start before set 4, right?
Correct.
So what do you guys think would be the most likely? Maybe it'll be like a freaking sap monster or something. Yeah, honestly, I think they were very, very careful with what Kurokami did because it is a card that was given to everybody and went to winning factions. Um, if they have the time and possibility to change the format of the next tumults, I would really hope to see that top 2 at least get points for their faction and not just top 1. But we'll see if they have any changes as early as the second one.
Double hooked in reserve for Pompote.
Gotta love the hooked.
Hook him again, Pompote. Hook him again.
Grab his dick and twist it. I mean,
Whoa.
what?
Whoa. Yep, there it is. There's the double hook. The famous double hook. One of the strengths of Aphonis up until that's going to be rough. That's going to be 2 mana moths in the companion expedition. One of the strengths of Aphonis up until the errata of Small Step Giant Leap was that Aphonis never had to outvalue the opponent. You could trade expeditions and then your final win would just be off Small Step Giant Leap. So you would go back and forth trading a lot. Aphonis now has to at some point advance over the opponent with the mechanical change of Small Step Giant Leap, making it harder for the deck to just outright win. Still a very powerful deck, but no longer has the advantage of just going at parity with the opponent. And it does seem like how did the second counter get on Dr. Frankenstein?
Don't know. Should have just been one from the Kellen cylinder, right?
Yeah. I don't know what just happened there.
Yeah. Did it end up mattering is
Oh,
the
no.
question.
It's because this is the rare Kellen cylinder that's on play on Arrow. Give the
With the Frank.
give a boost.
Yeah.
So Dr. Frankenstein triggered that ability, giving itself a boost, and then the boost on top of that from the Kellen cylinder itself. Yep.
That makes sense. We said it.
We
You
said it
said
before chat did.
Yeah.
We said it. We got it.
I was looking up the card and then you called it. So also thank you everyone for tuning in to watch. Thank you for all the likes on the stream. We do see that and appreciate it. And if you aren't subbed, please do, because we're almost at 500. And the way it's looking right now, I think I will be back tomorrow for A.W.O.L, but we'll let you know.
And it's very exciting to have these Equinox sponsored large tournaments, the qualifiers. But if you're looking for Ultra tournament gameplay throughout the week, be sure to follow A.W.O.L, the best one, not just because we're currently on that channel, but also other tournaments like AQZ, NUC No Unique Challenge, I think. But yes, always check out these big tournaments, but also don't forget to check out the smaller tournaments that are happening that you can play in, or you can just watch as an observer.
Yep. One of the easiest ways to find out or watch back tournaments is if you just go to 39cards.com and you check a listing. Basically, every single one will have a link to the VOD, and you can find those and watch them back, and then find where they're normally live as well when you do that.
39 cards, such an excellent resource. Also, if you are looking to learn what the tournament meta is, and all fan run. I really want to reiterate, yes, there's this great Equinox sponsored tournament going on. There's a lot of fan community driven tournaments and also just initiatives that you can check out to help learn to either help learn Altered or become better at Altered, or to just enjoy casually. Like, you don't have to, not everything has to be so competitive. You can just have a good time watching people play this really cool game.
Who wants to have a good time when you can crush people and make them sad and feel like they are inadequate.
One of the main things about this game, Cole, is that it's not combat based. So many combat based board game or card games are out there. This is all about a race. It is about exploring the world. Don't get caught up in your violent Muno ways.
Yep, I am extremely
You,
violent.
yeah, you tree stabber.
Yep. If you go to Adradat and you look at my profile, I have one deck that is my most viewed deck, and it may be called Kill Humans, possibly.
Wow. Wow, but I'm a human. I don't
Well,
want that.
unfortunate for you.
We see the Gibble in reserve for Pompote, most likely going to just be discarded off to gain a boost this turn because the Haven is not in play to resupply. Quite so. Ooh, Beauty Sleep and Joyride, a strong combo for a Tigma in hand. Can Beauty Sleep the Anansi easily win with the Katagaran Mage Dancer, and then discard that Beauty Sleep to the Joyride to make it so the Mage Dancer draws you a card, or to potentially win a um to win an expedition that is behind. Tigma already ahead one advancement overall in this game could change this up to being 3 overall and touching uh by the end of this day. Is Popote tapped out? I believe that they are.
Yeah, I think they are. So they're just going to do their Kellen cylinder pass, and then we're gonna have progression here.
Yep. Tigma saying, I'm okay with my one advancement. I could probably get 2, but I'd rather save these tricks of Beauty Sleep and Joyride for the next day when I can win. While the play this turn would have put him into a good position, it would not have won him the game. This could be a bit greedy, but I think will give him a lot of good options going into what could be the final turn now that Atigma is only 2 advancements away.
Yeah, from what I've seen on the Atigma uniques, they're not crazy in regards to how often they can pick up spells, and they also don't anchor from anywhere. So once again, if we're tracking how much uniques might cost, which is really hard to say unless someone comes out and says how much they got them for. At face value, I wouldn't think that this is an extremely expensive unique.
Yeah, they're all good uniques. They all bring spells back to your hand, but none of them are the none of them are absurdly powerful in that regard. Haven Bastion coming out a bit late in the game. Haven Bastion feels just like a Kellen cylinder at this point. It does get you the one resupply, which is helpful, especially when you're going into for card advantage going into this turn. Only 2 cards in hand and another Haven Bastion that will allow the Grems to easily sacrifice a permanent to make a brass bug, since we're gonna have to discard a permanent anyways. But
Yeah. That is the common, so yeah, it can't get rid of the tree, unfortunately, but very good play there, getting rid of the Kellen. Unfortunately, it has so many counters. You got to use at least one of them first.
Yeah. I could even see, you know, getting rid of one of the Havens. I don't know. Probably not, because Kellen Cylinder's still just a Haven. Kellen Cylinder does activate from hand, whereas Haven's only from reserve. But you could use Kellen Cylinder for the next 7 turns.
Hello, gathering cards. 12 to 15 minutes in the past. Hope you're doing well back there.
Oh.
You'll have to ask all of these traced players what they think of the Walrus, as you call them, over Amelia.
Interesting option to play the Foundry mechanic. Amelia Earhart costs the same, but is an extra 2/1/1 in stats. Foundry mechanic is more of an after you, saying to me that says I'm definitely going to give up 1 expedition. But
The way that he's smiling and laughing right now too. Faunus has 3 mana left. I think Traced has 2, from what I can tell.
yeah, so Trace is that really only has the Grems as their play.
Yeah, why does the mechanic not have any boosts on it though? Is he still deciding something?
No, because he didn't activate the Haven for either.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
saving all of his boosts for
Yeah.
this next part he's going to play.
We're
And did we see a
we're
Tigma pass?
we're playing Axiom, not Bravos. Good thing to remember.
Yeah, you're still thinking of Haven as if it was in its heyday.
Yeah.
Nah, Haven's the Bravos basically kicked Axiom out of Haven. Said you can have the back room, but that's all you get. You get the guest house at the Haven. What is okay? So Atigma had passed. So Pompote just takes that opportunity to play the Amelia Earhart, get a advancement while keeping the possibility of the Grems 2 characters for 1 play for the next turn.
Yeah, this will be a very interesting turn. So what do we see? A Joyride is very good in Aphonis. A Beauty Sleep, and off you go. Trace is gonna have to pull a miracle to get out of this one.
Yeah, especially because Aphonis only needs 1 expedition.
Yeah. Also,
And
is off you go in French just zoo?
I guess so.
I've never seen that.
Oh wait, is that 2 Beauty Sleeps or is that Joyride in the back? Oh, that's a Joyride.
Yeah.
So also has Joyride on cooldown to activate the Nilum. Important.
Yeah, the Faunus literally kept no hero or no character, just has Joyride, the Off You Go, and Beauty Sleep. Um which, yeah, if we're looking at Pompote's hand, currently there's nothing that can disrupt that. But I mean, Traced has ways to access other things. We'll see if he pulls something that might help him over all this removal.
Yeah. I having activated traceability, and I think Atigma even missed a trigger for Aphonis on putting a counter onto something, but I don't think it's going to matter. Stacking the Haven. Create a
Hmm.
brass bug.
Going all in, balls to the wall. See if we can make it.
Off you go. The Grams can Sap Sniffer, and Pompote sees the writing on the wall and just scoops. Yep. That will bring us to our game 3. Game 3 of the finals. Faunus versus Trace.
Plays Avalanche, Kraken's Wrath, and Blizzard. How does that work out for them?
Yeah, control traced. Definitely not what we're seeing here today. Seeing much more of a aggro traced. But I think control traced has a place. Maybe more in the future if we get the correct cards.
No more control. Nobody play control. Just a sad person if you play control.
I can't wait for Runefolk to make hostage traced. Hostage in every single faction.
Luckily, I don't ever really have to play against Runefolk. I play against Freeloader, and I'm the only one that can beat Freeloader consistently for some reason. So
All right. Oh, not quite going into game 3 yet.
notably, they have 16 and a half minutes or so for this final game. They've been playing pretty fast, so I don't think it'll be an issue.
Yeah.
But they should pause the time if the players are not playing.
I also it's interesting to still be timed during finals. I feel like normally a lot of games I know will untime finals just so that there's an actual winner and it doesn't end up as a tie.
Yeah. The everyone in the background went home because they lost. Where's the
Everyone's
cheering crowd?
They're all crying. They're all upset that wasn't them. Oh,
I know that Loki is losing his mind that there's potential that an Axiom player will win while Loki is there. I think just over here at the boss table having to watch on as Pompote is playing here.
as the game comes to an end, if Trace is winning, you just see Loki jump across the table, push everything off, and declare victory for Aphonis. Interesting to see a Tigma looking to, like he might be putting Conjuring Seal into reserve, something he's strongly prioritized in earlier games, getting that early game draw. But looking to be more aggressive this game with Sneezer Shroom into Sap Infusion.
Yeah. It's Rare Cuisine. Don't worry, I let Discord know that you guys said that Traced is an Axiom. So hopefully Loki will feel a little better when the Traced wins here.
And a quite common occurrence on day one, seeing players go 1-for-1. I did have a turn 1 where all 4 expeditions advanced. And I was like, that doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, no, that was a cool game, I'm sure. At least a cool start. Usually I'm used to getting double moved on and on the back pedal a little, especially if I'm playing a Tasia deck that has the Spindle Bastion. Usually you get that out and just accept you're going to be a little behind for a bit. Or yeah, I'm trying to at least only allow a 1-for-1 because notoriously Siggy and other heroes double move quite a lot.
Some very strong cards of like aggressive cards in reserve for Pompote. Pompote did just miss a scrap counter trigger because I believe that Haven came from reserve. It was put into uh reserve last turn.
Yeah, it
Yep,
was.
and there goes the counter. And then I'll go up to 3 with Amelia Earhart, boosting it with Haven.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that they should actually be at 4, right? If you're counting that. Because they played the Anansi and the Amelia this turn, and they played Anansi the first turn, and then
The first Anansi wasn't from reserve.
oh, you're right. It was from hand. Okay, cool. Yeah, so they're on their right amount of counters. I was gonna say, very unfortunate timing for Maverick to just walk away. I saw him walk away, but we're at the right amount of counters now. So
And we do have that Dr. Frankenstein very powerful when Haven's in play. Can be a 4/4/4 for 3 that resupplies. Sap Infusion is currently giving 3 boosts, 2 from itself. I think it's 2 from itself. It might only be 1. I believe 2 from itself and then 1 from Aphonis.
what does Sap Infusion do as it's when it comes
Rare.
from hand?
Oh, when it comes from hand, it gives X.
+1?
I think it's X plus 2
Okay.
for 2. And then it's the same from reserve, except you have the arcane counters. The rare reduces it to 1 cost from hand, and it's X plus 1, I
Okay.
believe. And then you can also put it on any number of characters. You can divide them, whereas Sap Infusion has to all go on 1, the common.
Yeah, that's
Seems
cool.
like a bit of a judge call on how many scrap counters are actually on Pompote or who is the active player. There was some shortcutting that happened. And if we look at the timer now, they did add another like 6 or 7 minutes.
I mean, they're gonna explain it here. I probably won't be able to pick out very much. It's just what you said. They were checking on the game state, something about Axiom, and then continuing as normal. That's about the best that I got.
All right. So, are traced up 1 expedition overall in this game so far. Does not mean Aphonis is by any means out yet. We see another Haven Bravos Bastion. As I was saying earlier, one of the things they talked about when errataing Haven Bravos Bastion in Axiom was how reliant you were on an early game. And I feel like you're even more reliant on an early game now. And Pompote having 2 Haven Bravos Bastions early on in the game is going to put him in a very good position.
I looked over at the Discord for a quick second, and Lutre in the Discord is making memes for this, and one of them is SpongeBob disassociating and saying how I imagine casters/players feel when they hear that they might get kicked out of the venue if the finals take too long, and then followed up by Robert Downey Jr. relieved that says when 10 more minutes are added to the clock.
Okay. All right. Well, seems like they are being put on some pressure. It is what, 7 p.m. over there currently, I believe.
Yeah, they're either 6 or 7 hours ahead. Right now it might be 6. I'm not sure. There's a period of time where it gets kind of messed up because of different daylight savings and stuff.
It's currently 7:06
So 7 hours
in
ahead.
Paris.
7 hours ahead of me. Yeah.
6 hours ahead of me. Uh, so wouldn't be surprised if the venue is hoping to close down soon. But we're in the final game. Both players are playing pretty quickly. Three cards in hand. So that, and I believe that's the Anansi that costs 4 from hand and 2 from reserve.
All right, another poll going up in chat so we can solve this debate once and for all. We are a actual living democracy here on the A.W.O.L YouTube chat.
Why, when you say it like that, it sounds like it's not true?
Well, I'm just speaking from the place that I currently live and have to differentiate that while where I live is not in a true democracy, AWOL
Ah,
AWOL certainly is.
well, that makes sense. All right. Tigma had already tapped 2 for that, I believe. So still has 2 mana up for a Sap Infusion. And fully tapped out now with Anansi just... Oh, that's a double advance for Pompote.
Yeah.
Very strong early game for Traced so far. Still has the Grems. This is the Grems that can destroy the Nilum, although at this point, if a Tigma draws the Nilum, I not sure if he would play it. It's too low value in the immediate turn, and if Pompote is able to double advance this turn, that will win him the game, win him the match, and win him the qualifier.
Yeah, very, very harsh turn for the Aphonis here. And yeah, no. Did you say that he did have the Nilum but mana'd it?
No, I'm saying the Grems could target the Nilum,
Hmm.
but at this point, if a Tigma drew the Nilum, it'd probably just be mana.
Yeah, I think it's a little too late. I do believe yes, Pompote does play Frozen Delivery. If my memory is
Yes, he's
not
on 3
wilting.
of Frozen Delivery, common Frozen Delivery, I believe. Although the a Tigma does have a 5/5/5 Sneezer's Room starting in play. So that might be able to help him stem the tide in this rough situation.
Okay, here you go. I will give you some French. You should be able to hear the French now. To Tonu 15. Now you can hear both the English and the French. But also, here's the link because I was just teasing.
Okay, and hooked over to the companion expedition. I would assume Popote is just going to try and advance with minimal resources this turn and try and save as much as he can for the next turn, which will the next day, where he'll go full force when he only has to advance one time. Tigma Moth to a Flame, all right, is able to get a 3/3/3 on that side with 3 mana remaining. That can be oh, thinking about where to place that. Uh, that can be the Studious Disciple, the Sap Infusion. The Sap Infusion will come in for a total of 4 counters, I believe. And I forget what a Tigma has in hand. I believe 2 cards in hand for a Tigma now.
Don't mind me. I'm just letting a guy try and talk while I just sit here and mess around with polls and memes in the background.
So we did see another hooked come in to make it so the Foundry mechanic was able to advance Pompote on the hero side.
Hi guys. Nice to see you.
So going into this not into this final day, we don't know it's the final day. It could very well easily be the final day
There's
because
that
our
other
trace player,
Anansi.
oh god, our trace player needs 1 advancement while Aphonis still needs 4. Aphonis no longer has uh, the Sneezer Shroom on board, but does still have the Spindle Harvester on board, which I think has 3 boosts on it. So it should be. Unless they. Oh no, it is 7 boosts on it. Never mind.
That's a big old harvester.
Yeah,
I
but
remember.
in reserve, that cheeky hooked ready to
Yeah.
pop it over to whatever side benefits Popote.
Yep. Hooked go off. Ooh, very good mage dancer placement though. Uh 2 frozen deliveries there. Oh man, this is a very stacked reserve.
And the Anansi is going to come into play. Oh, seems like.
A little
Oh,
bit of an after you action there. I can't believe that Traced is OP.
Axiom best faction. Confirmed. And looks like we have our winner. Popote will take the game after the Aphonis decides to scoop. Woo!
Look at that. Lovely sportsmanship, clapping, everything. Let's go to
And
a Traced.
even though Atikma came in second, still came in second at this amazing qualifier and is already qualified for Worlds.
Mhm.
Is one of the 24 people who's going to qualify prior to the last chance qualifier. So has that locked in. So Tigma should still be feeling very good about himself. And although we don't remember what the pricing is for the actual tournament aside from the qualifying tickets. It's somewhere out there. We just don't know it offhand. He still should be very proud of his second place and piloting Aphonis very well.
Yeah, very awesome to see an Aphonis that's not the classic Aphonis we've seen at other tournaments be in the top 2 and take it to game 3. The prizing, I know that they get more hero boosters and packs and things like that the higher up they go. But yeah, they closed the ticketing, so I could not go double check and reference what it was. But top 4 getting a free bus ride from one end of France to the other is
I think this may be cut off pretty shortly. It seems like the people in the background are looking to pack everything up.
yeah.
But just there seems like they're just giving some final thoughts, maybe trying to get a interview with the winner. I I'm very excited to see. We talked about a bunch how the community responds to this, especially because there has been so much sort of dooming about Axiom. And I not to say that it's not, I think it is a bit deserved. I think Axiom has been in a rough spot, but seeing this deck incredibly well piloted and those incredible Anansis just putting Traced in, doing everything Traced wants to do.
I can tell you right now what the conversation is going to be like. Uniques are overpowered. I can't compete because I don't have hundreds of dollars of uniques. And well, there were still two Aphonises in the top four. And then a third thing that'll happen is I'll queue up into BGA and there will be a lot more traced for like 4 days until it balances back out.
I and a lot of people were looking towards this qualifier to help shape the meta, and you discussed this a bit earlier that the meta for this game is very interesting because a lot of play that other people see happens online. Like there's a lot of local play that happens, but that information doesn't get out there as much. So your local meta might be different than the overall meta. So the in-person meta might lag behind the online meta just because so much is always happening on BGA. So I'm
Yeah.
curious to see if we start to see these qualifying tournaments affect the BGA meta and the A.W.O.L and the other tournament metas, or if we'll see the online meta start to affect the qualifiers.
Yeah. No, I think the French Canadian experience, you are not wrong in this case, but I also think you are doing yourself a disservice to get too bought into that headspace when I can almost guarantee that in the top 8 there were a couple decks that don't have hundreds of dollars worth of uniques. Um, and maybe we don't know for certain. These were uniques that were opened by Pompote himself, or maybe a team that he works with, things like that. I just don't want people to doom and gloom as much. You should see the overall picture and see how wonderful the meta is, and that if you work hard, you learn your deck, you optimize, basically any hero can have a chance at doing well. We saw a very awesome Rin deck during the Swiss, and while they didn't make it to top 32, they still did better than most people would give Rin credit for.
Yeah, just remember any hero that's not Waru can be viable. I love
Listen,
Waru.
Waru had the time where it was literally first Waru, second Waru, third Waru, fourth Waru, fifth, maybe Fenrir, sixth Waru.
Yes, and he has paid for his crimes. Hopefully, we'll see if things can happen with him going forward. But I think overall we have a pretty interesting, diverse meta right now. 16 out of the 18 heroes seeing play, and let's see. And I think 9 heroes having conversion into the top 32, and 7 heroes, I believe, 7 different heroes in our top 8.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
very,
only
very
the only
good.
duo was Aphonis.
Yep. And I think if you look at some of the heroes that went into top 32 or top 8, Even the top 4, there are multiple heroes that people had completely counted out as being, like, competitively viable. No one would have told you, like, a week ago, "Oh, yeah, I think Trace will win," qualifier. Navenka was up there, Basira was up there. These are all heroes that if you asked people before this event, they'd be like, "No chance, no chance. They can't make the top," and
Yeah.
they did.
And I know I've said this a bunch of times, but even if someone were to talk about Traced, they would have been talking about the looping bug fix Traced. And that
Mhm.
is not what we saw. We saw a much more traditional style Trace that we would have seen in the past. And to be able to use that deck that I think a lot of people, as you said, counted out and pilot it to first championship in this qualifier, I think is amazing. Yes, the uniques he had were very well tailored to his deck. I think that's what unique should be. That you should be able to use them to enhance your deck. And he built his deck around his uniques incredibly well and piloted around his deck very well.
Yep, yep. While I agree the Anansis are probably very strong and in return would maybe be expensive, I think we saw from the Aphonis that while they were good Aphonis uniques, they were not these ones that you might have been seeing for, 400 plus dollars. They
Yes.
were very, more basic. They had some downsides to them. But the Aphonis player came out with a deck that most nobody we see is playing. It had the Nilum, it had Evanescence. We see more Sap Infusion lately, but not played this way. So if you just work and you optimize and you kind of take a look at the whole picture, you can make it to the top. And I know in other TCGs, it's near impossible sometimes to go up against the A plus S tier whatever deck that's currently crushing the meta.
So I'll use that as one final plea to say, as Cole said, it's about learning your deck and playing with your deck. Go out and support your local game store if you're able to. I know not everyone has that luxury. If you can't, or if you want to, in addition to supporting your local game store, there is also all these community run tournaments. You have the A.W.O.L. You're on their stream right now. They host tournaments every Monday and Wednesday. Monday, I believe, is European time. Wednesday is more American time. But that is just two. That is just two tournaments of many. You have a bunch of different options to play the game outside of BGA if you want a more competitive environment. So go out and play and have fun in the game of Altered.
Amen. Yeah, thank you all for watching. Appreciate you. And as Blue said, please subscribe so that Blue and I can eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches next week. I, as far as it looks right now, I will be back tomorrow to host the A.W.O.L EU tournament. We'll see if anyone else will be joining me or someone else will be hosting, but you'll know when that happens. Thank you, A Guy Trying, and Harizin, and Chile, and Tom, and Blue for joining me throughout this weekend. Blue sets up just a wonderful little scene collection that you can plug right into OBS, makes it super easy. And then I help with the overlays. So if you don't like something about the overlay or you want it tweaked or changed, let me know and I will take that into consideration. But that is it from me. A Guy Trying has already started the famous spreadsheet for the next set.
Yep.
Go into the main Discord, look for the spoiler channel. It is pinned in there because I pinned it. I don't know why people didn't pin things before, but I just did it. So didn't even ask permission. I just did it.
Bam.
But anything else from you, A Guy, before we leave?
No, I would just say there are a lot of great content creators who make content for this game. I would hope that you consider me amongst those, but I am not, the only one. There's tons of great people. Support them. People are making content for this game they because of a passion. None of us are big enough to really make money off of this. So show them some love. Show them that you enjoy what they're making, and just spread out the community of Altered as much as you can, because it's a great game. I think we all enjoy playing this game. We just wish there was more people to play it with and more chances to play it. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Wonderful. With that, we will see you next time.